There we go. My voice. Okay, let's get you guys up. Hello, all.
Good evening.
How am I coming through? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
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 All right. Let me know when that
Howdy.
changes, okay?
Yeah.
So yeah, I didn't mention it last time, but I'm pretty sure it's not StreamYards because it's on the VOD, and your audio is messed up on the VOD last week.
Because that's weird because on my end, the people watching from my stream and it's not ported through StreamYards, it's ported through my OBS. They said it was fine.
Check your VOD.
My VOD was messed up?
Yes.
Oh shit. I believe you. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, today it sounds good. I'm glad to hear it. We want you to come in loud and clear to deliver your awful points. But yeah, glad to have you here, fellas. I like your hair. Your hair's looking good, Gibbs. I don't know.
Thank you.
Looking good today. So,
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah. All right, fellas. What are we doing now? What are we talking about? What's going on?
Gibbs, I saw you as a cartoon today. What was that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
What was the cartoon?
It was you were a cartoon on a Andrew Wilson diss by the Raging Tomato in a Christmas theme.
Oh really?
I don't know if you saw that.
I haven't seen it.
I don't know if you agreed to that, but you are.
I need to see it. Yeah, now. Yeah, send it to me. I want to check it out. That sounds funny as fuck.
Yeah.
That might explain why I got some notifications and messages that I've done.
That could be it. That could maybe be it.
I was wondering why I was suddenly getting more hate than usual.
Wait, were they making fun of Gibbs, or they was just roasting him, or I don't know the context.
I'm like,
I didn't see any comments on Gibbs.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know why.
That seems mean-spirited, or I don't know. Do you know these people, Gibbs?
Yeah, I know that there's some like drama between the Crucible and like
and Rob Miller.
Yeah, and Rob and all them, and like I don't know. I'm like, I guess I'm involved now somehow. I mean, I think they're just probably including conservative commentators in there somehow.
No, it's not. You're like pseudo involved. You're not really involved.
I'm just looking at the background or some shit.
Yeah, I'll send it to you right now. Everybody who is considered part of the Panelverse appears as a character in there.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was expecting.
And so you are a part of that. Give me a second.
Now part of the Panelverse. There we go.
You're part of it now. You're officially.
We're now multiversal. We went from Twitch full. Now we're multi. Where the other one? We're moving around. That's funny.
Takes a hit off the fuck.
Yeah, YOLO, fuck it.
I'm part of it now.
Yeah, we all cope in various ways.
You're one of the most distinct characters, by the way. I didn't know who anybody fucking was, and then it came to you, and I'm like, that's Gibbs. That one's Gibbs. They got you pretty good.
That's funny. Yeah, I'm about to check this out here.
Something Bill wrote about a moat around America. Is that how you recognize them?
Don't forget the Manifest Destiny.
Yeah,
China had a wall. We can build the Great American Ocean around us. All right.
You and your Destiny outfit. So.
Yeah. Okay. What else are we talking about, fellas? While we're waiting for other people to gather.
I think we should talk about this tweet Corey reposted.
Sure.
Well, then say things. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Why don't you introduce it to us as the topic here, Corey, since you are Fairy Queen, whichever one of y'all wants to go first on that.
Well, I part of my contribution to the tweet was just 5 words. I didn't write the majority of it.
And
somebody wrote a novel, so I guess that's you, FQ.
I think that Corey should introduce the topic. I mean, he posted the tweet. I think it would be best if you explained, the tweet that you are quote tweeting and responding to, and then we can, go off from there.
Yeah, I responded to a woman who was pretty much complaining about the ick, and I provided some psychological evidence showing that maybe the ick says something about you. And then Fairy Queen, I believe, wrote a manifesto, pretty much making some judgments about me and some other people at large, my choice of clothing, and maybe some psychology behind me. And then that's it in a nutshell.
What psychology do you think I recognized, Corey?
I mean, what was the original tweet so people understand? Like, you gotta give context.
Yeah, what did Sarah actually say in the original tweet that she? If
posted? I remember correctly, well, I can just give me a few seconds to look it up exactly. I believe it was men wearing sweatpants in public gives me the ick or an ick so intensely I cannot even begin to describe. And I quote tweeted, and I said, I love the self-report, and screenshotted a psychological study.
Yes, the psychological study's name is the ick, and then : discuss sensitivity, narcissism, and perfectionism in mate choice thresholds. And the highlighted part in vomit green states, narcissism correlated with the likelihood, but not the frequency, of experiencing the ick, indicating that narcissistic people may selectively reject partners based on specific perceived flaws. And there's more that comes after that.
Yes, that is true. I highlighted that.
Why did you highlight
that? Because, well, that's the main finding of the study. That may or may not apply to that person.
So you didn't post that study with any intention of casting aspersions on that person's character, on what she was like?
I said I love the self-report, so yeah, I'm hinting at that. That might apply to you. Absolutely.
So do you think then was the point then of posting an article about narcissism in response to her making like a one-off comment about sweatpants was just maybe indicate that she might be a narcissist and that's why she made the comment?
Yes, that is a fair, as in how you conduct yourself and the words that you use is a reflection of you and your values and maybe who you are. Absolutely.
And as you know, I screenshotted this and I gave my response and my analysis of what I think is really going on here, which I don't think this has anything really to do. I mean, maybe it has something to do with narcissism, but I really think that like this whole back and forth is really just an example of class signaling. And that's basically like what I said, like in my response.
Now we should add another bit of context because I believe the person that I responded to, her name is Sarah, I believe she responded to your tweet as well. Is that true?
It is true, actually. She quote tweeted it, but then she deleted the quote tweet later. And she asked, like, what the fuck are you on about? And then I explained, and then she deleted it.
So she didn't even appreciate your tweet characterizing my tweet.
What did she respond to your tweet?
No. She said, I think, whatever, touch grass, or it's not that complicated, not that deep. Touch grass, something like to that effect.
Yeah. So I think that she was embarrassed because if you go through her Twitter, and you're free to go through it, basically like what I stated, like in my, and you can read like exactly what I said. I don't really feel like, regurgitating every word that I wrote, but basically that this to me seems like a woman who lives in New York City and she seems to feel like insecure about the fact that she has less money than her friends do. And she's trying to make it. She's trying, and you can see in her photograph, you can see in a lot of examples, like throughout her Twitter, in my opinion, seem to be an example of somebody that doesn't have a lot of money, that's trying to fit in with a class of people that have more money than she does. And so when she made the comment of sweatpants, like, or totally give me the ick, or whatever it was that she said, what she's trying to do is she's trying to say that she doesn't like it, like when men go out in public and they dress as though they're poor. She's making a classist comment. That's what she's doing. She is saying, and because sweatpants, this particular type of sweatpants that she seems to be talking about, appear to me to be working class coded. So we're not talking about, a guy in a tracksuit, running through the city, stopping up for coffee. We're talking about somebody that's going out to Walmart, out in the world with a Walmart pair of gray Hanes that are hanging on for dear life with the drawstrings that look like they're going to fall apart in like 2 to 3 years, that were, badly stitched and probably aren't well taken care of and weren't selected for anything other than the fact that they are disposable or comfortable to wear. that's effectively like what she's criticizing, like in that article. And the reason why she's criticizing it is because she herself, in my opinion, seems to be economically insecure, and she's trying to boost her the perception of her own status by doing this, which is a common thing for a lot of people to do. It's common for people that, like, when they feel insecure about their own status or about how much money they have, to pretend to be snobby about things like, oh, well, I only drink this type of coffee, or, oh, I only have this type of beer. Music is another example of like how people like try to inflate their status. They pretend to be really snobby about obscure pieces of music that no one's ever heard of or cares about. That's, to me, what I perceive her doing. And I've known people that have done that before. And generally, I think it's typically bad form to point it out. The good thing, I think that, like, if somebody seems like they're insecure about their status and they make a crass throwaway comment, that the best thing to do is to pretty much just ignore it and to leave it alone. And if you respond to it, and if you respond defensively to it, that to me indicates a type of insecurity on your own part, which is the assessment that I made of you, like, within my tweet.
Absolutely. So I'm curious, who do you think is making more judgments about the person? Me or you?
Oh, I think I definitely am making more judgments, but I think, unlike you, I think like I am making the judgment only because you instigated this. So I am like, the only reason I would ever make a comment like this is
based off of your perception. What judgment did I make? What judgment did I make?
Yeah, the judgment that you made is that you tried to indicate that you think that she. Oh, I think Doobie's talking, by the way. I don't want to talk over him. Are you talking, Doobie? We can't hear you.
He's muted.
His mouth is moving.
Yeah, he's probably talking to his supposedly hot wife, who I've never seen before, because he hasn't shown me a picture of her. But go ahead.
Okay. By the way, Doobie, congratulations on your son. That's really fun. Congratulations. I never got to say that to you, so that's really cool. But anyway, but look, I do not hide the fact that I'm being judgmental, but I am being judgmental of both of you to explain the real dynamics of what's happening here. And the dynamics of what's happening here is you are punching at a person who is trying to cover up their own insecurity because you yourself are insecure. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, and do you think you're accurate in your assessments of everything else in the tweet?
I mean, like, obviously, like, it's surmise. I would never be able to know for sure. And I also question, because I am personally insulting you, like, in this tweet, like, whether or not you would ever actually truly be honest about anything in this tweet.
Well, let's go down the rabbit hole. Let's go down the rabbit hole. So I
don't know if you want to do that.
I'm more than happy to do that. So I believe, so you judge me as insecure, and you judge me.
Gibbs, we can hear whatever you're doing.
You judge me as, I believe, of lower class.
No, that is not a fair assessment. That is not what I said.
So then what would be the fair assessment?
You, in my opinion, based off of the way that you are behaving here, are most likely middle class.
Okay.
That is my assessment.
And based off of your definition, what is middle class to you? And would you say, and like, out of curiosity, if you want to say, like, are you just basing off of my tweet alone, or like what you know about me generally? Because obviously we've interacted.
She just called you a brokey. Holy shit.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll get to that.
So I invoked a book, which is an interesting book about class. It's by Paul Fussell. It was published in 1983. It's very interesting. It's actually a really interesting read. I'd really recommend checking it out sometime. So what it talks about is like classism in the United States. And the thesis that he has is that classism is not simply about income, although it has something to do with income. It has to do with the values that you hold, what it is that you care about, what it is that you feel insecure about, who it is that you're desperately trying not to be. And if you read through the book, it talks about like habits regarding clothes, habits regarding housing choices, about college. It's very interesting because the book was published in 1983, and he talks about like the expansion of university and getting a university degree as the entrance to trying to be middle class. And basically his opinion that like the status that used to be associated with universities was gone, and it had left like approximately in the 1960s when a ton of universities began exploding around the country, which is like one of his parts. But basically like what he says is that the thing that separates you in terms of class is not really, it's too simplistic to say that it's about the money that you have in your bank or how much income that you have. It has to do with, you know, where did you go to school? You know, like how do you speak? You know, like what choices do you make? How do you make the decisions that you make with your purchases, like when you go out into the world? And what I am saying is that like the way that you behaved in this tweet and the overall affect of this conversation from you, quite frankly, denotes middle-class values. That is what I'm saying.
Could you be more like, so then if it's not tied to income, like what exactly is it tied to?
So it's one of the things, the one aspect of middle class that's denoted like within his book is he claims that a lot of it has to do with insecurity and striving and discipline. So middle class people typically like to show off the fact that they work hard, that they're disciplined, and that they have credentials, that they care about the rules, they care about following procedures. In your case, when I was just curious, because I looked at your Instagram, and you'll never guess like what it was I found when I went there. I found, this picture here, and I found a couple of other pictures of you in sweatpants here. And I have to say, I think that, I think that my assessment about the insecurity thing is true. I think it's absolutely true that you reacted to this girl's tweet because you dress this way, as these pictures denote here.
Wait. Well, read your tweet. Read your part of the tweet of the clothing. There's brands there. Are those Amazon brands?
No, you misunderstood. Okay, this is what I was saying to you earlier in the Corey. You are somebody who focuses and obsesses over the rules and not the logic behind why those rules exist. The purpose of me talking about Amazon, the purpose of me talking about Amazon brands is that you, in my opinion, if I were to look at the types of things that you wear, you probably get things that try to mimic upper middle class male rationalist aesthetics of people that go into STEM degrees. So you probably try to mimic an expensive nothingness in the way that you dress, the way that you talk to people about how and why you dress. You probably say, I don't think about what I wear. I just wear what's most comfortable or what's most logical or what makes the most sense. And so some of the things you think you buy, I mean, look here. Okay. Like this, like the brand name on, like, first of all, the presence of a brand name, right? This is like I'm sorry. Like, I realize how it sounds. Okay. But when you can say whatever you want, big logo on your thing and you're clearly demonstrating it at a public place. And not only that, but you're taking a picture of yourself to show off your effort, how hard you've worked for what you have. That is a middle class value. I'm sorry. Okay.
Pause. But you said this is a public place.
Yes. This is okay.
Wait. What indicates that is public place?
It's on your public page. You are posting this in public. Do you disagree that you're posting this in public? I found this. I didn't have to dox you to find this. It is attached to your public persona. You posted this on your public Instagram that is associated with your brand.
Hold on.
You posted this in public.
Let me
took a photograph of this in the gym.
Hold on.
You are trying to prove something. You are not somebody that tries to look effortlessly svelte. You want to show off how high you've striven in order to look good.
Wait.
You work hard for those abs. You work hard for those.
Okay. Actually, I let people in.
Physique is not something that comes easily. It comes through grit. It comes through discipline.
Hey. You gotta let other people in.
So,
listen.
Okay, no. Let me just say something.
I'm jumping. No, you're not saying nothing. I'm doing it now. Sorry, Corey. This is what's happening. There's a third thing that's happening right here. And this is maybe you didn't respond to this when I said this in the back room, but this is how men are slutty. Right, you've done the exact thing that most men want. You said he put his name brand shit in some shit that makes his junk look good, and then he posted the photo. And now, not only did you go look at it, you saved it to your
PC. Looked at it because you fell for it, hook, line, and sinker,
bro. That is what we do.
Listen, you want to know what looks good? I already told Prime what looks good. Okay,
yeah, but you're lying. You're lying because you don't
stop it. I'm not lying.
You yourself have told me.
Do you want me to be honest with what I think does look good? I'll show it to you right now. Okay.
about how you like greasers, right? And they're like old, the bad boys. You know what they wear? You know what they wear?
Jesus.
They wear sweatpants when they're working. You love this blue collar.
Okay.
I'm gonna grab you by the throat kind of man.
No.
Whoa, that's
They
what
don't
you like.
work.
No.
People aren't wearing sweatpants to work. They're not.
Okay, well,
working,
no,
kids.
no.
Oh, they're wearing sweatpants to work. You know
No.
what I mean?
Unless they're
let's
coders, maybe.
Yeah, no, they're wearing them to work.
Okay, yeah, let's dissect. So you obviously looked at my Instagram. How many pictures are there of me personally out of all the pictures that are there?
Most of them aren't pictures of you personally, but the
What-
ones
what are-
that
what are-
are
what- can
show
you get
you
in-
working.
How
They
would
show you
no. Summarize it. Summarize
yearning,
it. Summarize it.
improving,
All of
the
you go to my
grit.
Instagram.
It's
All
all
of you go to my
there.
Instagram. How many pictures? Summarize my Instagram. What is the overall message of my Instagram to you?
The overall message of the Instagram that I see is you working very, very hard. Okay, that is the overall vibe of this.
And how are you coming to that conclusion? What?
I am coming to that conclusion because it shows you working, first of all. The other pictures that are not of you working out are there are pictures here of your work. So you have pictures of studies that are posted here. You have pictures of you at work here that, like, for instance, like this picture of like you in the lab or of you doing things. That's an attempt to me that tries to signal status of like what it is that you do.
Picture of me
working
in the lab
diligently.
personally.
There's a picture of pictures in the lab that you must have taken because it is taken with your iPhone. I mean,
I don't have an iPhone.
Okay, fine. Like with you. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is
No.
You're,
Oh well,
okay. I don't have an iPhone.
This is moronic. This is moronic. Okay.
They weren't.
This is moronic. I agree. Okay,
No.
very moronic.
There's a picture of a lab bench. Okay, what is the caption there? What message am I trying to convey in that picture?
The message. Okay, look. Let me tell you what I see here in this lab picture. Okay,
I
see a picture.
What is
giant picture of pre-workout. Okay, I see a
Whoa,
giant
what's the caption? She can't engage. What is the caption?
Well,
what message am I trying to convey in the post?
Show off that he's got stamina. That's the message. You're welcome.
Yes, exactly. Okay?
That's true. I do have stamina. Can you read? Can you read?
Oh
what is the caption? What message am I conveying?
Corey, this is what we're talking about. You know, I used to think that maybe like the reason we get into these pedantic disagreements is just that.
Well, I'm asking a simple question.
You have like the worst case of internet
it's called
Asperger's
flirting.
I've
That's
ever
why
seen.
But
the thing is, we all have Asperger's. Otherwise, we wouldn't all be here.
Do you have Instagram?
And I really think
check it
that
yourself.
this is just you henpecking at specific.
Answer the question. Can you answer a simple question? What message am I trying to convey in that post? Do you want to have a good faith discussion or not? So what message am I trying to convey in that post? What's the caption?
Dude, okay. We are not going to be able to have a discussion about this as long as you henpeck and you don't engage with the meat of what I'm saying.
I'm literally, you brought up my Instagram. I'm engaging with what you brought up.
What am I talking about your Instagram? It doesn't matter, okay? Who cares? You have a
exactly, because
lotion
you know that it makes you look
and
bad.
academia
You know
is
that
becoming
you
too
can't back up
feminized.
anything that you
What's
say.
the point of you saying it's too feminized? It's with a giant bottle of pre-workout sitting there.
Whoa,
dude.
Okay, whoa,
like,
are you?
What do you think the point of that is? You think Ida can't see what the point of that is?
Obviously, I don't expect you to understand what goes on in the lab. Like, what do you think that is there for? What do you think? What do you think that is there for?
I wouldn't expect a woman to know what's going on in the lab either.
Yeah. What do you think that is there for?
What do I think that is there for? I think you are trying to make an ironic.
No. That is there all the time. From the moment I joined the lab, I brought that in. What do you think that's?
Did you also bring the pre-workout in, and did you put it on your desk for everyone to see? I'm not surprised by that.
What do you think that is? What do you think that is there for?
That absolutely tracks.
Okay. What do you think that is there for?
I think that is there to show off the fact that you work very, very hard, that you like to go to the gym, that you take your health seriously, that you are disciplined about working out.
It has a utilitarian. It has a utilitarian purpose in the lab. What do you think it is?
Okay, hold on. Corey, rather than going back and forth with this, why don't you just tell her what it is so we can move on to the next point? Because this is not the heart of the disagreement, right?
Well, anybody that works in a lab, and you can see in the post there, if you know what a micropipette is, micropipettes have tips, little plastic tips that are disposable. Okay. And you want something to dispose into. Yes. And that's all that it's there for. And that's not even it's not even highlighted really in the post. That's not the message in the post. She doesn't want to read the caption because she knows it doesn't bolster her argument. Okay.
No, I just read it through 2 or 3 times. You were all my witnesses. Did I not say
And
the
and what
caption 2 or 3 times?
and what do you think I'm highlighting in what is
I
on the
think
bench?
that you. I
What
think that
is what is on the
Okay,
bench
I'm
to
not
the
going to
left?
let you talk over me. Okay, I
Okay,
think
go
that you
for
are
it.
making an ironic joke. That's what I think you're doing. Okay,
And
I think
okay,
you are
can you summarize?
deliberately
Can you
trying to be ironic.
summarize what the joke is? What is the joke to you?
The joke is that people say that academia is becoming too feminized, and there is your giant 30-ounce of pre-workout sitting next to a lotion bottle. Okay, that is what I think the joke is.
Okay, do you think I'm highlighting the pre-workout or the moisturizer?
Also, why are we focusing on this? This is ridiculous. You have how many pictures of yourself? You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and all of them are you in workout clothes. All of them are you like showing some kind of effort in doing things. Everything else, there is one picture
and
here of the Impossible Chicken Nuggets.
total posts
There is
are
one.
there?
There is one picture here of you. I mean, I'm sorry, I hate to say it, but literally showing your ass in sweatpants, okay, to the mirror, okay, as you're doing a handstand.
Yeah.
I mean, like
yet another picture that FQ has taken note of. I'm just putting that out there.
So how many posts
I'm
are
saying
there?
I've seen a trend, a little bit of a trend here.
How many
on,
posts
just
are there in total? As in, are you saying the majority of my posts are of me personally?
I'm saying that the overall aesthetic of like your account and of the way that you engage with these types of things is, one, you over engage with the rules and not the logic of what is being discussed. You over engage and nitpick and deliberately hammer on points because you are
logic is all about nitpicking. Like, what are some other non-me posts?
Okay, the other non-me post, okay, is of this picture of you at the supermarket where you are showing us a picture of you getting Impossible Chicken Nuggets. That is, again, to me, a sign of you showing off your diet, okay? You are showing off the fact that you are a vegan. You are not just, it's not just simply that you are a vegan, it's that you are taking a photograph of it and you are displaying it. You are trying to get validation from other people. That's the whole point of taking a picture of yourself and posting it online. It is for other people to look at. That's why you post things. Doesn't matter. You still posted it, okay? And it's attached to your brand name. That's the point, okay?
Well, what is the post next to it?
What is the post next to it? I mean, the post next to it, again, is our food production is not only unethical, but wildly inefficient. This is a screenshot of a tweet, okay, from an Angie Karan. I mean, to me, like, most of this is just signaling, okay? You are signaling, like, your values, okay? You are signaling
that I would disagree with. Well, everyone's doing that at all times. Well, that's a meaningless statement.
They are, but the point is, okay, you can tell something about a person by what values they are, like, signaling. And in this
case, they notice as well. I'm just saying. We can tell
and in this case, like, what I am claiming based off of your overall, the way that you engaged with her, the reason why you engaged with her, by the way, very weird that you did that, by the way. That is clearly a shitpost throwaway comment, and you made a giant deal out of it by calling her a narcissist. It's very strange.
I made a giant deal by. Well, I did not call her a narcissist, to be clear.
That is such bullshit. You did call her. You just posted an article indicating that people who have no problem. I have no problem. I have no problem. I have no problem.
I have no problem saying.
You are being dishonest, sir. Okay,
you can have a conversation.
You did call her a narcissist.
You can have a conversation. I have no problem. I have no problem saying that I heavily implied or alluded to that she might be a narcissist, and I posted the study to that, but I did not call her a narcissist.
My dude, you are literally posing in a Superman t-shirt here. Like,
I am, yes. Like, there's one posting of that.
Yes, okay. And like, why? Okay, the point that I'm trying to make here with this post, okay, is that what part of like what it is to be middle class is to value discipline, to value working hard. You show off progress pictures. You show off that you are hardworking. You show off that you are credentialed, that you show up on time. That
where do I show that I'm credentialed?
Didn't you used to say, like, isn't it in your bio that you at least used to like be pursuing a doctorate like in biochemistry? Isn't there a picture of you in a lab coat? Like, isn't that in like the heading of your Twitter bio? Is that not there? Am I wrong for thinking that that's not there? I'm pretty sure that it is. Yes. Why wear a lab coat? To
labeling myself as a biochemist, yes, but I'm not.
Okay, guys, we've been back and forth on this Instagram profile, and it's like not the heart of the disagreement.
I would agree with you, but she brought it up. I didn't.
Yeah, she did, and we've tried to get to the bottom of that, but that's a dead end.
I
if
agree.
you guys want to continue talking about this, please, like, just get to it. I want to hear more about this Instagram.
Okay, so according from what I heard from FQ is that the discipline is a middle class value. So
Correct. Yes, it is.
okay, and what are some upper class values?
Well, I mean, that actually, so if you're going by the book, it depends on which stratum you're talking about. So if you're talking about people that are incredibly rich, so this is called the top upper out of sights.
Wait, it's not. Wait, middle class is, well, according from what I heard, class is not associated with income or like money.
I said it's not merely about income. Like it's like
okay.
It's like necessary to an extent, but not sufficient. Okay. You can have two people of like similar income levels, but that doesn't necessarily, according to Fussell, that is, okay, that doesn't necessarily mean that they come from the same class background, right? So you could have a used car salesman, for instance, that like makes $100,000 a year, but he would still, depending on like what his background is, he might be considered to be of a lower class than, say, a professor who makes $100,000 a year, right? Because it's not just about the money. It is about how you present yourself, the type of work that you do, and the values that you hold. It's not simply about money, okay? And that becomes more and more and more apparent the further up you go, which is something that he talks about also like in the book. So again, it depends like on like which stratum you're talking about. But if you are talking about people that are the true 1%ers, okay, these are people that don't value effort at all. And according to him, they, at least in 1983 anyway, they were surprisingly not intellectual people. These are people who never have to work. These are people who you will almost never see and almost never hear of. They try to live in complete anonymity. It should be assumed, like the minute that you walk into their house or the minute that you meet them, that everything is a fine value and that everything is good. So paradoxically, what this means is that if you go into their house, they actually are insulted, like if you compliment the food or if you compliment the decor, if you compliment like their behavior. Why? Because it's already assumed that everything that's being served to you is excellent. So if you compliment it, that means that when you walked into the room, you already assumed that it might possibly be bad. So you're unintentionally revealing the fact that you think that like the people that you're going to are not necessarily as great as they could be. They also don't go to college. They are not as obsessed with intellectualism. They are not as obsessed with reading. They are not as heavily involved in debate and surprisingly not as involved in politics as you might think. Why? Because they don't need to be in order to live comfortably. Okay. They don't have that same drive. That's like what, and according to him, this happened really after the 1930s and the Great Depression. Before that, you had many families like the Vanderbilts who really cared about showing off and being super flashy with their wealth. It's where the Biltmore Mansion comes from in North Carolina, if you ever visit it. It's the largest mansion in the United States. It exists because it used to be the case prior to about the Great Depression that the truly rich loved to show off. But after the Great Depression, the upper class hid, okay? And so you'll almost never see them. You'll almost never hear of them. They value complete and utter anonymity and nobody knowing absolutely anything about them. So those are the values. And pursuant to that, it means that they don't wear anything flashy. They deliberately try to wear muted colors. This is like generally like what the upper class. Then after the top upper out of sights, like you have like upper class, these tend to be people who have inherited their money, but they incidentally like happen to like have some sort of like a position of class status. So they work in think tanks, they work in banks. This is not
sure. Sorry, I don't want to do like a whole thing on this. Like
I just asked. I asked like some example. Sure. Like she can't engage. Yeah. She has no.
Have you come? Where are the people?
So far, I've asked one question. I'm trying to ask a couple.
Wait, Corey, is that you in these?
Yes, that's me.
You're pretty.
Okay, so far, if we could just try to zero in a little bit of like.
Thank you, Ollie, for proving me right again.
Discipline. Okay, discipline is a middle class value. I haven't heard anything aside from anonymity is an upper class value. Can you like?
Yes, valuing things of actual. So valuing anonymity, valuing the timelessness and durability of the cloth or the clothing. So if you are somebody that is upper class or upper middle class, it's not so much that you buy things from a specific brand name. But when you choose to buy something, it should be something that lasts a very long time. It should be something of durable like cloth, and it should be something that lasts ideally long enough that like, so if it's like a coat or if it's like a hat, something like that, something that you could potentially pass down. It should not be something that falls apart within a couple of years. And part of the way that he explains this is the reason like why anything that was once alive is typically considered to be a higher quality material. Anything that's synthetic is considered to be a lower quality material.
She's doing it again, by the way.
How am I doing anything? I'm just, you asked me a question, I'm giving you the answer. This is another example. So anything alive. So cotton, leather, pearl. This is also the reason why lab diamonds are considered to be less classy than like blood diamonds. Okay, it's because they're considered because it's grown in a lab as opposed to being mined from the earth. Okay, I don't think it's
people
that's
put
why,
value on the pain. You know, like that's when like you get that like dish like the
so
like,
far heard
the little
three value.
You put your little veil over your face. You like derive pleasure from the pain.
Terrorizing the calf, right? Having that into the bloodstream, right? Makes the meat sweeter.
This is a real thing, though. Exactly. Like I know she's over there scoffing, but no, that's part of the reason blood diamonds have so much like value is because of the pain. That's why rubies, if you get them like rubies, oh god, they moved it. If you get the rubies that are pre like the embargoes, those are worth way more, and those are all like come from genocide. So like, yeah, I
don't think it's the genocide that makes them.
It doesn't hurt.
It gives them a certain aura, a certain smell.
Yeah,
I need the genocide rubies. That's what I'm looking for.
It smells like massacred African children. All right. Anyway, let's go to
or South Americans. Either one.
Like guys, right?
I'm not picky.
I want to get to the heart of this. I want to push you guys to the heart of this because this class distinction isn't the heart of this. It's not, right? So I want to move. You guys can have this conversation some other time. You guys go to a long dissertation about like different class strata, right? Instead, let's like focus in on the heart of this tweet. Then after that, we can move on for our goddamn lives. All right. So there was a tweet. Right, by this other woman, third party, not here for the audience members. Okay, all right, for the ones who are still here after all this. Holy shit. So the tweet was like by a woman who says like a man who wears sweatpants give me the ick. Like I don't understand. Like I don't know. Like a deep ick or something like that. Right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, our friend Corey, he responds, he says, like, I love the self-report. So he quote tweets her, he says, I love the self-report. And he attaches a link to a study that says that, like called the ick, narcissism, something, right? Like basically saying that people who have the ick, right, like are generally like are correlated to be like narcissists or have other personality defects like that. And then FQ saw that, and then she responded with one of her essays, a long treatise on Corey on the fact that he would send such a response, right? And why she thinks he sent the response, and like what that says about him, and about like how men treat women, like the original poster, this woman named Sarah, right? Like this response is indicative to her of some sort of behavior that often happens with men in this, right? So okay, so now that we've caught up the audience again, all right, it seems like the heart of this would instead be like why is Corey responding to this tweet? Does this tweet have any merit? The original tweet, the open the ick sweatpants thing, right? Is that worthy of response, right? Is that was it unreasonable to send that tweet back to her, right? Like because FQ says otherwise, right? That this was somehow an offense, right? Corey doesn't think so. So let's try to focus on that part.
Well, I do want to. I kind of memed a bit when I was talking about like the sexual preference thing, right? I think this is what that chick was talking about. I don't know about Corey's study. I didn't really dive too deep into the psychology because I thought it was pretty simple. I think the chick responding saying it's not that deep was right because it's basically her sexual preference isn't the slutty behavior of men. And I got to be honest, wearing sweatpants, specifically gray ones, is about the sluttiest thing you can do as a man. And the image it is might be the FQ's point is because it's that middle class. I got some grease on my hands. It's come from hard work. I'm gonna be comfortable. I'm gonna fuck my bitch. That's like what they wear, and it also shows off the lumps. Like that's where it comes from. And so this girl doesn't like
the gray sweatpants thing was kind of big on Instagram Instagram for a
Yeah.
while. Like it shows
it
the
still
bulge, right? Like
Well,
don't
but
wear
that's why it's gross.
men with small dicks shouldn't
Oh,
wear
exactly. So that's the
sweatpants, so
thing.
on
It's
and
the
so
sexual
forth.
preference.
There's a whole thing to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's also gross, right? Like, I mean, like,
So as far as
sure,
wearing a
right?
miniskirt
Gross.
with your ass
Well,
out,
no,
right?
wait, FQ,
Yeah,
no.
right? Same
No,
thing.
If somebody is going out, don't
no, wait,
You
FQ,
cannot tell me that.
We've-
You're
we-
telling
we've-
me that if you went to Starbucks, you saw some guy in gray sweatpants with a major bowl just swinging around, getting a peppermint mocha, that you wouldn't think that that's gross?
Okay,
Me?
but it's the
Listen,
same
hold
thing
on,
as
wait,
if
we're
someone
talking
walks
about
up with
people's
like a
Oh
mouth
yeah,
to their
preferences
ass
here,
out.
I'll take one bowl to Starbucks.
You've
Extra
personally been
shot of
on like a
espresso.
vendetta against like the big bulky dudes, right? And saying that like the females prefer the female preference is like this Elvis type pretty boy twink style, like that you're kind of referencing that as like the main preference when it's your
Dude,
preference,
this-
right? There
no,
are definitely
this is
women
not-
who prefer
this is
seeing
not
the
about
guy in the
muscles.
gray
This is about
sweatpants.
showing your
If you're
dick, your
if
penis
you're
in
around
public.
gym
That's what
if
this
you're
is
around gym
about,
culture
okay?
at all, the women in gym culture particularly,
That's why
right?
I do it.
Or the women that are kind of like in the like nightclub culture
No.
type style.
That's a,
Yes,
right, there you
the
go.
gray
See?
sweatpants
Okay,
thing was
well, there you
100%
go.
a big move. So
Okay, well-
it just depends on what like you prefer and what like lifestyle you participate
So
in.
what do you think's
Well,
more
I
likely?
mean, that's
This girl had
exactly the
all
point of this
psych class
conversation, now,
welfare
isn't it,
stuff
right?
going on
Like,
for
I mean-
warfare?
Really
Or she
tight
was just
jeans
like-
accomplish the same goal, by the way.
Well,
Just-
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but like skinny jeans are
There
out,
we
brother.
go.
You got to wear baggy jeans
Nah,
now. So
nah,
it's
they
like
can
skinny
be-
jeans are out.
It's all about
If
No.
you're
being in the
European,
right
you
place.
can't be wearing
okay?
skinny
can't do
jeans
American
nowadays,
skinny
bro.
jeans. That's the rule now.
Okay, FQ, if you want to respond to any of that.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so I won't deny, like, yeah, I've made some takes about Elvis and about Jacob Elordi, okay, sure. But what I'm talking about has nothing to do, okay, with
It has everything to
muscles,
do.
okay? It has to do with, okay, your love muscle, okay? And the ethics, the politeness of showing your love muscle in a public place outside, okay? Okay.
Well, it's the
I
same
would
thing for the
say-
girls who
I'm
share
just-
their love muscles. Them titties be out, and sorry, those are the
but
type of girls that are going to
but this
appreciate
is-
his love muscle.
Okay,
be
nothing.
out.
but going back
Say,
to like
Don't you
what the
shame
big,
that, Ollie.
okay,
Who's
but going
shaming that?
back,
I'm all for it. I'm just saying.
okay, but going back to like what this conversation is about, right? Like I
Which is that?
said,
That's what it's about.
we're talking about classism, right? Okay. So, like, when we are thinking about like the types of people, okay, I hate to even say it like this, okay? But
And you
if
say
you,
you're saying there's no rich sluts? I know lots of rich sluts.
I'm saying that
Like,
if you
so
are
what are you
outside
saying
and if you are outside in public and if you are dressing in a deliberately provocative manner that shows off your
Hold on,
genitals
so
in a
Paris
very
Hilton doesn't
revealing
exist.
way, my automatic assumption is that even if you have money, that most likely you come from a working class background. That is my immediate assumption. Like when I see
in the
that
top
outside.
1%? Are the
Because
Hiltons in the top 1%? Yes or no? Are the Hiltons in the top?
She can't
1%?
engage.
Well, yeah,
No,
because
no.
what happens is you're totally wrong. Because being slutty is one of the biggest signs that you've reached the ultimate top 1%. Because
No.
rules don't matter to you anymore.
Yeah,
Sex
yeah.
is anything you can want.
No,
If I want to fuck my
what did
brother,
we start
that's
this
weird.
conversation?
But I'm so rich, it doesn't
No.
matter. If I want to go fuck anything,
Okay.
my productivity, guess what? I can do that. Because guess what? In the ultra
That's a good
At a
Does.
certain point, you can even sell it, i.e., the Kardashians or the
You're
Hiltons.
totally wrong. Yeah, the Kardashians, the Hiltons. You can even talk about
Yeah,
all the
and guess
What's
what?
what's
Hold on,
trashy?
look,
What's
even
trashy
further,
if you're
when
poor,
we-
but classy
when we
if
have the
you're rich is like
conspiracies,
kind of
have you
being a
seen
slut.
Eyes Wide Shut? Eyes Wide Shut is literally
No.
but based off people seeing what
Okay,
they think the
this
ultra
is
rich is like.
Cla-
So you're just
okay,
wrong.
No,
like, at every
no.
level
Okay,
it
this is a misunderstanding. Okay,
You're
this goes
just
back to
wrong.
okay. Has anybody ever heard of like Rob Henderson's like luxury beliefs?
50 Shades of
relates-
Grey. I guess that guy was
This
poor.
relates back to the sluttiness point. Okay, the one of
Rob
his main
Henderson.
Rob Henderson.
He's a psychologist.
He's great. By
He's
the
an
way.
agent.
See, FQ would say if 50
that's
Shades of
why.
Grey was in a trailer park, it was a Criminal Minds episode. But since he was rich, it's acceptable and it's not slutty.
No. Okay, like okay, here is like what Rob
Wait, so is
Henderson
Christian Grey
said.
rich or not?
Which I'm not. I can only answer.
How about
two more-
Dracula? How about like Dracula, these kings?
Um,
Dracula was clearly
Dracula-
gay.
Well,
He doesn't
maybe, but he's also rich as fuck. What does he do? He has 3 wives, and he also
Yeah,
fucks
no,
dudes.
no,
Guess what?
no,
Because
no.
he's so
Oh,
rich,
okay.
he's epitome. He's the evil side.
Actually,
the
kind of a good point.
Ultra strata.
No,
I'm just saying,
okay.
so he's
Okay,
talking like
okay.
Think about all the Saudi princes who pay the
Okay.
hookers to shit
Saudi
on their
princes?
chests, right?
That's exactly right. Are you getting-
Okay,
look,
look,
how about
this-
Shakespeare? Want to do Shakespeare next?
Think
Want to do
about all
Hamlet?
the chest shitting, please.
Every
everyone.
Greek
Take
hero.
some time to think about that.
Think about every
Every
Greek hero.
Okay,
Yeah,
let's
and they're all in the top 1%.
very
aren't they?
homosexual also. But anyway,
Yeah.
let's
Exactly, because they don't
They're
care.
rich.
They can fuck both.
No,
Okay.
Am I able to just get a word out edgewise? Okay, luxury beliefs is the idea that because Because status symbols that you could buy and purchase with your money have become more accessible as wages have increased, the way that you signal your status today is through the belief system that you claim to espouse. And the reason why it's called a luxury belief, according to Henderson, is that it's a type of belief system that if you can only, for the most part, although there are exceptions, it's mostly usually only successful if you have enough money to suffer the consequences of when it goes wrong. So polyamory is an example of this. That's an example of a luxury belief. If you are somebody who is wealthy, if you are somebody that has a lot of money, you know, potentially it might be the case that you're able to have more relationships. You're able to talk about having an open relationship. But when you have less money, if you do engage in polyamorous relationships and if you have open relationships, it seems as though that's associated with more negative outcomes. So that's an example of something that he refers to as a luxury belief. So that kind of explains at least somewhat what you were saying, Ali.
It's not at poly FQ.
And also,
polyamory is actually the opposite. It would be for the poor because you get 5 or 6 people together and they spend the money at the same house and whatever. The rich would just be like, "Hey, we're fucking because we're free with our fluidity of our sex. We don't care. It's boring. We're so rich, nothing is interesting to us." You have it wrong. It's very opposite of what you're saying here. It's not the poly. They're not even doing poly at that level. They're just doing eyes wide shut. That's the difference.
Rich people fucking private, right? The wife knows that she's getting cheated on. She just doesn't care because she's accepting of the lifestyle.
Did you hear about Trump?
She's probably cheating too.
It's not. Oh, what's
Trump and Bill?
Trump.
Bubba,
yeah.
That wouldn't have happened if they weren't rich.
So okay, all right.
Who knew the pipeline to drain the swamp went all the way back to Arkansas?
Crazy.
So look, okay. Rather than so this is a different argument about this. This whole keeps running back to class, and I want to move past this because my patience for this has run thin, extremely thin. So I'll just give my take, right? And then you can give your take, and then we can move on with our lives. The woman who made the original tweet saying sweatpants give her the ick. Well, she made a comment on a public platform. It was fair for people to respond. I don't think it's some sort of offense to respond to her, right? Corey didn't respond in any rude manner. He
that's not true. Are you kidding me?
He sent her.
We called her a narcissist.
I heavily implied
her, which is fine. I'm cool with that. You could have said worse things.
People, he didn't say anything cruel, no, but he sent her literally data, right, to back up his claims.
Couldn't even defend that she wasn't a narcissist.
And then she says, this woman, she later on says that it wasn't that deep, because what she's doing now, she's just throwing out these insults into the ether, right? And then when someone responds back, it's just a joke, right? Don't take what I say seriously, even though what I mean is seriously. It's serious. She this.
If it reflects poorly on me, well, that can't.
Everyone's trying to get dunks on Twitter. That's the point.
Yeah, if it reflects poorly on her, then it's not. Then it wasn't actually a big deal, right? And in fact, you're in the wrong for even responding to me. That's nonsense, right? This is a public platform. People are going to respond to you, especially if you put out a rage bait like that. That's what she did, right? And now I'm not going to defend necessarily everyone who responded to her, right? I'm sure people said wild things because that's Twitter, But Corey did not do that. Also, this idea of attacking these people for the way they dress, that's classist behavior. It's disgusting, extremely disgusting. Fuck her, right? I would have responded in a less polite manner, but I'm not on Twitter, and I don't give a fuck what happens there, so it's not a big deal to me. But this sort of behavior, you see this all the time, right? This is classic mean girl behavior. That's what she's doing. Right? Imagine if she had done that to a woman, right? Talked about how a woman dress and that's disgusting, right? Where do you hear that? You hear that shit in high school. That's exactly how they behave, right? This sweater or whatever the fuck this other girl's wearing, that's disgusting. I don't like it. It's not fashionable, whatever, right? This is what's regularly done. And then in response, I didn't actually mean it. Of course not. Why are you taking it so seriously? Let's not hide what this individual was doing, right? And then I think attacking Corey, or responding to Corey in that way, of course you have the to FQ, you have all the reasons to feel the way you feel, but like you are defending classist behavior. That's what was happening there. You out and out defended that classist
in defense
behavior.
of the bourgeoisie.
Am I allowed just to respond? Okay, so a couple of things. Okay, so I have known women and even myself and other people. Okay. And the women who will make comments like this, it's very common, like in friends, like when you're over coffee, okay, people make judgy comments like this. It happens, okay?
Yeah,
it's
bitchy comments. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, people make bitchy comments to each other, like in friend circles. You guys make crass comments to each other all the time. This is your friend circle, okay? Exactly, right? Well, women make bitchy comments to each other in their friend circles over coffee or when they're going out to a bar.
And this was in a public square.
Yeah, and in a coffee place or in a bar, that would also be a public square, right? But normally, you just you ignore it. You don't say anything about it because most of the time, okay? Yeah, you do. You want to know why? Because most of the time, the types of women who make statements like these, they have nails that they can't afford. They show off a bag that they think is like really expensive when really it's like a knockoff thing from TJ Maxx. They act fancier. They pretend to be more sophisticated.
Makes no difference if they're working class. If someone makes
wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay, like when somebody is saying something like this, normally, and I think this is true with this particular person. This is a person, okay, who is saying this as an act of insecurity because they feel bad. And the proper response to this, like when you see somebody making a comment like this, and you're right, it could be for a man or it could be for a woman. In either case, okay, you really just shouldn't say anything. You should not try to make the person feel bad because when people are trying to do things like that, when they are trying to, I don't know, when they're trying to show off like their $20 Gucci bag,
feel bad. They try to make someone else feel bad.
Because it's immature behavior from them, and you, if as noticing that,
so they get away with the bad behavior, and they don't.
It's not that. It's not get away. It's
behavior. FQ.
It's not that. It's mentorship. Okay, so you see that somebody is feeling bad. You see that somebody like clearly like feels insecure. So what you do is you try to build that person's confidence. You try to make that person feel better. You try to give them something so that they don't behave that way, unless it's something truly like across the line, like if somebody's screaming a slur word or if somebody's doing something that's truly horrific or offensive. But if somebody's just making a crass comment about what it looks like to wear sweatpants in public, I think it's weird for somebody to be offended and to freak out about something like that.
It's weird for someone to be offended by an insult.
You're on Twitter. She wanted to dunk on a bunch of guys who wear gray sweatpants on Twitter. She was calling guys gross. And so the proper response is other people are going to also try to dunk on her. Corey just happened to dunk on her with science.
Well, I mean, first of all,
that was just like the only.
Here's the truth. Okay, you want the truth? This is the truth. Okay, Ali. Okay, here's the thing. Okay.
Yeah.
It may have been impolite for her to say that, and it may have been crass, and it may have been a bad idea. But here's the deal, okay? That's what a lot of women think, okay? That is what women think when men. Yeah,
but Corey's had like about a year and a half of arguing with me on this, where the guy really does not judge people on what they wear. He does kind of think it's stupid that like there's professional dress wear and so on and so forth. And then on top of that, the guy looks fucking hot in his sweatpants and his tight shirts. So like, yeah, what do you want him to do? The jab was at him. Right, she threw it out, and she threw bullets out. He caught the bullet, and then he responded with a better bullet. That was.
I'm not Big Brother. I'm not saying that it's not within your purview of freedom of speech to say anything. I am just simply making an assessment about people who choose.
Yeah, the assessment is wrong, is what I'm saying. The assessment.
No, it's perfectly true. If you think Yeah, I'm telling you what it is, okay? If you truly felt secure about yourself, if you truly didn't care, okay, if you truly felt fine about how you present yourself in public, you would. Well, that is actually true. You wouldn't be on Twitter, but also you wouldn't be responding to some. But also you wouldn't be responding to some random girl about what she in Brooklyn about what she thought about sweatpants.
What?
You'd ignore
That's the whole point of Twitter. He thought it was going to go crazy.
If you're insecure, I'm just being honest with you. Okay, it looks like insecurity. You just ignore it.
No,
I'm
gonna give that tweet a like right now.
I'm
just said to Corey, that when he puts a picture right on Instagram, it's for other people's validation because that's what you do on Instagram. That's the whole point posting online, right?
It is
You post a
validation.
message on Twitter, it's for people to read and people to react, to feel something about, right? And then she got a reaction that she pretended like, oh, I didn't actually mean it, right? You're actually the silly ones to actually care about whatever I think I said. I agree. This woman is pointless,
Honey,
right?
like when a person puts a dumb,
However,
like if someone puts something dumb online,
literally,
you are not on a crusade. Are you on a crusade?
Literally, the platform is designed
I'm
for
not against your freedom of speech, dude. You can respond to whatever you want, okay? And you can do whatever you want.
Your response,
and you're gonna judge them for doing what they want.
That like
yes, I am. I judge people for doing what they want all the time, and so should you.
He's the problem.
What do you mean you don't judge people for doing what they want?
You're saying, honey, why doesn't this rule apply to you? Why doesn't it apply to
True.
you, right? Like,
what about her tweet in her manifesto?
You're saying like, why spend your time attacking this woman? She just puts out a tweet, right? And like, why even be the type of person?
Well, I think that I just told you
back to Corey. Right, so like, why did that not apply to you?
Whose tweet took more time? Anyone want to place any bets?
I think I've already given you my answer. The reason you're absolutely right. It does come from a source of like, for me, like feeling a little bit insecure, but I am feeling insecure on behalf of other people who I've met in my life who are girls that are like Sarah. Okay, I've met other people that are like Sarah before.
So you're the channeling of, but you're not insecure yourself as you hide behind an avatar.
Listen, we all have problems. That's why we're all here, okay? Yeah. Would any of us be here if we were all perfect, okay? Maybe if we were, we wouldn't all be here sitting on this stream tonight talking to each other, okay? I'm not a perfect person. I never claimed to be, okay?
Actually, I think I'm so perfect that other people are wrong, and that's kind of why I show up every Monday. I'm like, hey, this is why you're wrong and why I'm right.
But here's the thing. Prime, Corey, here's the thing, okay? This is tu quoque, okay? You could be a hypocrite and still be right, okay? I can be insecure and I can still be right about you being insecure. In fact, it takes one to know one, right? Wouldn't you say?
You're not far off. We can dissect that later. But like, go ahead, Brian.
No. Go ahead. Quick response, Corey.
Well, no, because this is going to circle back to the class thing and like her middle class values aspect, which is like very strange, or rather pretty arbitrary, or just like so far I've heard like
it's not arbitrary. It comes from a book. I have a source.
Wait. So if it comes from a novel, it's not arbitrary. Or it's not like
this is not a novel. Do you think the book is a novel?
Wait. Do you think
Paul Fussel's economics class about a book from 1983? Potentially, is that a novel?
If it's just, I haven't read the book. If it's just an opinion based or like a blog, yes, I would say it's largely.
It's not opinion based, nor is it a blog. Okay, it is based off of research. Yes. Okay.
Well, what research would you invoke then? That discipline is a middle class value, or that anonymity is an upper class value?
I'm invoking the book by the economist Paul Fussell. That is what I'm invoking as my source. Okay. You can argue whether or not.
Okay, so an appeal to authority, and assuming maybe some sort of true authority.
I mean, I'm telling you like why I think that, and I will tell you that is the source that I am using. Yes, just like you appeal to authority yourself to try to call her a narcissist on her Twitter page for saying that wearing sweatpants I said false versus true authority. Weird, okay,
you aware of the distinction?
Gibbs, sorry. Oh, it's been an hour on this, and I'm like running out of patience for it. Gibbs and then Gibbs.
Yeah, I mean, mine's real simple. I find big titty goth women and Latinas with big asses that dress provocatively to give me the ick. So if anyone of them want to come argue with me on Instagram or Twitter and send me photos of things that give me the ick, feel free to do so, because I will be disgusted
as revenge
every time. I'm just saying, I'm just as revenge. Just
big titty goth Latinos don't even exist, Gibbs.
They
just don't exist.
That possibility
prove us wrong.
This is really astounding, but now we know.
Let's go to Gibbs.
So two things. So first off, that woman's right. Gray sweatpants, any sweatpants, disgusting in public. Unless you're like, if you're wearing them, I assume that you're either sick or like poor, like one of those two things. To be honest with you, it just is what it is, right? So if you're not one of those two things, then you should not be wearing those in public. It's just embarrassing. But I think this would apply to unattractive women who wear like also sweatpants, but those like what are they called? Like jogging pants, whatever the fuck,
Yoga
yoga
pants?
pants.
Joggers.
Yep, yoga
with like
pants, yeah.
pink
Yeah,
across
if you're
the butt.
unattractive and you wear that, you're fucking disgusting. You should be laughed out of any store you go into. If you have a camel toe and you're ugly,
Yep.
you're fucking disgusting. I'm sorry. But with women, it's more about how attractive you are. Right? If you're attractive, you can get away with that stuff, and you seem high class. If you're not, you're low class. This like facile thing. Like I've never heard of this before, right? But the way that you're explaining it, it's like it sounds like an astrology chart for like brunch habits, where
True.
like your sign is
Arbitrary.
determined, like your sign is
True.
determined by like how expensive the cheese you pretend to like is. Like it's really fucking weird. Like it just
True.
doesn't seem like. I feel like this wouldn't map onto reality at all if we just gave it a little bit of
True.
thought.
All true.
So yeah, I don't know, but yeah, that woman's right. I don't know why you're upset. You're mad at Cora for calling her out.
First of all, I think I would agree with you actually that in this case that I think there are things that like women wear out in public that I also think are gross and weird. I agree with you about the yoga pants. I think that's weird to wear out in public, and the camel toe. Anything, okay, that like shows like a clear indentation of your genitals out in public. I think that's gross and I think it's weird. And you know, honestly, like if I knew somebody interpersonally that like, I don't know, like we've all seen, I hate to be mean about it, but like I know kids that go to Walmart, they're in their pajamas, you know, they have giant fluffy slippers, like when they're walking around out in public, like it's not appropriate like to dress like that. And it's a free country. You can wear pajamas to go to Walmart. You can wear slippers to walk through the parking lot. Nobody's going to stop you if you do it. But if you do it, then you're going to be judged for it. And like that's
if you think anyone's gonna wait, this whole I actually really hate this notion of like you have to dress properly as if like we're in some crazy polite European society.
There's
we're going to
Walmart.
We're going to Walmart. We're going to the mall. We're going to the
everyone
gas station.
Everyone is judgmental.
Right? Most of the places, most of the people that are doing their day-to-day just chores, like they don't care to wear jeans and a polo and a nice shirt and all that bullshit. They're gonna wear their sweatpants and their hoodies or their.
What about like John Stockton?
No, I'm talking about leaving your house, going to Walmart, going to the gas station, going to CVS, going to Walgreens, running and doing your bullshit. Like the expectation that everyone's gonna be like dressed up or like dressed like to your level
you
of
have
like.
To wear a suit.
I know,
but it has to hit your quality of state.
The world should never see that woman without makeup ever.
What was that?
I'm saying it's like an ugly woman walking outside without makeup on. The world.
Doobie, you don't.
So if you're going to these places,
all right?
It's not like I'm not saying they need to be like fancy, right? I'm just saying they need to be presentable, right?
Put together.
And I'm not saying not even.
Yeah, you want people to be put together.
It's not even really for me. It's more
the people
about
who go to
Walmart.
Walmart.
It says about them, right? It says to me that they don't care. They have no dignity, no sense of like self-respect.
Yeah, most of these people don't care because of where they're going. The settings to where they're going don't apply for them to care.
That means they don't respect anybody else in the setting, right? So if you're going to a store and you're forcing everybody to see your ugly ass face without makeup or your big ass,
it's kind of the expectation of the store.
Like I'm sorry, like it's disrespectful.
Yes, it is it is to you if you're at Walmart and you have that expectation, but people who are going to Walmart don't have that expectation, and that's kind of what I'm saying is like you're judging these people on the standard that you have of like Whole Foods. When it's like Whole Foods, probably people are going to be dressed a little bit better because it is a classier establishment.
Ali, have you ever heard of that webpage? I think it's a webpage called People of Walmart. And it's just like a bunch of people at Walmart who look like
yes, I have.
Yeah. So that kind of behavior, I think, is antisocial. It hurts society. It hurts society. And what it tells you about these people is that when they walk out, they don't give a fuck about taboos.
Yeah, that's why they have their own safe zones.
Social taboos, social mores. They don't care about what society thinks of them. And these people are dangerous. So if you're one of these people, I can say more.
Wait, Doobie. That's why we give them their own zones to do this.
I gotta want to lack twinning.
That's why they have Walmart, brother.
Yeah, no, I think Walmart is a great ecosystem for seeing society that you don't normally see. I disagree with Doobie on the makeup take. I actually think that it's good when people walk around without makeup. It's consent maximizing.
No fraud.
No fraud. So I disagree with Doobie on that one, firstly. Secondly, I thought about this while you guys were talking. One of the accessories that I think makes women look like just unequivocally the least attractive is that sort of that nose ring that makes you look like a prize.
It looks like a cow.
I
got that.
Yeah, it's like the round one that makes you look like a farm.
Yeah, that one. At the club, I'm like, check this out.
Yeah, it's horrific. But I've seen when
gross.
faced with this criticism, a lot of women will say, "Well, now I'm gonna wear it," right? As a form of
It's not for you, it's for me.
Yeah, it's a form of liberation, as a form of sticking it to the authority telling you what to wear. So couldn't sweatpants be, as men, our middle
Well,
finger?
It's not for you, it's for me. I
to the
want to wear
establishment.
sweats.
You know,
Right.
you
Yeah.
can stop wearing
That-
it though.
that-
You
but-
just go, damn, you look familiar, and you show Betsy the cow, and they go, oh god, and then you're like, they're like, no, I don't. You show about 3
Gibbs
more,
in this
and by the
camera.
end, and by the end, I promise, they ain't gonna wear that nose ring no more. If you keep calling them a cow, the other night, like, hey Daisy, come over here. We need those mama milkers. You keep roasting her, and like every time.
No, I mean they
I
like
show
it.
That-
you
and
that
they
could get
like
you
it,
in
and
trouble.
and the girls that wear that are
Nah,
selecting for the.
because it's
They're
cow,
trying to
it's fine.
select for the type of guy that likes that kind of shit, right? So the girl that wears the nose ring, Lactoid, you would
There are
hate
no
it.
guys that like that.
Nah, there's plenty of guys, man. There's plenty of guys that'll go for it. I'm telling
Yeah.
you.
People like piercings.
They
People
have
like
they have a
piercings.
whole
That's the
scene,
thing.
brother. I mean, there are guys with
Ranchers,
painted,
maybe.
wait. There are guys with painted nails.
Fuck, no,
There are
we're not
guys
trying
with
to fuck the cows.
wait. We all know the fucking what's his name? That comedian guy that was with
That was gross.
that was with Kim Kardashian, Pete something fucking
Oh, Pete
lanky.
Davidson.
Yeah, Pete
Yeah,
Davidson.
Pete Davidson.
That whole like drug addict look of like guy that appeals to like a nice subsect of women, bro. You know what I mean? Like it's unattractive. He was nasty, but like I mean, he was also with Kim Kardashian, Ariana Grande. And these
Yeah.
could
No,
be,
I
like,
understand where you're coming from. And I'm not
celebrity,
denying.
but like
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from, and I'm not denying that there's like some things that kind of look eccentric or strange that are attractive to a large subset of people. But when it comes to that, the septum, the especially the round thing, the round ring, every single time I see that, it's just like nonstop hate in every comment section. Every guy I've talked to doesn't like it. Where is this community? Where are they hiding? I mean, is this like is like a foreign community or something? I don't know.
They're
I just don't
hiding
think
in
it really
those women's inboxes. That's where they're hiding.
Maybe they're ashamed to come out with it.
and
like
not
it's
for
like a
nothing,
feet
Lactoid.
thing
It's
kinda
usually
too.
the
I think
Republican
shame
guys,
is part
bro.
of the appeal. To be
It's
honest.
usually the Republican
No,
guys
that's
that
the
are
gay
into those
thing.
girls, man.
No, that's the gay thing. You can't make it the nose ring thing too.
Uh,
That's not fair.
That's the gay thing.
Yeah, with
are you
with no thing, unless you're gonna let me like loop a chain through that bitch, like you shouldn't be wearing it. Like it's just disgusting.
And a lot of them will.
That
And a
could
lot
be an
of them
exception.
will.
No, the BDSM, like there's like a hardcore BDSM thing. I could
septum
maybe
is
see
the
that.
surest indicator that the girl's a freak, and you
Like-
guys
like
are
if it's a
bypassing
chain.
this in your mind.
No, but what they wear is the diamond boogers instead. They never wear the fucking full on. Like at least if you actually put on the cow ring,
Some of them
then
do.
we could get some like
Like that
animal
Best Buy
flag
girl.
or some BDSM. But no, they don't do that.
The-
They do this little pointy bullshit
Best
that
Buys?
comes out. And it looks like metal boogers. Like it's disgusting. Nobody
does.
likes it.
Those are
Yeah.
the goth girls, the ones that do that.
No, they're not, bro.
It's
Like,
not-
even
it's
the
not just
girls
goth
have got
girls.
like that.
It's a lot more
No,
than
the
that.
goth girls will have like 50 piercings. Then it looks like something different.
But regardless
Yeah,
of
yeah.
regardless of who actually likes it, there is still a large
the
group of
rave
women that I've
scene girls,
seen
too.
very specifically respond to this with, okay, well now I'm going to do it as a form of like a rebellion, I think, against like social mores. So I don't know. I feel like I'm gonna
Yeah,
start
you
wearing
learn about
sweatpants
Maggie.
more.
Try that out sometime.
It feels good. You can fart and it's like not
Exactly.
kind of
Like,
tied
you're
up
a
in there.
lawyer, you probably shouldn't be wearing sweatpants.
That's a
regularly.
fair point, actually.
Yeah.
That
So,
professional.
Although Corey would
consequences.
fight for your
So-
right to wear sweatpants.
I would. And if he's comfortable with them, he should go for it. And if he wants to.
FQ.
I mean,
I think the real offense is defending bad behavior.
No.
That's
True.
like the real problem. Like
I think
Corey
no.
did nothing wrong, especially in the
no,
context
yes, he
of-
did do
of-
so.
of
Yes, he
Twitter.
did. Yes, he did. Okay, I am not.
Wait,
going
if
to
he
accept
did
that
something
ever,
wrong, you
okay?
did something wrong too, right? FQ.
He criticized a
He
woman.
didn't draw enough
Yeah,
attention.
That's
wait,
what-
wait.
that's
So to be clear,
that
FQ
was the
is just
problem.
a,
She literally said,
she is just a
"Look,
benevolent sexist. That's all FQ is. She's just a benevolent sexist. There's nothing more to
Oh
that.
Jesus. Okay.
But
Look,
Corey, you did do something
it's-
wrong. You didn't draw enough attention to your sweatpants picture.
True.
That's what you should have done. That's where you went wrong.
No, I'm saying that he publicly called out a stranger who,
Yeah.
said her.
He
said
knew
her-
what he
but
was
then-
and
doing.
you
but
can
then-
do that.
I did
It's
know
free
that.
to
But
do
you,
that.
but then you publicly called out someone that you knew with a little bit more ferocity, right? So, like in the same
Yeah.
regard, you like.
And
So,
keep
so
in
then,
mind, the
I
person
thought
that
it
I
was
was
interesting
responded to FQ calling her unhinged. Just be aware of that.
Yeah, he did.
That is very true. Okay.
FQ, how dare
Let's-
you slut shame? You're not a very good feminist.
I'm not
That's
slut shaming.
bad.
Look, I'm just going to
You're
be
not
honest with
slut-shaming.
you. Okay. I
You sat
agree.
2 pictures
only
of
do-
Corey with the tightest shirts I've ever seen. You're definitely slut shaming. I'm not mad at it. I'm
Dude,
just saying.
okay. No, okay.
That's exactly what you did. And then you admitted that's what you were
No.
doing earlier. Like, it's gross when they wear this at the
No.
coffee shop.
Look.
I don't want to look at their schnog and then post all the photos of their ass.
I
It's just like,
don't.
come on.
I
Come on.
don't know a single woman, honestly, who wants to see a guy's indentation of their dick.
I'll introduce
when
you.
they are out
I'll
in public.
introduce you.
No,
I know women.
I got about
and
I
if
know
I
women.
found
I'm
a woman
hold
who
on,
thought that,
hold on.
I would
You
think
do
she's
know.
I
great.
know
That's
plenty
Yeah,
of
that's
women.
Why
that's
have you
absolutely not
introduced
true.
you
I'm
some
sorry.
already
Like,
that would
weird.
tell you they
I don't
love
wanna-
wearing sweatpants? After you have met them, so you're lying.
Maybe-
Right now.
maybe
You
some
have met
type of
some
guy,
of my
yeah.
female friends on here on stream that have sat here and talked about gray sweatpants before. I think you did it in your presence.
No,
Yes.
I don't. No.
FQ,
Okay,
we can
so
assure
what-
you.
I can
we
start
assure
naming
you
them. Do you
of
want me to start
women
naming
like
them?
that.
I am
There's a
sure.
certain
I'm sure.
subsection.
Look, I think that, like, to me, I thought, there's the book, like, the Great. I know, like, there's the Great Gatsby, and we all know the story of Gatsby, right? Like, to me, like, when I see people like engaging in the type of behavior that Sarah is engaging in, okay, it reminds me a lot of that book. Okay, it reminds me a lot of people who do things that they act like they're bigger than their britches. Okay, they wear a flaming pink suit to a party. They drive a big giant yellow car. They put fireworks over their giant, huge McMansion across in West Egg because they're
Okay.
desperately trying to fit in with the people over in East Egg. And when you see somebody that's trying to do that, that's trying to pull a Gatsby, they're clearly somebody, okay, who is trying to put on airs. They are trying to pretend to be fancier than they actually are. If you see somebody doing that,
Or maybe it's
and
just
you-
fun. Maybe they're just
Yeah.
having some fun.
Yeah, people
It's
just
not
like
that-
talking shit.
Yeah,
on the
it
FQ,
depends,
in
right?
the
Like,
same
I
way
mean,
that
like-
some people take the internet and
No,
make it
like,
real
no,
life.
it's-
You're taking books and
No,
applying it to the
no.
internet.
I'm
We
sorry,
aren't-
but I'm sorry, but like when we're talking about classism, like new money versus old money, and how like this type of thing, like class dynamics, this is absolutely something that applies
Is
to
that
real
girl
life and
rich
to
or
the internet.
something?
Okay,
Does she
Hey,
have
where
like
do the-
money?
where
I
does,
already
the
explained
people
at the
from
very
the soap
beginning.
opera Dallas fall? Like, are they like in the ultra rich?
no, she is not rich. Okay,
No.
She has
How about like the
stated-
people from like you see the soap opera Dallas?
No, you're from
Okay,
Texas.
well,
I don't want to watch
Yeah.
Texas
so,
shows. Okay,
How about
No,
well,
Dallas.
here's, no, hold on. This is like one of the most famous soap operas of all time. It's about the most rich people in the world. Some of them. Right, and all they do, once again, is they act like sluts. Like, I just don't understand where you're coming
you're
from.
focusing on
with,
this.
like,
You're
this bullshit.
focusing on the slut thing.
Because
I'm not
that's
talking
the
just
main
about sex.
thing. Because,
No, it's not the
I know
main
you're
thing.
not, but
You're
it is
focusing
about
on that.
classism.
No,
No,
it's not.
it is about classism. No, because what you're
It
saying
is, but like, okay.
you're sitting here saying they don't like certain things, and what I'm saying is this is just her sexual preference. It
Trying,
might
No.
have
trying to
been
move
fake.
on from this.
Yeah, it might have been
20
true fake,
minutes
like
later.
back at all. Yeah, I don't know. Where it's like,
Look,
hey, if she wanted more of these.
I
guys
think
to
it's
post
I
things,
think it's
who knows?
probably pretty fair to say that the reason why so many men became upset about her
Who
is
killed
because
JR?
because they felt judged, because they felt that they could sense the fact that this was a classist comment coming from her. They recognize that, and that's why they are upset, because they feel insecure about their own class status, and they are lashing out against this tweet for that reason. That's why they feel insecure about the sweatpants thing. If you didn't give a shit, you wouldn't have said anything. Okay, that's the reason why they're saying
How
that. And the
about
Jay
you read
Gatsby
it?
thing, if I can finish that, okay. The Jay Gatsby thing is this: when you see somebody trying to pull a Jay Gatsby in real life, it, generally speaking, it is, at least just my personal opinion, I think it's a terrible thing to expose that person as a fake or a fraud in front of everyone. If you see somebody that's trying to fit in with everyone else, if you see somebody trying to be bigger, to be better, to try to pretend to be snooty about things they have no idea about, you shouldn't try to shame them and unmask them and reveal them
Was
as
this
a
person
pretender.
being better?
Okay?
Was this person being better, Sarah? This is her
I'm not
aspiring.
saying I'm not saying that she's literally being better. I'm saying that
Okay,
the reason
great.
why she's making comments like this is because she is aspiring to be better. Okay, she's
This is what
aspiring.
aspiration looks like.
Aspiring to
Aspiration
go
looks
viral with a
Sometimes,
tweet.
yes, and it's a bad thing to do. And it's a bad thing to do.
And then,
So what
and
you
then
have
you
the
defend,
way to
but then
the
you
way
defend
the
the
way,
bad thing.
Yeah, but no, what I'm trying to explain, okay? The way that you actually fix this problem when you see somebody aspiring negatively like this is they need to learn how to actually be successful in aspiring to this. They need to know how to
Corey,
actually.
how can they
to
do that if
actually
we don't
behave.
have conversations like this inspired by Corey's tweet
on Twitter? Is that was he was supposed to, the next part was to now to the appropriate response was for Corey to take this woman under his wing, right? To show her the proper way.
Appropriate response was to roll your eyes and move on. That's the appropriate response. And
then the appropriate response to what Corey did was to send a treatise to him.
Listen, when if I was perfect, I wouldn't be here. Okay, I've already admitted. Okay, the fact that I'm flawed. Okay, however, it doesn't mean that I'm wrong. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
I'm just saying, like, without.
I would like it on record that Lactoid just said that I wrote the Bible. Okay, I would like that on record on this stream. Okay.
Without Corey retweeting or messaging this person, whatever it may be, we wouldn't be having this conversation about how we should handle it. So technically,
listen, I wrote
Corey's
the gospel.
Tweet brought us closer.
Yeah. The gospel of Fairy Queen says this is how we should handle it. Okay.
Let's move on for our lives. Okay. Wow.
Talk about hypergamy.
Yes.
Bring out some of that malevolent sexism. Are you guys ready?
For whatever audience is stuck around for that, apologies. But we'll be moving on. Thanks everyone for being here. If you're here, follow the channel if you haven't done so already. Like, we have better conversations than that. I assure you, that's the thing that we're capable of. That's hit the follow button if you haven't done so on the various platforms, Twitch, YouTube, and Kick, if you're there. And consider supporting the channel, sub to the channel, give bits or give subs or give the membership or whatever they do on Kick. Actually, I'm pretty sure. I don't know. I imagine Kick has some level of partnership before you can get subs or something. I don't know. Whatever it is, I'm sure I'm not at monetization level on Kick. I've got I think 4 people following me on Kick. You should be the 5th. So consider doing that and keeping this channel alive. Much appreciated to those who do. All right. And I was going to say something else. And it's going to kill me, and then I'm going to remember it like an hour later. Whatever. So we're going to get started. We are going to. Oh, now I remember what I was going to say. Hey, Lactoid. How many people are on screen?
7.
7.
That's your least favorite number of people on screen.
And see how I desperately tried to avoid 7. You saw how I desperately tried, and yet
it's a lucky number. Lucky number 7.
Gravity. I'm telling you, this happens all the time. When I have 8 people within that group DM, right? One of them is going to drop out, and then one of them dropped out multiple times. Okay. Anyway, that's fine. All right, so let's get started. Topic. All right. The greater male variability hypothesis states that there is much more diversity in the distribution of male IQ versus female IQ. This means that there are less men of average IQ than women, but there are also more males of lower and higher than average IQ than females. In terms of dating, this would also mean that there isn't enough men of normal or higher IQ to go around for each similarly matched woman. Some amount of women will then have to, quote unquote, settle for a man with lower IQ. If this hypothesis is correct, what should be the implications on how society views heterosexual romantic pairings? Is hypergamy something to be shamed when men of appropriate IQs are a premium? Should we de-emphasize the importance of IQ and tell women that they should be perfectly happy with a good man that is somewhat below her intellectual level? And should this have any implications on the idea that a man should leave the household when his wife may be better positioned for the job? And credit to FQ, who came up with this. This was a super chat, or this prompt
an expansion
derived from a super chat. Sorry, what?
An extension of a super chat.
Extension of a super chat that she sent. Yes. So yeah, I think it's pretty fascinating. I hadn't heard of this greater male variability hypothesis, but it's not new. It's not a new thing. And I'm sure it'll come up with the conversation. People have publicly espoused this, and it's caused a lot of trauma in the past. We've talked about this because of its implications of female the ability of women to be able to do a job well versus a man. So that's been a huge thing in the past. But the focus here will be on dating, right? If this is true, that they're just less men of average intelligence, right? Well, then yes, at some point, women will just mathematically not be able to find a pairing that meets their intelligence threshold or surpasses it. So, doesn't it make sense for women to, compete for higher status men, rather than having to go with a dullard, to avoid that awful fate? That seems like that would be a rational response to if literally you might end up with the short end of the stick. So we're going to bounce around that. We'll start with our friend FQ, because FQ was the one who came up with that, and then we'll go around.
Sure. So I guess I just want to clarify, right off the bat, I think that the IQ aspect is interesting, and I do think that it's relevant. But I do want to just bracket and make very clear, I do not think that it is all encompassing. Okay. And I am not a psychologist. Okay. This is not my area of study. So while I do think, and it does seem to be, that there's a lot of research behind the greater male variability hypothesis, what I don't know and what I'm not sure is how fat or how wide exactly each end of the tail is. Okay. And that's something that we could discuss. I don't know if that means that there's an equal distribution of low IQ men versus an equal to a distribution of higher, however we want to define it, to the same amount to higher IQ men. I don't know actually what the answer to that is. I've seen different numbers and different graphs that seem to indicate different things, but I'm not sure. Okay. So that's just some disclaimers before I say this. But my main argument and main point about this is that I don't think that the rising male difficulty in dating is caused by men not going outside or social media or inflated expectations driven by feminism. I think that the primary drivers are structural and cognitive. And I think that they emerge from long-term changes in education, shift in the economy from an industrial economy to a service economy, and population level cognitive distributions. So we'll talk about this, I guess, more, but we could talk about the educational decline in boys and men, because I think the natural question that people are going to ask, well, I mean, you can look in the first article, you can see that there's a source that goes back over 100 years ago to 1894 that first postulated about the greater male variability hypothesis. So this is not a new hypothesis by any means. And if we accept that the hypothesis is true, I mean, this would have been true in the 50s, this would have been true in the 20s, this has been true for, if we think it's true, it has been true for at least over 100 years, right? Even though there has been some shift. So if that's the case, why is it more difficult now? And to answer that question, I think the first thing is to look at educational decline in men and boys in school. And we can talk more about why that is, but I think that it has to do with some stuff that's not talked about in Twitch poll, like the politicization of phonics in early education, too much screen time, frankly, in schools, and too much access to internet technology. I think in some ways, the Zoomer kids we're seeing right now is the reckoning of the iPad kids, and expansion of mental health services such as IEPs or 504 plans for kids who don't need them. And I think that that's had massive effects on educational rigor for girls and for boys, but boys specifically because of behavior problems. Economic shift from industrial versus service work. This is not, the modern economy requires verbal ability, executive function. We are the age of personal care, okay? Especially as AI is coming through and is demolishing a lot of rote work, such as, being a receptionist. A lot of jobs that used to be staples are going away. We aren't really in an industrial economy. And so for that reason, people that hug the middle or people towards the higher end of the distribution, those are the people that are going to be more successful in the economy. But the lower down the bell curve you go, the more difficult it is to be successful. And at a population level, I think that's why a lot of men are struggling to find, it's a part of the reason, I think, only in part, why a lot of men on the left half of the bell curve face reduced economic and social viability compared to earlier periods. And finally, what the whole point of this, greater male variability in high Q produces more men at both the high and the low extremes. And so men in the lower tail are disproportionately filtered out of stable employment and status formation. So, and I stated this before, I think that the reason why this impacts dating specifically is I think that women use class position, income, and educational attainments as proxies for general intelligence. I don't think it's just about resource allocation, which is usually the way that this is framed. I think it's because it's, for lack of a better word, it is the best form of an intelligence test you can use when you are trying to find somebody to marry or potentially have children with. And because women have increasingly outperformed men in education and in income, finding somebody, think about it from the perspective of a woman. You're there with Tinder on your phone, and you have hundreds of people in front of you, and you're trying to find somebody who you think is roughly as smart as you, or somebody who has the same, like, what's one way for you to find somebody who think you might be a good match? Well, one way is education, right? That's going to mean a lot of left swipes. That's just to be honest with you, okay? You're going to look for things like education. You're going to look for signals that might indicate that, like, the person has, like, so income, education, et cetera, et cetera. And dating disparities, I think, are downstream of educational and economic sorting, not cultural hostility. And I think the solution ultimately, believe it or not, it goes back to school. I think it goes back to school, and I think it goes back to parenting. I think that if we take significant changes, like in the way that we school and raise our kids, I think that that could probably resolve a lot of the problems that a lot of young men say that they are facing today. So that is basically my argument.
Thank you, Lactoid.
All right, how's my coming through? Okay.
Pretty good, yeah.
Still good.
Yep.
All right. When it goes bad, let me know. From what I understand, gender variability is true in many things. I'm just going to agree to that premise. There are more average women, and there are more above average men and below average men. The overall men's distribution is flatter across a whole bunch of variables. And I think the mean is roughly the same, but the distribution is flatter. IQ is no different, and IQ, I think, is a very important metric to look at. I think it's fine that we look at other things, but I think IQ is probably the single most important metric that we have when it comes to predicting relevant characteristics, especially in this conversation, but relevant characteristics when it comes to a whole host of factors that, when it comes to predicting all sorts of pro-social or antisocial behavior of any given individual. With that, I also believe that men and women are different. I believe in gender roles. The expectations should be for men to become economic providers and women to become domestic providers. This expectation is good and founded in biology. I think this arrangement, as well as underlying biological differences, necessarily leads to hypergamy and has for all human history and has across most, if not all, mammalian species. In the situation where there is a larger amount of low IQ men left over, or men with any kind of comparable incompetence besides IQ, some of the average women are just going to have to dig at the bottom of the bucket and get what they can get. I think that in those situations, her duty should be to press him to work hard, to stay out of trouble, and to do the best with what he has. And his duty is to work within what he has to emulate those who are above him as much as possible. That's how I want society to function now. When it comes to the AI boom, nobody here can fully predict what effect that's going to have on this. But I kind of have an intuition here that AI may give an advantage to blue-collar work as it continues to take over and make us obsolete when it comes to white-collar work. And this might actually make it more possible for men on the lower end of this distribution to fulfill that role. Just because blue-collar work is going to be more accessible to lower IQ people than perhaps certain types of high, kind of white-collar, high IQ work that are probably going to get replaced with AI. So that's my position.
Corey.
Oh, well, I mildly reject the greater variability hypothesis. It's a hypothesis for a reason. Yeah, there appears to be some evidence demonstrating that pretty much just what like Lactoid described, although I say the data is pretty mixed, or at least not so strong. And even then, I would say slightly over-exaggerated. But regardless, I'm going to sort of short circuit the conversation a little bit in terms of there is an implicit assumption in the prompt that women actually value IQ. There's no actual evidence, as far as I can tell. I've only come across one study that actually assesses it, because you have to keep things in mind of like there are stated preferences versus revealed preferences. Okay, just as for example, whatever, maybe a little bit crude, but if I ask Lactoid if he wants to have, I don't know, whatever, 6-pack abs, that would be a stated preference. But his revealed preference is, well, he doesn't actually want that because he's not actually pursuing it. And the same thing holds true in terms of mate preferences. Many people will say that they claim they want to have an intelligent partner, but actually, and I'll post a study in the chat, that when you actually assess it, and the study was done of like they mildly or somewhat objectively, they didn't do a full IQ test, but they did a cognitive assessment test. And then when they actually saw that, when they shared the actual intelligence scores, pretty much actually intelligence, higher intelligence reduced the attraction for these men. Okay, because there's no action, there's no data, unless someone wants to post it, showing that women actually want an intelligent partner. Or even, I think that even holds true for men as well. This is a stated preference, but what typically tends to happen is there is a halo effect. Okay, the halo effect in terms of like, if you find someone physically attractive, you're probably going to attribute intelligence to them, because who wants to admit to themselves that they have a dumb partner? But you probably have at some point a dumb partner, just like every parent is going to say their child is the smartest child in the world. Okay, but there are children, there are parents that have children that are unfortunately not so smart. And there are partners that are also not so smart. And I think the data bear that out. And I'll post a study in the chat. I'll leave it there for now.
I think the thing to focus on is that Lactoid prefers love handles, right? He likes having a tire, right, around his waist, right? More of him to love, ladies, right? You remember that. He's single, so reach out to him. Set up my man Doobie.
I think this is already like, have you guys ever seen those Instagram videos, TikTok videos? It's like, oh, my husband's stupid, he doesn't know how to do this thing. Oh, I had to remind him to do this thing 10 times and blah, blah, blah. That kind of stuff. I think that is the result, right, of the fact that they're just a 10 men with lower IQs. But I really don't think it matters. I would hate to think that people are like actively looking for high IQ people to get with. I don't think that's actually true. I think there are plenty of people who are wealthy and have low IQs. Plenty of people who are poor have high IQs. I think it's a really lazy way to think about this.
Okay. To our friend Gibbs.
Yeah, off topic, but me and Doobie, last time we spoke, had a breakthrough recently. And I just wanted to recognize it because we haven't had a chance to really dive into it. I think it's something worth diving into. And that is that, Nazi points is actually a white supremacist. I'm very happy that more and more people are finally coming around to the truth, because every time I get a chance, I'm going to say, fuck Connor. Anyway, moving on. I think with this, yeah, it's all bullshit. I look like Liberace Jesus right now in my hot flaming pink suit and shit. And I guess what? I could go to the club right now and still pull. Listen, as one of these people that hangs out with other people that are in this hypergamy status. There's a lot of us men that don't fit any of these traditional ideas of high intelligence. Maybe y'all think that's me. Maybe y'all don't. I don't know. But I know some dumb motherfuckers fucking all the bitches. I know some poor motherfuckers that are hobos that are still fucking all the bitches. We call them hobosexuals. All this idea that it's class-based and intelligence-based is really dumb. It's really dumb and just is not based on reality. And people could go, oh, yeah, Gibbs, you don't know. But you know who's fucking? People that go to the club. I know people that go to the club. That's who's fucking. That's who these people get pulled. They're the ones that are out in the cool places like the malls that get pulled for these kind of things. There's the place people that are going out doing things that the street people get a hold of. These are the people that have time to answer the phone calls for these polling questions because they have rich enough jobs, I guess, maybe, or they have no time on their hands. It doesn't matter. It's not a class thing. It's definitely not that. It's just a preference thing, as I think has been noted very many times. And it's also a charisma thing. You either have it or you don't. And I feel like in this case, that's really all hypergamy comes down to. A lot of these men don't have it, and it has nothing to do with intelligence. Because I've seen some smart motherfuckers who can just develop the nuclear bomb, but couldn't figure out how to lick a pussy. It's just amazing. It's amazing.
Shout out to my man Gibbs. Right? Honestly, this man's a fucking poet, and People don't even know
What
it.
do you call that
honestly. let's go to our friend Ali.
Yeah. The male very barely high possible whatever. Okay, I've always believed that on average girls are probably smarter than boys. I think they care more, they read more books. I don't think guys really, like, especially when you're younger, when you're going through school, like sit at home, read books, care about these types of things. They just play sports or like whatever it may be. But then, you know, you get your Big Bang Theory boys, and we call them autistic anyways. So it doesn't really think the idea that women are searching for high IQ men. No, I think girls just want to have fun. I think if you're a guy, the whole worry about hypergamy, hypergamy is like fun and all to like read and like listen to these podcasts, bros talk about it, but it doesn't apply in like normal places, right? It applies in like Miami, it applies in like the club in New York, it applies in like LA, it applies in like, but like if you're just in a normal suburb, if you're just in a normal town, if you're just in a like in the city, like being with other normal people, your best shot as a guy is to be fun and safe, right? If you're fun, if you can provide a good time and you're not a fucking creep, there's your that's what the girls are going to be shooting and gunning for. The hypergamy, unlike the average world, is girls want to have fun. Don't be a bum. Don't be broke. Be able to provide a decent enough time without being a creep and like being invasive on the girl. Don't like push for sex, right? Let the night be about having fun and let them kind of just relax. And there's your hypergamy. They're always going to be looking for the guys that are having the most fun because that's what they're looking for when they're going out, right? The girls aren't going out in the hopes of like, oh, a rich guy and just to like buy a bottle and be bored to death, right? They'd much rather, if you know, still be bought a drink, right? It may not have to be a bottle, but yeah. So I don't know. The whole idea of a hypergamy is like it makes sense, but it just doesn't apply in the average world. And this whole thing where like women are searching for like high IQ men, no, I think the girls that are swiping, that are hypergamous, that are looking for guys with intelligence, they are looking for the fact that like, oh, you have a good job, but a good job doesn't do shit for your IQ, right? They're looking, and to Corey's point, if you're good looking enough, we'll just throw intelligence on you. Like the whole idea that a guy is going to put you onto music or put you onto a restaurant, or like you're going to go and kind of pick up like his slang and so on and so forth, is like this little trope of like, of, you know, girls wanting to look up to their man, right? That was like the whole thing with like the red pill space. I don't know. It's just it's never like played out. So I don't know. Yeah, we'll go with that.
Okay, open to the panel.
Yeah, I think that I have a disagreement like right off the bat, and that's that if you are a woman who's like in the mid range, like you should just suck it up. Like these are the options, okay? And you should just get with somebody.
Do you mean mid-range of intelligence? Sorry, I just want to.
Yes, mid-range of intelligence, right? And so you should accept the fact that you should just marry somebody of lower intelligence than you, and you should settle for that, and you should put pressure upon him to perform a traditional gender role in order for you to do that. And I think that suggestion is rife with problems for a number of reasons. The first one is depending on like how much income like the couple could potentially be making. I think that I don't know if this is true for couples that are wealthier. I am not sure if this like still holds through, but my understanding is that like when there is income incongruity between men and women, and when there is economic insecurity in the home, and she is making more money than he is, that is that I don't know like what the exact noun is. I'm searching. It seems as though it's correlated like with higher rates of domestic violence, like for those women. And there is research to back this up, like and I don't know if that like can be replicated to different income levels. It's possible that it may not be, but it does seem to be true for lower socioeconomic couples. So if we're talking, and since we're talking about women who are in the mid-range for IQ, and we're saying you should settle for somebody that like is less intelligent than you, and since we know that intelligence correlates, even though it's not a one-to-one, like with like income, what you're basically saying is that like you think that like you're basically advising the situation that to me seems to be correlated with higher rates of assault and like more trips to the potential risks to the hospital. At least like that it seems to be a risk factor. So one, there seems to be data that seems to show that it's bad. But the second problem has to do with the idea of gender roles. And this is an opinion-based thing, but I've observed it. Okay, It seems to me that the more money that you make, the less concerned you have to be about buying into a type of traditional gender role. That's part of the reason, like, I think another reason why money is something that like women look for like in men. Okay. Because like, let's say like you are like an upper middle class, like in terms of income, wife like to an upper middle class man. So you're both doctors, let's say, okay? Or you both work, let's say, at a bank, you both, maybe you're both brokers, maybe you're both lawyers, right? What many of these families do is it's not the case that she stays at home and she cooks and he cleans, like while he goes out and like he goes to work and brings home the bacon. The actual dynamic that takes place is they both work, but she gets a nanny. She gets a nanny and she hires a nanny and she hires in-home help to come and to perform like most of the services like within the home. And this is very common for women, like the further up the economic ladder you go. Becomes more and more common that like the more money you have, the more you outsource a lot of these gendered roles to other people. And the same thing holds true for men, right? I'm like, what's a gender role for men? Well, you should be tall, you should be strong, you should be able to protect, you should be able to provide, right? But that and what that looks like, that is going to be very different for somebody that like makes their living, on Wall Street, like as a broker, as opposed to somebody that makes a family wage as a local dentist, right? And the difference is that if you're somebody that overemphasizes you can protect from anything bad that might happen, that means you probably live in a bad neighborhood where people get mugged, okay? That means there is a need for you to be big, for you to be able to beat somebody up. That's like what it means to me, like when you say something like that. If the less that true that is, though, the less you have to say it. People that live in neighborhoods that are safe, that are crime-free, that don't have to worry as much about being assaulted or bad things happen, they don't have to talk about how much they're going to be protectors and providers. Because it's already assumed that we will both be working, and we will both be providing. And so me talking about me providing is not really so much of a factor. And me protecting isn't so much of a factor either, because by virtue of the fact that I am of the status, I don't even need to think about.
So the role is
protected.
fulfilled.
Exactly.
That's the issue.
By money.
Money. It doesn't. Exactly. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Well, what do you mean by money? Though the male role is fulfilled, right? He's in a safe neighborhood, and the woman role is also fulfilled. She is the house is being taken care of. The guy doesn't care whether or not like she's personally like cleaning or maybe cooking like whatever it may be. But like but the roles end up changing, right? So like in the role, it's maintenance, right? When you're rich, when you provide the house, right? Now you have to maintain the house, you have to maintain the size of the house, you have to maintain the new cars, you have to maintain the new things. You can't drop. Now you're not fulfilling your role if you drop in any of these expectations that you've already fulfilled. And then your whole idea of like women having to settle for lower IQ guys. Unless you want to share guys at the top, right? If you want to share guys at the other end of the scale, or if you all want to date the higher IQ, then yeah, it's going to have to be settling. And also, what does settling mean? Like the idea that lower IQ just instantly means that this person is in a lower socioeconomic, like there are plenty of dumb guys that make a lot of money.
There are,
right?
There absolutely. And I'm not saying it's a 1-to-1, right? We're talking about broad trends, right? Obviously, this is not always going to be true, but this broadly seems to be the case, right? And I mean, do you think like it's less masculine for you to be able to fix your own car? Let's put it that way, right? Or to not be able to change your tire?
No.
You don't think so? I know a lot of people
change my tire. Yeah, you should be able to change your tire.
Okay.
Fix your own car. I don't know if I need to be able to fix my own car. I mean, at this point, like if you buy an electric car, you can't even fix your own car.
Well, I mean, like that's sort of like, okay, like this kind of like plays into like what I was saying before, right? Like I think that there are some people, not everyone, right? But I think there are some people who would say that not being able to fix basic appliances around your house, including being able to work at least somewhat on your car, does make you less of a man. It is an insult against your masculinity to not be able to do these things, right? And why? I guess what I'm saying is it just seems to me the more people care or seem to emphasize being masculine or being feminine, the more it's because you have to make up for the fact that you are economically insecure by emphasizing aspects of your body that you already have. People that make a lot of money, they don't have to worry about how they don't talk. It is not a threat to their sense of manliness to not be able to change their tire or to not be able to like fix the sink or to not be able to like fix, to screw in a light bulb. Why? Because somebody else is going to do that. You don't have to do it. So I don't know. Like,
no,
it
it can
just-
still be seen as emasculating if, like, you know, you're in a rich guy's house and he can't change a light bulb or change his tire, right? Like the whole idea that you can't do it because you just don't know, you've never done anything, is a little bit like weird.
you're
but
right.
but the idea that, like, any girl, like if you're rich enough, a girl won't really care if you don't change your tire because you don't want to, right? There's a difference. There's a difference between I don't know how to versus I don't want to and don't have to.
Like, I think
I
of the
do want to let
situations
Lex
like,
in.
oh,
Yeah, I've got a lot of responses. So I got kind of responses to Fairy Queen, and then I actually have some questions and responses maybe to Corey. Fairy Queen. So I generally agree that if the amount of money that so in the situation where, let's say, you have a woman who's making a whole bunch more money than the man, you might ask, well, should she really give that up? And the answer is, it depends, but I can absolutely imagine that there could be an amount of money that she would make that'd be high enough that the money benefit alone could overpower any other kind of advantages that might come with having a kind of more traditional arrangement in the family. When I say that it's good, I'm simply describing that it's the ideal arrangement if possible, or if not outweighed by other potential factors. Obviously, like if this, you know, if you're giving up a $2 million a year job as opposed, and the other guy, you know, works $15 an hour or something along those lines, yeah, I would think the money just would, and it doesn't have to be that extreme, but that's just a extreme example. Then yeah, of course,
Right.
then they should just probably find some kind of other arrangement just because the money is just more beneficial. In terms of the response to, like, I guess the nanny, or the fact that rich people can kind of outsource these roles to other people, I mean, I agree that wealthy people can avoid kind of the benefits of gender roles. Wealthy people can avoid, or I guess the necessity sometimes even. Rich people can also dodge all sorts of shit, right? Because they're rich. They can avoid working hard. They can avoid consequences for bad things that they do. They can do all sorts. They're rich. I agree that if you have a whole bunch of money, you can dodge shit. But my general advice would still be, hey, try to work hard and try to avoid crime. If you're super rich, are you going to be able to not really work hard and avoid the consequences of crime? Probably, but still probably shouldn't do it. As to the point of those kind of arrangements where the woman's making more and the male's making less, having a higher rate of domestic violence, I mean, I'd be curious on seeing some of that data. My prediction is that it could be that lower IQ men are just generally more violent, and in those kind of arrangements, you're more likely to have lower IQ men because you're controlling for lower income men. And there is a strong correlation between low IQ and crime broadly, but especially violent crime. So that's like what I would predict is probably the reason behind that. Maybe there is some sort of like insecure, like kind of deep insecurity that could lead men to potentially commit. I kind of understand that's the hypothesis that you were getting at, but I would want to see the actual data on that to try to rule out that what I think is the more likely understanding, which is that lower income, lower IQ men are just more violent by nature.
Sure. I guess I have a follow-up question before you ask that to Corey. So then if why then is your advice then, if you think that this is the case, because we are talking about IQ, even though we're also talking about income, why is your advice then to women who are in the middle range then to marry with men who are potentially in the lower range, or at least lower than them? Why not simply say, listen, your best option is to just remain.
Oh, did you cut out for anybody else?
Remain single, I'm assuming, would be her.
FQ, you cut out there. I'm not sure if you can still hear us. Okay, so let's assume that she can't. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to respond when she can't
then
hear
ask
me.
Corey his question.
Okay,
Get all your
sure.
dunks in now.
Well,
yeah, and then we'll go to Gibbs.
Sure, I'll ask Corey some questions, or I guess kind of talk about the paper you linked, and then I linked something as well. And
yeah, you did. I'm going through it now.
Sure. No, and I
think
went
it backs
through
up what I said.
Okay. So in your study, something that I thought was interesting was that perceived intelligence was correlated
Halo
with
effect. Perceived.
Yes. Perceived intelligence was correlated with attractiveness. Actual intelligence, as measured by the study, and I'm going to take issue with that in a second, but actual intelligence was not correlated with attractiveness, but actual intelligence was correlated with perceived intelligence, and perceived intelligence was correlated with attractiveness, But yet, when you have one correlates with one factor and then that factor correlates with another factor, I would expect that the actual intelligence would be correlating with attractiveness, but you don't see that in this study. I just find that to be odd. You think that's pretty rare to see. I don't really have a point there. It's just when you have one correlate to another correlate, and then
but there were people in the study that they're perceived as intelligent, but then whatever, obviously, loosely speaking, objectively they are not. But they're still perceived as intelligent. And same thing of because like in the study, they also, I believe, they share of like these people are actually intelligent, and then the attraction like decreases.
No. I understand that, but the study also found that perceived intelligence was correlated with actual intelligence.
Yeah, but it's not one to, as in not.
It's not one to one.
It's in the title. Like they can detect it. It's in the title. Intelligence can be detected, but it's not found attractive.
No, I understand. What I'm saying is, if you have actual intelligence being correlated with perceived intelligence, and perceived intelligence being correlated with attractiveness, right? If A is correlated to B and B is correlated to C, you would expect there to be some correlation between A and C, but you don't. You don't see that in the study, which I find to be strange. I really don't have any point besides that.
Okay, fair enough.
My main gripe with the study really comes down to the fact that they use a verbal IQ, a simple verbal IQ task, which is significantly less predictive than spatial or memory IQ, much more changeable. You can actually study and learn and change your verbal IQ in a way that you really can't with your spatial or memory IQ. And especially for men, spatial IQ is much more predictive for the kinds of kind of pro-social things that we're generally measuring, at least in the studies that I've taken a look at. So, I mean, that's one thing. The other thing is a criticism of this study is it's a speed dating, which, I mean,
they did two studies. Well, within that study, there did two experiments. Study one and study two.
Hey, we can hear you.
All right.
Go ahead.
So the speed dating, and then there's a second study that is how are they getting? Explain it to me so I don't have to stop.
One of them, they show like video. They have the men like pretty much, tell a joke. And then like pretty much demonstrate their intelligence. They go through like the whole methodology, and then they have the women watch, and then they take photos of the men, both headshots, full body, controlled lighting, and then they show the photos, and then they get how the women rate them, and then then they share like.
I was under the impression that it was the same cohort. Is it a different cohort? Is what you're saying?
No. I believe, if I remember correctly, it's the same men throughout going through
the same men.
One and yes.
Okay, that's why. So okay, fair enough. So I think it's fair to call two studies. I guess in my mind I would call that one study, but I understand two studies. But it's the same cohort. My concern, I guess, when it comes to this sort of immediate, like again, perceived intelligence, speed dating kind of element, is that I think it's removing a lot of factors that IQ is associated with that are really at the meat of what we're trying to get at when it comes to being a successful partner, right? So, and this is kind of what I'm getting at when it comes to like getting married, staying married, being in a long-term relationship. It's also true that people with high IQ just tend to have an easier time making friends for obvious reasons, and they have an easier time keeping friends. They also consistently rate as happier, and they're more likely to have a whole bunch of income. All of these things are independently correlated with marriage success and relationship success as well, right?
I don't deny those things. No.
Right. Well, right, exactly. And so when we're looking at hypergamy, I know we're looking at IQ specifically, but I think it's fair to say, okay, a woman or anybody just looking at somebody, you can maybe, if you have a conversation with them, you can get like a rough estimation if somebody is on the super high or super low end of IQ, but putting an exact number on somebody is pretty difficult on an individual basis. On like large...
Well, not until we get to your world, we all have IQ tests and name tags with our numbers on.
Yes, the stamp on the forehead, yes. Then it'll be super easy.
My name is Corey,
right?
My IQ is 84.
Yeah, right there, perfect, right? That would be super easy. But what I think when partners are looking for when it comes to women, especially when it comes to hypergamy, is they're looking for things that are strongly correlated with IQ that would indicate that this person is going to be a good partner. Income, the ability to maintain social relationships, and to understand social expectations. Generally, it's to be able to be happy and to be like a kind of lightning mood in their presence, as opposed to somebody who's always a downer. Being able to understand problems and be able to problem solve. All this stuff is strongly correlated with IQ. So I guess that's kind of why I posted that second study.
Yeah. So I don't actually really disagree with anything that you said. But and sort of like, if I remember correctly, in terms of what FQ mentioned in her opening, it's like, well, women are using, let's say, job, education level, etc., so as surrogate markers for intelligence. I would say it's the sort of opposite, or rather, they're not actually directly assessing for intelligence. They just happen to want pretty much whatever the income, the job stability, whatever, someone who's educated. But they don't actually, because like I think my study backs that up, and I would say this study doesn't. The study that you posted, like I would say, doesn't back up, or rather, maybe slightly more in my favor of like because it pretty much says here. Obviously, I'm just reading a small.
I know what you're gonna read. Yep.
But pretty much at the end, yeah, they say
Covariates.
that
Yep.
yes, the present study results clearly demonstrate that intelligence is a fitness indicator in mating, directly predicting the prospects of entering into as well as staying in marriage.
Yeah.
This also implies indirectly that females pay substantial attention to males' intelligence in their mate choices, albeit that our data do not directly pertain to females' attention or preferences. Whereas, like, yes, as in pretty much like I said in my opening, they're not actually selecting for IQ score or raw intelligence. They just happen to like the benefits of that. Broadly
right.
speaking.
No, I right. And the problem, it's not really, it's not a problem. I mean, we're like aggressively agreeing, but like in a disagreeable way for a second,
Yes.
because I don't disagree, but I think that when we're looking at these IQ distribution charts and we're saying like IQ is the thing, like we're trying to like it, what do we do with the low IQ men? We're using IQ as a proxy here. I agree, if there's an ultra rich guy who's super charismatic, has a lot of good friends, et cetera, and he's also has an IQ of 84, this guy may still be very attractive to women. The problem is this guy is rare. This guy is rare as fuck. It's very unlikely that this person actually exists, even though they put in the grand billions of people, maybe they do, but it's not going to be a very common person. So when we are using, I think, IQ here not as with any kind of attempt to measure G, we have to base it off of the things that it correlates with as opposed to the thing itself. And that's what I think we're doing here. So it's fair of you to point that out, but that's kind of what I had in mind going into this whole thing.
Okay, yeah, and that's fair. And maybe I'm reading too much into the prop. The only thing that I would ask you then, what would be like your advice of like, well, would you advise them like, well, get your potential partner, get their IQ tested, and then make your choice to commit to them, or like should you assess their maybe education level if you value that, maybe their job or job prospects if you value that, other pro-social behaviors, or just say no, just stick to the IQ thing?
No, I think it should be holistic. I think that
I know. I would say gun to your head, choosing one or the other. As in, I would pose that hypothetical scenario to myself as well. Of like, well, if gun to my head, you should probably more focus on not like the raw intelligence IQ score. You shouldn't push to get their IQ tested. But if you value, let's say, their job prospects and education level, more focus on that and other pro-social behaviors.
Well, here's what I would say. If you're holding me a gun to my head and you're saying for me to have one trait, I'm picking IQ every time. But if you're saying pick IQ or pick like how charismatic somebody is, how many friendships they have, their job success, how much money they have, net worth, blah blah blah.
I wouldn't list 12 things.
Well, right, but that's what you'd have to do, right? Because IQ is so strongly correlated with all those 12 things that I'd feel comfortable making predictions off of, if I could only know one thing, off of IQ as opposed to the like any one of those other individual things. But if you have more time to meet somebody, I would agree that you should probably get a more holistic view. But as I think I've talked about this before, when it comes to dating or meeting people generally, we have to go off of heuristics. When it comes to safety, we have to go off of heuristics. You know, there's a reason why women very justly are afraid of men following them at night. Could be a guy who's just walking the same way, totally safe, no problem, or it could be a violent killer. I don't get offended if a woman crosses the street or feels uncomfortable. I just keep walking because I understand the risk. She's basing that off of heuristic, even though I know I'm not a fucking crazy killer. How does she know? Mm-hmm. Even if if I have a conversation with somebody and I'm able to find it, like, for whatever reason. I know it's hard to understand, get this initially, but if I find out that their IQ is like 130, and then and I only have time for one date. I know one person's IQ is 130, and I know the other person has like 8 friends that they've had for the last 20 years. I'm going with the IQ as opposed to just any single other metric.
Let's
Well,
go.
can I just respond briefly?
And then I want to respond to Fairy
okay.
Queen because she cut out.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to say one.
Gibbs, I haven't forgot about you. And then I also want to go to Doobie. I want to hear words from him, but go ahead.
I'll try to be quick. So I don't necessarily strongly disagree with you, or maybe just slightly. The only thing that I would say, and I'll post a study in the chat. So there's an interesting study assessing the relationships of actual high IQ people, as in they actually assessed Mensa members. And if you actually and the individuals that were the Mensa members, it appears to be correlated with let's say an insecure attachment style. An insecure attachment style is associated with potential not so great relationship outcomes. But sort of to be fair to the study, or rather to be fair to the overall findings, what is interesting is like despite the insecure attachment associated with those with the actual Mensa members, their relationship they rated their relationship quality as still quite high. But it seems like their conflict resolution in high IQ people not so great. But yeah, I'll leave it there for now.
So well, you're partially correct. So I've seen some of this. When you start, especially when you start getting to the really high IQs, like 170, 180, you do see more emotional disruption. You especially start seeing a higher percentage actually of depression. But they also rate themselves as happier because even though there is some more emotional instability, they tend to be able to work through problems and solve social problems. Exactly, and still maintain their social network and their social ability. So yeah, I guess that would be kind of my response to that. And then Fairy Queen, the last question.
Did you hear what I said, or like
I did.
Cut out?
I did. You cut out as soon as you finished the question, I believe, in which you said, why would you have this expectation for women to go for the lower tier of man as opposed to, risk kind of, domestic abuse as opposed to getting, just staying single, right? That's kind of the question.
Yeah.
So that when I said that women are going to have to pick from the bottom of the bucket, I was making the assumption that she wants to be in a relationship. If any individual person makes runs through the risk calculus in their head and they're just like, look, I just don't want to risk this, even if the risk is very small, I'm deferring to her. Kind of like when it comes to the again, walking down the street. What's the likelihood of this person being a killer? Probably pretty low, but I'm not in the business of dictating somebody else's risk tolerances to them. If a woman doesn't feel comfortable with a man, then she wants to stay single instead. Sure, that's fine. I understand that.
Okay. Let's go to Gibbs, and then we'll go to Doobie.
Yeah, I gotta say, the chat. I think it was No Count Mike. He said it, but he and Ali are about 100% right here. This is extremely goddamn academia coded, with no reflection in the real world. Like all of y'all are. This is the perfect example of being too smart for your own good. Y'all are all talking about some baby back bullshit that has no basis in actual reality. Right?
Bring in the ribs.
This is the facts. This is the facts. Like I hate to break it to you, but y'all sound fucking retarded. Like that's like y'all may be smart.
What was that word again? What was that word again? Can you repeat?
Like
retarded.
Retarded. Because dear God, bro, like dear God, okay. I know a guy. I know this is an anecdote, but it's a pretty good one, I think. We call him Shotgun Wiley. This guy had 2 brain cells, and I think one of them died gasping for air. This motherfucker, we call him Shotgun Wiley because he fucked every bitch in a college town. He fucked so many bitches that other bitches would stop giving shit to other girls.
Was he married?
About being a hoe. No, well, I think he is now.
Nah, dumb guys just get a lot of pussy.
But he fucked everything. And they called him Shotgun Wiley because every girl there had fucked him, so no girl would talk shit about another girl fucking him. He literally got past being like a barrier. He could literally just talk to him and they'd smash that night because he fucked so many. It was amazing, right? Stupidest motherfucker I've ever met, right? And I've met tons of people like this. It's just no reflection of reality. Like they have to settle. No. Women chose this guy. And then we're talking about a certain segment of men getting this percentage, right? It's the men that are going out and fucking that are getting this done, right? Because I know tons of smart fuckers who ain't getting no poo. None of y'all fuckers that are sitting here bitching about this. Y'all ain't seen a pussy in so goddamn long. Y'all wouldn't know if it was raw meat or if it was Pinozi. Like, dear God. Like, it's
I don't know
crazy.
if I'd want that kind of pussy. Jesus Christ.
Jesus
raw
Christ,
meat?
I'm saying. Yeah, well, exactly. That's what I'm saying. You wouldn't even know.
Freshly slaughtered.
But Gibbs,
it's crazy. You have no basis in reality for what you're saying. You're like, it's all like, oh, women have to settle for these dumb guys.
Well, wait a minute. Can I give you a little bit of
winning.
pushback, Gibbs?
You can try.
Sorry, I'm just a little bit, right? But you talked about like this shotgun, really, whatever guy, person. Like you're saying, yes, women slept with this individual, but
Purposely,
is that
they
what
like
we? Yeah, sure, here, right? But is that what we?
I
all
would hope
mean
so.
By, yeah,
It's important. Because the point is we're talking about choosing who the chooses.
is that what we all mean by choosing? Because choosing,
Well,
I think,
what's
hold
hypergamy,
on one second. What I interpret it as choosing would be like, now this is my long-term partner. That's choosing, right?
That's his
I think
choice,
it's a
though.
different thing. I think it's a different thing when you're like having just asexual experience with a person, right?
No, but
Those
hold
are
on.
different criteria people are using, right?
Well,
Prime. Wait.
Oh, that's not
Would
what
it be
we're
easier
talking
for
about
him, the
hypergamy.
person who's getting a lot of girls, to convert that to a long-term relationship
Oh.
Exactly.
versus someone who
Yeah,
is?
because-
So, like, yes, the
Well-
idea that like you succeeding is having a long-term relationship, it's kind of based on him. If he wants to have a long-term relationship, it seems that
Exactly.
he has the ability to like at least meet the
maybe.
people that,
Well,
who has a better
Well,
chance.
because
the
he has
person who is
options.
fucking the
He's
girls
going
or
to
the person
choose
who
the
isn't.
best option.
So, hang on,
Hold on. If he's fucking 100 people, he has 100 women he can choose from, right? So he's going to
Not
pick the best
necessarily,
option.
actually.
Hold on. Well, sure. He's going to want to pick the one he
has
thinks
better odds.
that is going to give him the best option, or for what he wants. And if he wants the fucking toxic women and not have a long term, then he's going to keep picking that, right? But the minute he wants to settle down and have kids, he's going to go, well, I've been fucking Betsy over here, who's got the physical desires I want. She's got the intelligence level I want. She's got the money or whatever, like all the whatever features. Then he can pick that one, and then he can choose not to cheat, and that's the relationship works out. The ones that are at the top of this pinnacle of fucking, which is hypergamy, are going to be the ones who have the best relationships long term because they have the more options and the best options. It's just that's how everything works.
All right. Well, I mean, the data that I've seen about casual sex for women is that women have different standards for casual sex than men do. If women have higher standards for casual sex than men, women are more likely to have higher standards for who it is that they choose to have casual relationships, often because they think that it's going to lead to a long-term relationship. That's frequently the reason why they engage.
No.
Yes, it is.
The person that cares
So
less.
from what I've
No, the person that cares less has the most power.
I get that you have
No.
studies, FQ. So I'm going to speak from like anecdote. It's usually girls will fuck some loser or fuck some whatever, like, and then they'll hold off. And they'll change if they're trying to actually mate with the person.
Well, hold on.
No girl expects a one-night stand to become a long-term relationship.
Okay.
Well, whoever cares less has the power. That's in a relationship. It's that simple. Whoever cares less. If like I don't care if you sit here and you're like, oh, you cheated on me, and I don't give a shit, and you care about it, long want to work, that relationship's gonna work out. It's that simple. Like
Gibbs. Okay, I mean this with all due respect to the ladies that this guy apparently romanced. But my assumption, about the caliber of women that he found. Okay,
I know what you're going to say. You're going to say slut, but hold on.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying they're dumb.
This is what I'm going to say about you, then.
I think they're dumb, and I think that's why they like
Okay, fine.
She's saying they're dumb sluts.
Hold on. I'm actually
They
going to say the opposite.
They are dumb, and that's why they slept with them. Okay,
this is going to be a little bit offensive to you.
I
have to say this.
The women of the world.
No offense, but hold on. No offense, but I have met many of these women, and I actually think most of them are more intelligent than you. Like on a real note, because you're so crawling online that you can't recognize what the real world is like.
Gibbs, you are more online than me. This is the first time I've been on a show.
But I'd also go out. I mean, that's fine. But you're
3,000
sitting here writing
I
dissertations
occasionally
about
post
this.
on Twitter.
Yeah, that's
dude.
fine. Just because I'm popular online doesn't mean I don't go out and do normal shit. Either one. Like it's neither regardless. You sit here and you're so online. You're reading in your books and you're not going out and talking to people.
Well, she's less online and more
Yeah, you're reading.
Fair.
You online
and more in academia.
Just sitting here saying like these
You
people
can
are
smell
rich as
the books even.
they're rich as fuck. They have tons of money. Some of them have PhDs. And like, do you have a PhD? No. Would you say a PhD is
He's working on it.
Intelligent? Hey,
Gibbs has a doctorate. I mean, I don't know if you knew that.
2 of them.
No. And you can argue that. Like, we can make
Lord,
hold on.
okay?
We can make the
And I know
joke.
when
We
to
can make the
listen.
joke about the PhDs I have, right? But these girls have stuff from Harvard. I know one from Harvard. I know one from U of H. I know one from UT. So unless you have a PhD,
I know one that has a UTI.
They are. Hold on, too, probably. But that's neither here nor there. I'm just saying, when you're going to sit here and say this, I got to be honest. I honestly think you're the dumb one here because you're so like focused on this like
STD from birth.
Don't disrespect Gibbs's bitches. All right.
Look,
I'm just saying, I mean, they're not my bitches. These are some other guys.
I'm not. I'm
What's
not
his
saying
name?
there's smarter
Shotgun
bitches than
Sally or
her.
something?
Shotgun Sally.
What's his name?
Shotgun Wiley.
Shotgun Wiley. Yeah. Were the women that he was getting with, were they from Harvard?
I bet they would
One
be
of them
named
was at least.
Shotgun.
I know
with
one of them
that-
was a
that-
doctor from Harvard.
One of the women went with a guy from Harvard. Went with a guy called fucking Shotgun
Yeah,
Wiley.
because they dated for 3 months, and I'll tell you what. You know why? Because
this dude must have been like 6'4".
That's
His
the
dick
thing
was
with-
6'4", I'll tell you that.
How tall was he? Wait, hold on. How tall was he?
He was good
6'4"
looking.
laying
was
down.
Oh, he was good looking and he was tall.
He was
You're throwing
6'4"
in
laying down.
factors
But
that
he
you
was
didn't.
dumb.
But hold on.
He's dumb.
No, but this is not a good
And
sample.
that's my point. If
No,
you're dumb,
I'm gonna
anything in
stop,
things
Gibbs.
doesn't matter.
Gibbs. I'm gonna use some academic terms, okay? If this guy was like 6'4", packing a 12-incher, and was like ripped and like looked like chiseled,
Well,
Even
he's-
Lactoid would fuck him at that
this
point.
is not a good sample selection for when
No,
we're
it's a
talking about
perfect sample.
general
It's a global-
realities. Maybe
Well,
maybe
that's
Shotgun
my
maybe
point.
Shotgun
That
Wiley
the
is
general reality.
no. It sounds to me
The
like
general
Shotgun
reality
Wiley.
is that the nerdy boy ain't gonna get laid because he's afraid to talk to pussy.
Yeah,
well, the
most
guy that's sitting here
nerdy-
got-
okay.
that's jacked is gonna go talk to women. That's what hypergamy is. 20% of men are the ones getting all the women. That's
No,
literally what it is.
Gibbs.
Good looking, the ones with Riz, the ones with money. That's like they're the ones who have the time, which are the hobos. So it's really
Gibbs.
that simple.
Most low IQ men are not like
Or homeless, so they have time to
shotgun,
fucking hit on
not
women.
like this shotgun fella, okay, that you keep describing, where you're saying he looks really good, he's super tall and all that shit. Okay, maybe there's other factors here that might lead women to make such a horrible decision to get with Mr. Shotgun. But that doesn't mean that like most low IQ individuals have those advantages. In fact, oftentimes they don't.
No, they have the advantage of
Oftentimes
being
they actually
homeless.
have it's the other way around. Most of the time, they're homeless.
That's an
Dumb
advantage.
dudes have
That's
less
an advantage
inhibitions.
because
Wait,
all they
why do
do
they have to
is
be
try to hit up
homeless?
bitches.
Why do
The
they have
fuck
to be
is that
homeless? Why
simple?
can't it just be some average
Not
dude at the
Harvard
bar?
bitches.
And wait.
I
No,
know some
yes,
really smart
Harvard
bitches that have
bitches.
gotten with hobo dudes too.
It's
You
a,
like it,
it's
they go to
a,
Harvard.
it's a known trope. It's a known trope.
a known
that the
trope.
Girl,
It's called-
What the hell is
wait.
going on here?
It's a known trope that the
Jesus
girls that are
Christ.
doing the boss shit are at the end of the day just want to fucking let their hair down. They're not going to the bar so they can compete with the guy who's sitting there doing the whole thing. They want to just have
They're
fun. So
fucking the
yeah,
bartender.
I'm sorry, the
This is
dumb
a
guys.
misrepresentation
Wait, the dumb guys
Who
at
do
the
they fuck?
frat.
They fuck the bartender,
Wait,
the
the dumb
pool
guys in
guy.
the frat at the bar at the club that
Intelligence.
are having fun. They have less inhibition. All right, they're going to be the ones who are more likely to go up to
Do the
girls
bartenders-
because they're
are
too
the
stupid
bartenders
to
intelligent?
overthink going up to women because they don't give a fuck. That's
No,
the whole idea.
That's right. That's
Okay,
right.
okay. I'm gonna push back.
Are
on
bartenders
Ali
like the guys that are
and-
high intelligence guys?
I'm saying something.
I'm
No,
one
but
of
they
the
talk
dumb
everybody.
guys. I'm telling you, I am this person.
Okay, listen to what look, okay? This is one of the pushbacks I'll have against Corey and against Laxoid, because this is something that both you and Ali are saying, Gibbs, okay? You're talking about
We're saying the
charisma.
facts.
Well, I don't think it's an established fact that emotional
established
intelligence, that EQ is actually a thing. I think
Really?
that
Dumb men
most-
don't care about EQ.
That is
Dumb
not.
men don't care.
No,
'Cause
you
they're just gonna say dumb
misunderstand.
shit and get laid.
You misunderstand what I'm saying. Okay, what I am saying is that when you meet somebody that is very socially savvy, that can intuit what other people want or what they think, this is typically associated with higher IQ. Okay, EQ though, as a concept that's separate from IQ, I don't
Being
think
socially
that's
intelligent is linked with IQ.
Yes.
Isn't it the
yes,
idea
yes.
that nerds don't have friends because they don't know how to talk to people, and it's usually the
This is
people
a-
at the
no,
party that are
this is-
dumb
this
that
is
just
This
what
is
do
a
you
misconception.
mean? No?
This is a false.
That's
this
the
is
facts.
just not
That's
true.
no, it's not.
Correct.
Facts.
This is
No,
not.
I know.
I don't know.
so
I don't know.
many
I went to
guys that get
college,
made
and
fun
it
of even
seemed
now
like the
at
people.
parties that
It
are,
seemed like the
rich.
smart people who were studying didn't
But,
really
like,
have time to be like
They're
out
just not
partying.
masculine. They're just not masculine. Like, think
No.
about these like rich nerdy dudes.
The guys
that
who
you
went
go
to
in and their wives
university
are- Hold
and
on,
decided to
exactly.
study,
Like, listen,
they're not
like,
masculine.
listen, I know. Hold on. I know
Oh,
these
I never
nerdy
said
little
that.
dudes, these nerdy lawyers, these nerdy engineers. I'll go to their house
Uh-huh.
and their wives are trying to fuck because they're fucking the pool boy. They're fucking around on him because they married him just for the money and they're going to cheat on him because he's an emasculated dude. And half the time, those guys are secretly gay. As we know, when you mentioned the Republican.
You're smart.
Where are we going?
Wait, to be fair, true.
Educate.
Wait. Running theory. I have. Men don't really read books, right? Women and the gays tend to be the book readers here. So
not
like, I
true.
don't
Shit,
know.
never mind.
I don't know. What's the percentage of just like straight men who are just reading books versus like
men,
women
okay,
versus
saying
like
every
gay
book.
dudes?
I can answer that. Okay, men. Jesus Christ. Men are less likely to read fiction. Women are less likely to read nonfiction. Okay, that's the. What the hell is happening? Gibbs, why is your camera following your face? That's so like I can't stop looking at it.
That's the point. It's just like with Corey with the other thing. It's a signal. We want you to look, you motherfuckers. That's the point.
Jesus Christ.
Books are for the women and the gays. That's a quote. That's
He
I'm
was
just
like, yeah, the
saying,
people who
you
read.
know?
I was like, the people who read. Oh shit! Oh no!
No, but like for real, I'm just saying, like on average, you go out, it's not the smartest of people that are out in the bars. It's not the smartest of people, like of guys, honestly, that I see that are out and about doing their thing. The intelligent guys are kind of either wrapped up at home or they're wrapped up in their studies or their career, whatever it may be. That's where you have like med school is hard. Not for nothing, like you're a lawyer, right? I'm
fuck?
like, from everything I've heard about people
even
that go
harder
to law
than med school.
Yeah, from everything I've heard about people that go into law school is that your
probably not
teacher
true.
tells you, no, well, hold up, wait. It's not so much that it's true, like maybe not, but like you have to do a lot of fucking reading and memorizing. You don't
do.
really have time to
I
be
must
like
be gay or a
fucking off
woman.
if you want to pass the bar,
Or
if you
both.
wanna
Boys
do
are
whatever
gay.
it may be, which is why Lactoid's gotten so little pussy in his college career, and why the rest of us who are in communications majors, we're all kind of just having a blast.
By the way, real quick, I really appreciate that like subtle but kind of true thing where it's like the rest of us unintelligent communications majors.
Yeah, we were just out living life in college. We listen, man. I'm sorry, but like, yeah, there are some of us who are socially intelligent. If you want to do social IQ, yeah, I think social IQ is a thing.
No. Okay,
But I don't think higher IQ
understand.
is equivalent to social IQ. I'm sorry, I just don't.
I understand.
I don't think Ben Shapiro's a ball at parties.
Look,
He's probably a smart guy. I don't think he's a grand time at parties.
Okay.
I bet he picks up all the bitches. The Shapiro Riz, bro.
Okay, so we're talking about broad population trends, okay? And the dumb jock, nerdy kid, okay, who's super smart but nobody likes, these are very extremes, okay? But generally speaking, like when you're looking at like data about, we can even go back to the dumb jock stereotype. Actually, a lot of athletes that are in high school, they tend to be smart. They tend to be really good at academic. They tend to, yes, and taking care of your physical health, that's also associated with intelligence, okay? Taking care of yourself, thinking about how you present yourself when you go outside, whether you wear sweatpants when you're going on a date.
Wait.
But the actually dumb jocks were the ones that laid the most.
Listen, did no one watch Idiocracy? Smart people don't fuck. They don't have. They overthink it. That's kind of like the whole idea. That we're populated by the dumb because the dumb are the ones.
The problem is they use birth control. That's the problem. Actually,
they don't fuck. Fair.
The dumb jock was the one actually getting laid. They would just sit there and they would be over here. They wouldn't care about school. All they cared about was looking good, and then they would go out there and just talk to all the girls all the time. And they would get laid because that's what they cared about. And the girls liked it because they didn't have to sit here and argue about everything with the guy. They could just be like, "Wear this outfit." He'd be like, "Oh yeah," and then he would do it. They could dress him like the little Ken doll. This is what they do all the time. Like you act like this didn't happen, and it just does on a wide scale.
Well, okay, so
this is all of Blue Mountain State.
Yeah, literally, it's all of
Blue.
Yes, on one hand, empirical studies. On the other hand, Blue Mountain State.
I'm sorry.
Can we argue
hold on,
with Blue Mountain State?
In college, I went to college. I seen the.
Okay, you went to college. I watched American Pie.
I also watched American Pie and lived in American Pie was based in Michigan.
I'm just saying.
I also hold on. One of my I know that anecdotes. I know anecdotes are like kind of shitty when there's like empirical evidence, but the empirical evidence never fucking plays out in real life.
That's not true.
Like
that's
never
over and over again.
Okay. So if I
that's why Trump won.
True, it's cold here. That's why global warming must be fake. It's cold right where I am.
It's
freezing. In your house right now, it's cold.
Oh, freezing.
Yeah, exactly.
I knew Lactoid.
So I want to. So let's. Okay, come on. We're gonna let FQ respond because there's a lot of things flying at her, right? So I want to give her a moment to respond. I do actually want to hear from Doobie, right? Yeah, I want to pick his brain.
Yeah. So first of all, I maintain what I said about intelligence. Okay, and this actually is another pushback about the charisma. What about the guy, okay, who, isn't majoring, in we've all met people like this who are super charismatic, but they're bums, okay? They sleep on their girlfriend's couch. They don't work, they
have girlfriends to have couches to sleep on. Wait, girlfriends let them sleep on their couch.
No, but my point is
because
that
they're charismatic.
Okay, but the reason,
homosexual. That's the word.
True.
Jesus Christ. Okay, look, I think that the reason why these girls stick with these guys is because they are either close to them or higher than them in intelligence. And they perceive them being really good at the guitar or being really good at poetry or being really good at some sort of artistic thing. I mean, girls do this, okay? They date
They
artists.
just think it's
okay?
hot.
They're never good
No,
at
They
no.
don't think it's intelligent. They just think it's hot.
No. They believe that there will be a
I've
payoff
been this
eventually
guy.
with this, and they think it's a sign of intelligence. And to be perfectly frank with you, if somebody is actually
Perceived
capable,
Man, then girls are dumber than we
Perceived,
think.
right?
That maybe they're
So
not the
that's what we're
median
talking
This
high
is
about,
ones.
retarded.
right?
This is retarded.
This is
Like
not
if
retarded.
that's
No,
the idea,
it's
the girls
not.
are
No, it's
honestly
not.
dumber than
No,
we're
it's not.
talking about here.
No, it's not. Okay, a lot of
It
girls.
would have to be.
Okay, a lot of the reason like why girls value men who can do things like this is because it is, as like was stated, it's a form of perceived intelligence. They perceive that as a sign that the guy is intelligent.
because
And
they're
so they are
kind
willing
to them.
Don't interrupt me. They are willing to endure the poverty and the fact that he can't make a lot of money because they think he's smart and because they can get along well with him. Because
No,
Yes.
it's because the guy.
Yes.
Wait. No, to be fair, in this situation,
Yes.
it's because
Yes.
it's because the guy maybe
Yes.
treats them correctly. Maybe the guy
Yes.
treats them nicely. Maybe the guy's
Wrong.
kind. No girl is staying with a guy that's sleeping on their couch and can't afford to take him on a date because she thinks he's smart.
Yes,
it's because in
they
a world
do.
of fucking
Yes,
assholes.
they
No,
do.
in a world of
Bullshit.
perceived
He's got
fucking
good dick.
predators,
That's why
this
they
guy
do.
isn't. So she feels
Bullshit.
safe
I know
around him.
girls who do
He
that.
maybe treats her nicely and she has a nice time around him. She's insane because
No.
he's smart.
He's good in bed.
Come
He's good in
on,
bed.
man.
sorry,
If
there
you
are
can
lots
touch
of
their
star-
cervix, they're usually put up with a lot of shit.
there are a lot of starving artists. men
I'm
out
just,
there who
I
are
know this for a fact.
really
I
And
literally
because
just
the
started
artists
hanging
are
out with a girl
hot.
that
It's
makes
not
like
because the artists are
50K a year.
smart.
She's got like a whatever, and she goes, "I'll put up with anything if they can fucking hit my cervix." So I know that
or
I
they can
know this is
fuck.
a fact.
That part too, they're laying it down in the fucking bedroom. The girl is dickmatized, but no girl is
yeah,
staying with a guy
no.
over IQ. It's gonna be
this is the guy's honest
safety.
truth.
If he's
No,
gonna be
dude.
safe.
I'm
She's gonna be
okay,
safe around
okay,
him.
These are the facts.
He's
Like,
fun,
I
nobody-
see
or he's
this
okay.
dicking her
every day.
down.
You know, it stops
But like,
becoming
no, the brain
anecdotal
isn't
when it's
getting
a
her
pattern.
pussy
I
pumping.
see
I'm
it every
sorry.
day.
I'm sorry. Okay, you don't know women
You're
if
the-
you don't think that's true. You think
Apparently
Apparently you don't know
I'm
women
not
anymore.
gonna lie.
That's
Yeah, I
crazy.
don't.
Are you joking?
Let's let her respond.
Okay, first of all, I'm
All she's been doing is
shocked.
responding.
Oh my God, Gibbs. Okay, I'm shocked at this. Okay, that you guys actually think that speaking like you've all mentioned charisma. What do you think charisma is? Charisma is about being witty, telling good jokes. It's about being able to make references. It's about being able to be interesting. Okay, that's a part of charisma. Okay, those are signs of intelligence when you're talking to people. That's why humor is something that that women like to see
we
in men.
define
They like
intelligence?
men who make them laugh. Okay.
Wait, can we define
Well,
intelligence?
Uh,
Because
I know
like
some
if
of the
having
stupidest
good,
people
if
I
having
know.
risen
Most
that, like
difficult
having
things to
knowledge
do,
of
by the
like
way.
social topics, maybe like TV shows,
Therefore,
whatever,
it doesn't
maybe
exist.
being funny, like like
Well, it doesn't
what
exist
is
in this room, that much
intelligent?
we can be sure. Okay.
Like,
I just
mean,
think
I was gonna reference Jersey Shore. If you can just make a girl laugh because you know like basic knowledge of shit that's going on.
Dude, it's not just
Yeah, like some of the stupidest people I know have charisma. Jersey Shore is a great example.
No,
It's like,
dude,
do
okay.
you think anybody at Jersey Shore is a fucking genius? No, but they've all
No,
developed
but-
independent, multi-million empires, basically. So you're sitting here going, "Oh well, we need to check all these boxes." Well, these are some of those retarded people on Earth, generational level
Okay,
alcohol.
okay,
and
look.
sometimes
They're
drug
rich
users,
and they're
they
hot,
ain't-
Gibbs. They're not a good sample.
Oh, rich and they're hot. So like, basically, I
Yeah,
think
but
this
if
is
you're
what,
good looking,
though.
generally
Who
you're
is-
probably not worried about how you speak. You probably can speak more better to women when
Hey.
you're doing
Hold
it. It's
on,
just you
though.
have the
If you're hot-
Hold on, but let's talk about that. Like, if you go to gym culture, some of the horniest people in the world that we know are fucking is gym culture people.
Yeah, because they have good vascular systems.
True.
They
Sure,
actually,
because
yeah.
they have good vascular system. But you know, some of the dumbest people in the world, also the gym culture. Because they're like,
No.
I'm gonna fucking take some creatine, I'm gonna do some steroids, and I'm gonna look good. And these guys are fucking.
No, why is it always a dumb as bricks person? These are just people of like average intelligence, right? They're
And
just not geniuses, and they're getting by.
And they have huge charisma.
Okay,
They have
stop.
huge charisma.
I gotta
it's
respond.
just-
I gotta
wrong.
respond to this. First of all, exercise is it's actually correlated with intelligence, right? That's yes. It could
All right, so
be
Corey
that
was right.
you
This
personally.
male variability thing is bullshit.
No,
Bro, this is.
You're saying
I don't
every
believe that
time
at
we
all.
say something,
No.
it's like,
What kind
no,
of
this
bull?
person
Where
is
do you
actually
go?
intelligent. Every guy apparently
Ali,
is
you're
just
coping right
intelligent.
now.
you
Whatever,
guys
I'm
have.
not coping. I
Here's
think
the
the other end of it.
Sorry, Lactoid.
Here's what this is.
I
You-
think
you-
women are
you
smarter
guys-
than men.
You guys have this stereotypical idea built up where it's like, oh yeah, this Chad fucking brickhead, who's just
No.
that is a
But
typical.
You sound like
jacked
Destiny trying
guy.
to explain to me how to
And
fix
I-
things. No. Hold on. This is
Never
what you
say
sound
that
like.
again. Okay.
You sound
Firstly,
like Destiny trying to explain to me a
ouch.
fist post, like how the
No.
Because you're going, this data
Way too
it
far.
says that you can build fist post over here, and I'm like, you're retarded. Like, you can't build a fifth post this way. You can't fucking say all these gym people are super retarded. There are smart gym people, sure, but that are sitting here doing the bioscience and biohacking, and they're coming up with the cool, perfect steroid combo. Yeah, maybe those guys figure out super serum. But so I know some dumbasses that are like, I'm taking bull shark testosterone.
Yeah,
and those guys far out.
I know.
The fucking smart people. And
No, they don't. No, they don't.
I know.
No, they don't. No, they don't. No, they don't.
They are.
A specific. I would not be surprised, and I could be wrong on this. And I have no data. Oh my God, Gibbs. I'm trying to roll with. I don't actually have empirical data from what I'm about to say. I'm just rolling with intuition because that's apparently what we do here. Okay. It wouldn't surprise me if the specific cohort of like steroid taking meatheads, the people who are willing to take steroids in order to accomplish certain goals, like bodybuilding goals, perhaps that the IQ of this specific demographic could be, I don't know if it is, but could be lower than the general gym going and exercising population. It could be too that this specific cohort might get laid a whole bunch. This does not go towards the general trends. This does not go towards the general trends that we know, which is that people who are in good shape tend to have higher IQ, not only because people who are smarter tend to like be more interested in looking after their health, but also it like having the vascular improvements in your cardiovascular system literally helps remove brain fog and depression and all sorts of things.
I don't know when we changed to the jocks are now the smart ones too. Like I don't know when. Like what?
It's total bullshit.
Like where did the trope come from?
Wait,
I need this
a jock
explained.
is a stereotype. That's a different cat. I'm pretty sure Lacto is not referring to the jocks.
No,
but I could be wrong.
Yeah, but hold on. If you look at listen, is Conor McGregor going to fucking win a Nobel Prize for intelligence? No, he's not. How about Nate Diaz? No, he's not. Like, I mean, I can sit here. There's way more Nate Diaz.
Haven't they all been hit in the head like 20 million times or something?
And you don't think the guys that are on steroids having problems are getting hit in the head? These guys are all getting laid in large numbers, and this is the point. They're all getting fucking, and they take up.
But they also get CTE.
Hold on. They take up this 20% area that y'all keep talking about. That's the whole key.
I think the issue. I think the issue is like FQ. You know, can you tell me here if I'm a little bit right? Is that we're painting the jocks like fucking Chad Michael Murray in One Tree Hill, which is just like the great basketball player who loves to sit at home and read books. He's a poet. He's a novice. He loves his reading, but he's also just a phenomenal fucking 3-point shooter all day. It's just like. Yes, that guy's idolized on TV. I'm sure that he exists in the towns, right? But like,
we're talking about general trends, okay?
General athletes are more intelligent than the regular student populace.
Generally speaking, people that are athletes in high school are smart. They tend to get good grades. You have to get good grades in order to be an athlete. If you've ever been in athletics,
you actually have to have average grades.
No, you don't. If you're at a good school, you cheat.
Okay, well,
hold on. I was doing
also cheat for you.
In high school,
the school will also encourage you to maintain that average.
Nevertheless.
Well, that's crazy. This is how I know you don't live in the real world because you're saying stuff
like, "This is where studies get you guys."
They literally would tutor you, and you would just do their
yeah, lactoid. This is what you do.
Okay, Gibbs. Okay, can I just pause right here, okay? What the hell are you talking about? This whole real bullshit. I've been in the real world.
Because you keep saying these things
for the past year.
What do you mean,
real world? Please. Okay, like you have no right to sit there and to talk about how much.
I do have the right because what you're saying is just not realistic. Like I'm sitting here going through real lived experience. I was an athlete my whole life till I destroyed my body.
You think the rest of us don't have real lived experience either? I know I knew athletes in high school.
Okay. Listen, which college did you go to? What sports did you play? Let's go through it because I can sit here playing at a high level at all the colleges and high schools I went to. We were the winningest program in high school of all time in Texas for football. Do you think at the winningest program of all time
by this conversation that I don't know why you're upset.
And guess what they're doing? I mean, because I'm telling you you're wrong. It's sad. I don't care if it's a compliment that you think we're smart and athletic, but I'm just telling you that's not how it is. These people are cheating. If you have these advantages, they try to get you there one way or the other.
Look, okay, we are talking about broad population trends. That is what we are talking about, okay? That is what we are talking about. We're talking about
for the school of over 5,000
Don't interrupt me,
class.
for the love of Christ, okay?
Well, you interrupted me the whole time there. If it's a school where it's got 20,000 people at it, would you say that is a
you interrupted her the entire time? Like, come on.
Yeah, because I've been getting interrupted every time I speak. It's fine. Listen, we all interrupt each other, and then when one person does it, they bitch back. That's fine. I'm just saying, you're sitting there going general trends. A school of 20,000 is a bigger trend.
Okay. Let her respond, please.
Okay. All right. First of all, Gibbs, you're a friend. I like you. Okay. peace and love. Okay, this is not meant to be like a mean thing. Okay, or anything like that. Okay, like what we're just talking about is we're talking about broad general trends. Okay. After you talk to Doobie, I do want to make a suggestion because I did bring up part of the reason why I think that there is a discrepancy, and I do think that it has to do with intelligence, like as it relates to education. I think that's something that people don't talk about enough. Like I do think that I think that lowered academic achievement is impacting boys, Zoomers specifically in dating. I don't know if it's impacting millennial men as well, but I wouldn't be surprised. I think that that's having an impact, and I have a theory because I'm a teacher of why these declines have happened and what could be done potentially to reverse them. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Doobie.
And then I'll let in my man Doobie first. All right, so Doobie first. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. So I really want to, I wanted to hear what your thoughts on all of this were. I mean,
10 words or less.
From the past that you've told me, it seems like you were you could comfortably be classified as a Chad, right? From what you've said. And so I'm really curious as to what you've had to say about this, you know, and especially like you've managed to find a long-term partner who is allegedly attractive. Now, I have no evidence of this. I've never been shown a picture, even though we're friends. But that goes to supposedly evidence of you being quite successful in this area. And so, like, hearing all these far less successful people talk, I'm curious. So that was at me too. To be clear, that was a shot at me myself.
It's true.
Right?
I mean, I'm sorry.
Yeah. I have a wife. I think me and Doobs have at the same level at that point.
No.
And believe it or not, I have slept with more than 2 women. I promise.
Okay. You have a wife, and shout out to your wife, and you know what? I know exactly how attractive his wife is because I've seen evidence of that. You know, just because Ali and I are actually friends. I don't know. That's just a thing that happened there. But I don't know.
He posted that in the group chat, Prime.
He probably because he's cool with everybody, right? That's what he does, right?
We're all friends,
right? Who says like, hey, I want to share this with other people, right? In my life, that's what Ali does. He's that type of person. Not everyone here is that type of person, any which way, right? But Ali, all I'm saying is that I don't know, and it's because I just don't know your past enough, right? If you've like had Doobie's level of experiences in this area. Maybe you have. I don't know, right? I'm just saying I'm unaware of that. But Doobie, love to hear your thoughts.
I think Gibbs and Ellie are entirely correct. I think you guys are fucking crazy. You sound like nerds. You sound like people who were like at home studying, you know, on Saturday night while, you know, the dumb fucks that worked at the gas station were other fucking. Like honestly.
Bro.
Like there are like specific clubs in LA that I've gone to where the reason you went to that club is it was full of really wealthy white chicks who just wanted to fuck a stupid like brown guy. Like, to be honest with you, it's the reason they went to the club. That was the entire reason they were there.
Be a foreign American.
So like it's just I don't know. I feel like this is like I don't even know how to explain it. You're like over
intellectualizing.
Yeah, a very simple fucking caveman thing. Okay. Gibbs said it best, right? He mentioned something. The guys with the time, right? If you're broke as fuck and you're not somebody with a lot of like drive, you don't really have a lot of goals. You're totally happy being mediocre or even below mediocre and having just a fucking grocery store job or whatever. You're gonna have way more time than a lactoid, right? Than me currently, actually. So those guys have a lot of time to sit on their fucking phone and text girls on Tinder. Or hit up, you know, their best friend's girlfriend or ex-girlfriend, you know, and just give her all the attention and validation she wants, like how pretty she is, so pretend they're interested in her entire fucking life and her whole day. Most guys don't have, if you're like a successful person, you don't really have time for that.
Smoke some meth real quick, you know.
Right, which is why my wife does that for me, right? And she's the one who gets all the women that we hook up with. So like, I just don't like, these guys are fucking, okay, far more than I think the average intellectual high IQ guy, right? I don't think it's something people even think about.
That might be true, but that's
different
goals, short term versus long term. And
yeah,
like,
hold on, but this is
Yes.
another thing. I don't
The
think people
girl's
even think about
long-term is
this. Right? I don't even think people even think about this when they're out there looking for a partner. They look for, okay,
no,
this guy
they do.
safe, stable, they have an income. Like men and women just have
Long-term.
different standards, right? It's totally socially acceptable for a woman to just have no job and just kind of lay at home all day, hopefully washing dishes or something, right? But totally fine for her to be unemployed and lazy as fuck, right? That's socially acceptable. For guys like that, do you think of him as like a piece of shit loser, right? Or the broke boyfriend, right? Who's going to do the broke boyfriend hug behind his girl at the fucking counter when she's buying him some candy or some shit. It's like, this is so. Yeah, I understand if they're looking for like a long-term relationship, sure. But what typically happens, I think, in these kind of situations is the chick gets knocked up. Her successful career path falls apart eventually, or she just ends up with a baby daddy that she fucking hates for the rest of her life, and he's out fucking other people, making more children with like intelligent women. It's like I don't
Nothing
know.
you're saying
Both
now
you guys are
contradicts what we've been saying, though. You're disagreeing with us, but you're not.
How?
No,
I'm
nobody
agreeing
here.
I'm agreeing with
Nobody
Gibbs
here.
and Ellie.
No, nobody here said the dumb gas station people aren't getting fucking or fucking. Yes, they're fucking.
They're
They're
getting
having
married
children.
too.
They're getting STIs.
That's literally what
that-
hypergamy is, though.
But
No,
and they're getting married- they're getting
hypergamy is
married.
about selecting a partner.
God.
There's long-term
Dog,
thinking
hypergamy
associated
applies
with
to
it.
like 5%
Who
of
the fuck
women.
does this? Okay, but
Like, it
Lachlan,
actually applies to like
who sits
5% of
there-
women.
Who sits there and actually writes out like some fucking sociopath, like exactly the kind of person looking for, then targets that specific kind of person, like a fucking like spider or something? Nobody does that. Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm not saying you have
But
to
the
do
people
that.
who do that are the type of women who put in a poison in their fucking husbands. in 5 years.
No, stop.
That's
Doobie,
not
Doobie,
it's
I'm
not a
not saying-
common thing. I'm sorry.
Look, not everyone's like me. Not everyone is gonna like fucking be that hyper specific and weird about it. Okay. When it comes to most of the time, it is like vibes, right? It is like there's goals that women have in the back of their mind, and they're feeling people out. And when it comes to hypergamy, what we're talking about specifically is women's hypergamy, where they are trying to select for successful men, for ambitious men, for men who they feel that can provide for them, which is exactly what you just mentioned, Doobie. And if you're saying that there is this desire that women have to find a man long term who can provide for them, this is what we're saying. Like this has been the whole discussion. We're not having the discussion. Do a whole gaggle of like ultra low proles, lumpen proletariats, are they all getting in a pile and just like churning out children and STDs? I'm sure this is happening to some extent.
Women aren't switching.
Yes,
First of all, women that are
Idiocracy is
seeking out
real.
successful
That's right.
quote unquote
It's real, but that does not. Again, that's not.
Well, the women that are seeking
If you're
out,
talking about, okay, go ahead.
the women that are seeking out like the high value or the successful man or the whatever it may be, these are a subsect of women. The average people are looking at average people. So long as you're not a fucking jobless bum, right? If you can just have if you're decent, yeah, all you have to do is not be a jobless woman. You can meet an average girl and you can be fine and get married and have a whole thing. This whole hypergamy
It's a spectrum.
thing,
It's a spectrum.
Yeah, and most people are in the middle of the spectrum where it's like, hey, I'm not going to be able to attain a successful man. And for the guys, they're not going to be able to attain a model. People are on average settling.
I understand. Yes, I understand that people do like ultimately settle, and there's like all sorts of different factors at play. But generally speaking, like you said, he needs to have like a job. He needs to not be like a bum.
The wrong way to think
Everyone needs to have a job.
But the better the job,
or whatever. Like you're not settling. It's not like, actually, I want to fucking meet Chad, and I know Chad.
Are you denying, Doobie? Are you denying that a man's income is not related to his ability to get a long-term partner? Are you really making that claim?
Actually, it really depends. So yes and no, right? So because Laxwood, again, the vast majority of people, I think if I were to look into this, I'd find that people at the upper income level are less likely to have like long-term relationships that last their entire lives, because at that level you also get a lot of people who are specifically seeking you out for your money, who are maybe these hypergamous women who you're looking for, and they will
have longer lasting relationships.
Hold on.
Lower
do
divorce
they though?
Yes, lower divorce rates.
Yes.
Oh, okay. But wait, hold on.
Because they're not fighting about money all the time, because they can problem solve, because they're smart. Yes.
Or because the woman isn't going to leave because the lifestyle is better than
or that. Potentially that too.
Yeah, but that isn't but that isn't indicative of like a successful long-term relationship if the girl's just not going to leave because you have money or because she's addicted or because she's accustomed to the lifestyle. It's not a successful relationship.
No, hold on.
That's more to Doobie's point
Well,
where like
Or
yeah, the people that you maybe
or
end up
they're separated but
it's
not divorced
fulfilling-
because they
hypergamy bitches.
or they don't
No, it is
worried about
fulfilling what she's
losing
looking for in that
fucking income.
circumstance. But secondly, again, on the metrics of happiness and the metrics of marriage success in terms of like marriage happiness, all these things, yes, people with higher income and higher IQ do better. Corey's right. Doobie, I understand, like, again, there's all these stereotypes about this, a lot of which are crafted to make subpar people feel better about themselves. But a lot of it's simply not true.
But it's not just a stereotype, Lactoid. So just think about it like this. So I'm a pretty wealthy guy, right? I don't have a prenup. I intentionally did not get a prenup. I refuse to get a prenup.
I
right?
know.
I know you think it's a terrible
to say
idea.
about that. Yeah.
I get it. You told me it's a terrible idea, but because I don't have this prenup, I will stick around and work through things that I think an average poor person who doesn't have a whole lot of like wealth they're going to lose if their marriage fails, they might be way more willing to walk away than I will, right? Because it's easier for them. They don't have the fucking mountain of shit to lose. So it doesn't them having longer marriages or whatever, lower divorce rates, doesn't it always mean that these are healthy marriages or that these are just like happy people, right? It doesn't necessarily.
They are
mean
happier. They're literally rated happier.
Are they happier with each other, or are they just happier because they got money?
No, so they're happier across the board. Generally, they're more likely to have successful relationships, and they're more likely to rate those like relationships as better. Like they're just again, because so much of this has to do with if you're high IQ, you're broadly speaking, not every single person, but you're broadly speaking going to be better at problem solving, and you're going to have the resources available to also solve problems that may otherwise be unsolvable to somebody who doesn't have a lot of money. This is in large part why hypergamous women, which is most of them, are seeking a man who can provide them something, and the more the better generally. But yes, there's going to be women who are going to settle for what they hey, this is a good amount. There's all these other things and then obviously there's personal connection. All these things kind of factor in. The debate here is not saying like every woman is just some mindless drone that's going to drop you at the drop of a hat and go with somebody richer.
So do you really think that like women are like the average woman, right? Is when she's dating around or whatever, when she meets a guy and they really connect and she's got feelings for him, she's really sitting down and thinking like, okay, I really love this guy, but he doesn't make $100,000. So but I love him, so I'm going to settle for him. Or is it just, hey, I love this guy, we can build a future together, and maybe someday we'll be wealthy, maybe someday we won't, but it doesn't really matter, because we're happy together. I don't think of this as like settling. These are just people who found their partner. They're not interested in looking for someone, or if they met somebody that had like more income, but they weren't as in love with, they wouldn't be interested in that person anyway. So it's not really settling. They're just finding their match.
I would agree with you, Doobie, but what I would say is that I do think that has to do with intelligence, right? And that's why I think that like income, and when we're talking about all this stuff, these are proxies for intelligence, because ultimately I agree with you. I think there are lots of people who would settle for a partner who is not able to provide if he was sufficiently intelligent enough.
No, but you keep saying settle. My issues with the word settle, because the implication is that they want something, they want another person, but they're going to settle for this person because they feel like it's the best they can do.
I shouldn't have used the word settle. I should have used the word settle. That's not, I guess, like what I'm trying to say.
No,
what I'm
it's
saying,
a fine word.
I'm saying that like what women I think ultimately are looking for is somebody to intellectually connect with. That is the thing that is being desired.
Let's not. Hold on.
Yes. Lactoid knows what I'm talking about.
Let's not go too far. But Doobie, the problem the settle actually is a good word, because there are probably some level of women who are actually like doing the calculation. Yeah, he's like a fucking janitor at a gas station, but he's really nice, he's really funny, he makes me feel blah blah blah. Maybe I'll just go down that route. I think it's obvious that there is a lot of people that are explicitly doing that mental calculation, but I think there's a much larger portion of people that are not explicitly doing it, but are still doing it. right? What they're thinking is, does this person make me feel safe? Is this person able to take me on interesting experiences and solve problems for me? Is this person able to do XYZ, XYZ, XYZ? And all of that is in large part if they're really smart and really rich, right? And so this is what like the actual thought process is, and this is what hypergamy is. This is why they're looking for somebody who's wealthy.
So I'm going to go to Gibbs. I'm sorry, I've been a little bit distracted, stuff behind the scenes, and I missed like what the disagreement was on the word settle. But I would say that yeah, a lot of people. I think I would agree with Lactwood, at least what he said. Again, if I missed something, then I do apologize. But like, I think a lot of people do those calculations. I think a lot of women do those calculations. I think that like, especially like if they're aging, right? And be like they're wanting to start a family. I'm not saying that like an aging woman is a fraud or
everyone's
anything,
aging,
but like,
well, except for that Brian Johnson
true.
guy.
I'm glad you pointed that out. Thank you so much. But like, yeah, but if they're like looking to start a family, right? Clock's ticking. And they're like, well, what are the chances that the next guy after this one will be be my Prince Charming, right? Like, well, okay, this guy he's stable, right? He's kind to me. And sometimes through the fog of his stupidity, he makes me laugh. So like,
but Prime, you're doing it too. Like, so sometimes the fucking janitor who comes home smelling like shit is the Prince Charming for these women. Okay, like I think that's how people actually behave.
I think that's possibility. I think it's absolutely on. Gibbs, hold on 1 second, please. I think that's absolutely true, right? That like not necessarily a person who makes a lot of money will be. Is their soulmate or the person they should be with 100%. So I'm with you there. But even then, like if we're not looking on the metric of money, right? Like on like just pure compatibility, right? Like that combined metric, right? Like how do you know? Like if this person is at a 70% compatibility, how do you know the next person will be at 95, right? And so people like make the calculation, hey, 70 is we're all staying, right? Because you're literally gambling. You're gambling for your time. You're gambling with and resources that you may get, or you may not get. You're gambling with your future children. You're gambling with all of that. So yeah, there's a matter of settling, right? Like this is the best hand I will be dealt, and so I'll play this one. So
I disagree with that vehemently. I think a real easy way we can see that this is true is we look at what women's idea of romance is. And I think one way we can look at this is looking at media, written and filmed, right? And let's just I'm going to start with one of the most famous love stories ever that's ever premiered. How about the movie Titanic, right? And in that, the person that's intelligent, who's rich, who admittedly goes on to marry the main character.
True story, by the way. Documentary.
Hold on. I didn't say what's your story. I said it's romance, right? It's a written romance film media. And right. So what he does in that, he's the character who at the end marries her, lasts 50 years, has children with her. And at the end of this, the woman's loyalty is not to that man who gave her a perfect life with his intelligence and money. It's the guy that she had a 3-day fling with and then allowed to die afterwards. No loyalty. She was cheating. So if this is a happy marriage.
Okay.
He was a terrible person for that, by the way.
Don't interrupt me. We got Mr. About I got more. We got plenty more where this came from. Let's go down.
It's been proven that only one person could have fit on that door.
The door. Yeah, the door thing is terrible. That is true. The door thing is terrible.
James Cameron proved the truth that actually he could put 2 people on there. Actually, he did his own little study. Like,
okay. I agree.
I'm not done. I'm not done. I waited for 45 minutes. Hey, here's the next thing.
You have not been waiting for 45 minutes. Go ahead.
But fine. Here we go. We got another. Have you watched the channel Hallmark? I don't know if you've seen this, but every Hallmark Christmas movie is about homegirl coming down to her hometown from big city New York or big city Chicago or the week, and then she's got this husband who just can't come down, or fiance can't come down because he's got this big business meeting that's going to, set them up for life. And then what do? They cheat on him with their dumbass hometown sweetheart that was an idiot in high school, hasn't grown up, and still reminds them of that they grew up with. That's what I How about you seen the movie Just Friends? Have we seen that one? Her smart, intelligent best friend, who she eventually figures out she's in love with after dating all these other people. She chose all the dumbasses and the guys all before the intelligent guy. This is what women choose repeatedly. How about 51st Date? We could go all down the list. The ugly truth. They didn't pick the good one. They picked the dumbass that was over here hitting up all the bitches. Like, this is what they do over and over. Women's idea of romance is cheating. So if you're going to tell me that these long-term marriages are working out all this shit, Doobie's absolutely correct. It's not a measurement if they're happy. They definitely just have stakes on the line for the most part. I just see this repeatedly happening all the time. And some of the people that are the happiest long-term marriages are the ones that are so stupid that they would never consider cheating because it's just not a thought that crossed their mind because they don't have enough brain cells for that.
But they couldn't imagine the concept of cheating?
It's too hard for them.
Are these people like on fucking life support? What the fuck?
They're definitely on maybe like Down syndrome, but either way, I don't know.
They're on Down syndrome?
They're on
They're
that
like-
Down syndrome.
I'm taking some Down syndrome.
They're on the
They're
down
taking a little
low with
downy
that
action,
syndrome.
though.
I guess I have like a couple of responses to both. I guess to Doobie and to first of all to Gibbs. The cheating thing. You and I think it was Maj that I had this conversation with. You guys have this bizarre like idea about cheating, which is that if you have had a boyfriend or a girlfriend from like 25 or 30 years ago, and you still think about that boyfriend or that girlfriend, the boyfriend could be dead.
I didn't say that.
But if you still think about him, then it's cheating. I
No, that's
distinctly
not cheating.
remember you and Maj.
No, what I said, it's
ridiculous.
hold on.
thing.
I
That
said
was
that.
crazy.
Hold on. What I said was this is the problem with what happened is I don't know about what Majid said, but what I was saying is say you have a significant other and they had a boyfriend that they were dating that they were in love with, and this person dies like like they had these strong feelings and he didn't have any negative qualities or didn't have enough that they didn't like. It's someone that will become not a cheating situation, but someone that you can become compared to anytime something goes wrong, and that could cause strife within your relationship because they have like died and this person they wouldn't have had a long enough term to find out the flaws. They never had their closure, so you're just compared against this unrealistic standard of this rose-colored picture of what they have in their mind from a dead person. That's what I said, not that it was cheating. That's totally different. So don't paint me with this bullshit.
Okay, but then maybe it was just Majin. Maybe I'm lumping unfairly the pair of you together. I apologize if that is the case. However, okay.
Even friends have bad takes sometimes.
Okay. Well, I guess like as far as like what Doobie and I guess maybe like what Gibbs is saying, like with, like when you're a wealthier person, like you have a lot of people that like want to marry you for your money. I mean, I hate to bring this back full circle to the beginning of this conversation, but this is why people are classist, right? This is why, I mean, I've seen this like in like families that I've known in my own family. Okay. Like typically like there is a lot of social pressure that when you bring a significant other to the Thanksgiving table, that significant other has a job that is similar to yours. Like my brother, he's a doctor. Okay. His last girlfriend, she was a dentist. Okay. The next person who he dates probably will also be a doctor. Okay. And that's something that is actively encouraged like by both of my parents for specifically the reason that like you mentioned, Dewey,
if he dated a dentist, he dated down. But go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
But like the point is that like somebody that's like somebody that is like roughly within your own circle, right?
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
But this is the reason like why, okay, these types of pressures exist, okay? Because it is true. There are people who, and it's not just women, to be honest with you. I mean, men also like want to marry up. There are cases of men who don't make a lot of money, okay, who aren't successful in school, who are happy to sink their claws into somebody that makes more money than they do, okay, who want to use women.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Why did you say sink their claws in terms of a man, like reaching up to a better
because that's how she sees it.
Yeah, because the other way around. You didn't use that kind of like
in this discussion
for a woman.
In this discussion, if the average woman is like a higher IQ than men, then she's dumbing herself down. She has to date a lower IQ guy. Yeah. Are you serious? She has to resort to dating a lower IQ guy.
Let me just
then share the higher IQ guys.
Let me just say this as like a general principle, okay? This is not always true, by the way. Sometimes there are great guys who can be great stay-at-home dads, okay, who make a wonderful meals, okay, who are great with kids, okay? I'm not saying there's nobody who can do this, but generally speaking, okay, most men are not socialized in the same way as women in order to take care of the household. Like, I'm sorry, but like the stereotype, I'm looking at all of your backgrounds right now, okay? The stereotype of like the single leather armchair in the middle of a room and the walls are blank and there's a huge TV set. There's a coffee table that's littered with Bud Light. There's a random tube sock on the floor, a ripped up thing of duct tape nearby. There's a Himalaya, tower of like pizza boxes in the trash can that hasn't been taken out, and everything for some reason is black and fucking dark green and brown and mustard yellow.
Very
and
judgmental.
So you don't like the aesthetic.
I'm not just talking about.
You
I'm
judge
saying
based off
Like
the
every
aesthetic.
man
I
in
am
here
saying-
that's
She's
every
not
man
talking
in
about the aesthetic. She's not just talking about the aesthetic. Come
I'm
on.
not
every
just
man
talking
in here
about
could
the-
probably be happy with that setup.
Yes,
Just
that's
for
the
record,
problem.
We
I
just
guess-
don't need it. Oh, that's the problem.
Yes,
Not the
that
women
is-
who have all these issues with the setup. Not all the men in the
I
world
agree.
being okay.
You're
with
right.
it.
Instead, we
It's
should
not-
have
it's your
boho.
standard.
That's what we should
Oh
have.
yeah, that's
When it
where
comes
the
to
problem-
fancy,
curtains.
like
What's-
fancy ass
what's-
LED
like,
lights all
what's-
over my house, and
hold
my
on, what's-
wife said it looked like a club. She wouldn't let me do it.
I just want to know
See,
what's
this is
more
the thing.
likely if every man in the world would be okay with something, or if and everybody's fine with that, or one woman and a few women standard is not okay with it. Who's more likely to be in the wrong there?
Okay,
Obviously,
look.
women.
The general thing that I'm trying to say is that men are generally more neglectful of the appearance of things, and that can be a problem. They are generally more neglectful to the comfort of like how the home feels. Like when you walk in, they are generally more neglectful of what other people appear and how they perceive them out in public. Okay, that's why we're having this back and forth about clothes. Okay, like that is a general thing.
But
so
men don't care
if-
about how they.
I know.
That.
Well, no,
I
wait,
know.
wait, wait. I
That's
care
what
about how I
she's
look in public.
But
I
if
know.
50% of the
Nicely, I'm just
population
saying-
doesn't care about it,
I'm
hold
just
on. If
saying most
50% of
people
the
don't
population
care.
doesn't care about it, and a small segment of women do,
No,
while
okay.
a larger segment of women
I'm
don't,
gonna
guess
tell
what?
you-
That
Cleaning is for
means
gays
that
and women.
you're the- yeah,
Okay.
basically cleaning's for the gays
Hey,
and women.
hey,
It's not
hey,
even
hey,
all the
don't
gays
take
and
my
women. It's just her
hypotheses
super small
and just start
subset.
fucking throwing them willy nilly.
Okay. Look, listen, okay? When I'm thinking about my son, okay, or my daughter at home, okay, and when I'm thinking about them getting dressed to go to school, how they treat other people when they go out in public, how they present themselves, what they do outside when they leave the house, okay?
You want them to be
The
the same?
No, I want the person that socialize them to be appropriate and to be successful and savvy out in the world.
Do you have
whoever
like
that is.
a live, love, laugh sign on your wall? Like one of those like those cheap wooden little things
you.
from poles?
Fuck you.
You do.
Oh,
don't
so
you?
you do.
Yes,
So
you
you
do.
fucking called it.
Fuck off. Fuck off.
Wait.
So
Do
you're a
you
live,
actually?
live, love,
Yes, you
laugher.
do. I knew it.
Fuck off. Fuck off.
does.
She does.
I don't.
Yeah.
First of all,
She's
Live,
saying
I know
laugh,
no.
love, baby.
fuck off.
So
Okay, I know what you're
I
talking
got like these
about.
those random fucking like almost like as those little,
Inspirational quotes.
with like inspirational.
Maybe a
quotes.
list somewhere. They got a
It's
wall
just
list
Instagram captions all over their house.
Like
Fuck
Sally's
you.
rules.
Look, I
Gross.
look, okay, because of the fact that generally, not every single person, but generally, men are more neglectful of these things. I would be afraid that my son, especially, but also my daughter, when they left the house to go into social situations, that they would ruin opportunities for themselves because they weren't socialized or taught how to behave or how to dress or how to present themselves, like when they go out in public. Like, and I'm sorry, but this is something that men generally care less about. My daughter, her hair is going to be askew. My son, he's going to have like fucking tomato
And I
sauce
appreciate
all
it.
over
This
the
is why I
front
don't
of
need to
his,
see
like,
ugly women
all
outside
over his-
without makeup. I
all
appreciate
over
it.
his shirt. Okay, like
I mean, like, have you ever heard of just like not giving a shit sometimes? Like, I think that's part of what men have the emotional intelligence, I guess,
Yeah,
as a
but what- I
species,
mean,
which
yeah,
is a
but
real
yeah.
low IQ thing for us to just realize sometimes.
Man, you
It's
gotta
not that
change
important
your
to dress
camera because
up.
every time you say
Yeah.
small, that shit
know.
just goes crazy, dog.
It's zooming in, bro. Like,
Yeah,
it's
you
trying to
gotta-
emphasize the fact that y'all are sitting here worrying about all this bullshit. And like men, 50% of men, most of us have realized a lot of this shit just don't matter. It just don't matter.
yeah, but it
We
does
don't
matter.
give a
That's
shit.
not true.
No,
Okay,
it doesn't
if
matter.
I-
No,
no,
hold
yeah,
on,
no,
hold
it
on,
does.
hold on,
It
hold
does
on,
matter
hold
to
on,
an
hold on,
extent.
hold on,
Yes,
hold
it
on,
does.
hold
It
on,
does
hold
matter
on,
to an
hold on,
extent.
hold
Yes,
on.
it
If
does. Are you
all
kidding
men
me?
realize, hold on,
As long
no,
as there's no
we just let
bugs,
you
you're
give a
good.
speech. We just, hold on. If
Okay.
50% of the population agrees, for the most part, it doesn't matter. It's not important, and only except for a few
Because that's not
certain
true, first of
hold
all.
on,
Okay.
hold on. Except for a few certain circumstances where it's like, oh, we have to dress up now. Maybe don't wear swear pants to the tuxedo. Hold on, Prime. I see you waving me. Everybody else went talk. I'm gonna talk now. I'm sitting here going, hey, like
It's just
Jesus
that
Christ,
Trump book
like
zooming.
y'all are sitting here worried worried
Can you zoom
about
in
this
more?
bullshit. You can't tell me. I can. You can't tell me.
No challenge
You
to do
can't
that.
tell me that you're gonna say like this. Hey, this is the rule society. If you have less than 20% of population saying, "Oh, this is what happens," and you have a larger segment,
You know, but
guess what?
Gibbs,
Your segment doesn't
Gibbs,
matter.
a little bit of
You're the
pushback on that,
minority.
though,
We
right?
don't
Like,
care. Let's
come
hear
on,
it.
honey. No. Like, here, like,
You look like Tim
so I
Allen's
lived.
neighbor.
I've told you all before, right? That I lived on a co-ed dorm floor, right? And there was the boys' rooms, right? And there was a look to the boys' rooms, right? Then you would go across the way, right? Visit one of your female friends,
And the
it was
girls'
like
rooms were
stepping
disgusting.
and it was like
Yeah.
stepping in a different world.
Yeah, like a hoarders.
No.
Yeah,
I
it was
mean, like,
disgusting. They had like shit all over the floor. Their bathroom had like 50
like
hairs
all of
sticking
them.
off it.
It was like
gross.
this, like beautiful, like loft.
I mean, frat house
type
versus
thing,
sorority
right?
house is
Like,
really
No,
the
wrong.
easiest way to
It's
do
like-
it.
If you've lived with
Hold on,
women,
but
women are
the
some of the
point
grossest people
what
on
I'm
earth.
trying to say is,
Like,
what I'm trying to say is that, like, I can't say that I didn't enjoy being in the ladies' rooms, like not for like the lady, but I'm just like for like the decor, right? Like, hey, like I think the women do bring something valuable to the table
they're good
when
interior
they like
designers.
make a space like more livable, right?
Just don't check
Where
under the
they,
toilet
like,
lid. Whatever you
well,
do.
that's not true at all. I know
Yeah.
so many women that like have the most disgusting houses. So like
I'm
my
not
dorm
saying they don't
experience,
exist.
my
I'm
dorm
not saying they
experience
don't
was a
exist.
nice dorm. I had a nice co-ed dorm, and it was the exact opposite. Some of these
Gibbs.
girls have the nicest outfits.
Gibbs,
You
a
go to the
frat
club,
house versus
beautiful.
a sorority house. The
Yeah.
sorority
Okay,
house was
frat house,
always
sorority
cleaner
house,
than the
sure.
frat house.
Sure,
Like,
I'll grant that one. But when you're
but
sitting
that's
here
what like a
going,
guy.
oh,
That's like a true
hold on,
guy
hold on. This
college
is the
like
problem.
apartment living would be like the frat house.
No,
That's what
no.
a guy
When you're
actually
talking
wants
about
to live in,
co-ed
which is
dorms,
fucking beer
co-ed
cans
dorms.
everywhere.
Hold on. My college, we didn't have very many frat sorority because they was frowned upon. Like that was just like you were gay if you were in a frat sorority, and we were one of the biggest colleges in the world, right? So when you're sitting here going, "Hey, you're telling me these things," like I know a huge swath of people are sitting here going like this, and when you're going, "Oh, all the women are nice," you're sitting here talking about a certain subset, and that's the Fairy Queen subset, where they have the nice organized house, and they have their little live, laugh, love, and maybe their heritage thing on the wall.
girls
where
are
it says
kinda
all
What
these
is with this
things
fucking
about
live,
it.
laugh,
Like,
love? I do
oh,
not have this sign.
well, you probably listen. I bet you have a poster that's got like something
Yeah, you
about
do.
all the rules of the Irish or some bullshit instead of
Exactly.
that. We got
The
some-
Irish.
but yeah,
Fucking
it's
map
the
She's got-
same.
Irish.
It's-
She's
hold on,
got
hold
a
on, hold on.
poster
But
of a
there's
kitten on a
But-
laundry line with a caption
Yeah,
hanging
exactly.
But that's
there.
not the
Uh,
point. The
uh.
point is there's just
Hanging
as many of
there.
these trashy women that are dumbasses and do all these things that don't care about this. So you're arguing
No.
that this small subset of humanity, which is
No,
this
dude.
academic group, is somehow
No.
pushing societal standards upon the rest of us, and we're all like, "No, you're wrong," and
Yes.
like you're just being
You
dumb
cavemen
and big
on.
brain.
You know where loincloth outside.
$20 from Zonia. Thank you, Zonia. And anyone else, you can also super chat. Super chats are available on YouTube. Thank you. Gay men clean up well. Was
That
it
is
was
true.
it was it Lagwood we said that previously, right? Like yes. Shout out to our gay brothers.
That is true, actually. And one of the interesting
Thank you,
things,
Zonia.
like if you look at like research about academic trends and about like boys like falling behind in school, you will see that it seems like gay men are actually falling behind less in comparison to straight men in school. There does seem to be something about, which by the way goes back to this thing about presenting yourself, cleaning up well, taking care of yourself, right? And
Have you
also,
ever been into another woman's restroom? Like when she's not planning for you to be there?
Mhm.
yes,
Like-
many times.
I rest my case.
Come
I
on.
rest my case. It's
Okay.
disgusting.
Girls are disgusting
Fucking
creatures.
words,
It's like
honestly.
Chewbacca.
Especially-
Have you
especially
seen
from the
Sorority
period of women
Boys?
not-
Oh, come on, you guys. Okay, come on.
Okay.
You guys that cannot pretend to like not understand what I'm saying. I'm being very clear, okay? There are
No,
going to be
you're wrong.
situations.
That's why we're.
No, I'm not.
we're
There.
sitting here
Okay.
saying this.
If my son goes to school, okay, and let's say he moons everyone at the playground, okay? If he goes,
That's hilarious.
it is
What if
well,
you just exist as a
see,
woman? You
exactly.
shed hair in the shower.
exactly, right?
That's disgusting. It's gross. Like,
Exactly.
Your
that's way
son
worse
will
than
have
mooning
better
for
chances
somebody.
with women because
Like,
he's the
if
kind of
I had to
guy
pull
that goes and
Chewbacca
moons
Stop
kids at the
interrupting.
playground.
Hold on. If I had to pull Chewbacca soaking wet out of the drain, that's infinitely worse.
You're not
than my
okay.
son
Very
mooning somebody.
funny.
It's like, it's gross.
Yes, I hear
It's
it.
gross.
Yeah, yes, it's
Y'all are
gross.
sick.
Listen.
Like, don't tell
Listen to
me
what
y'all
no,
are clean
no,
your sex.
listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying, okay? Social expectations of how you're supposed to interact with people. I am less confident that most men that are available that I could get married to would have the appropriate response to their son behaving inappropriately at school, like cursing on the playground, like getting into a fight with another boy.
That's not inappropriate.
Like, yes,
what
it
did the
is
other boy do?
inappropriate. It's inappropriate. Okay.
Wait,
You
what's
should
the other
not-
boy
Can
need
you
to be
repeat
punched
that
in the
real
face?
quick?
This
Exactly.
is
Thank
see,
you.
this is the reason, okay, why I think I
Wait,
this is
repeat
exactly what
repeat
I'm
it real quick. Repeat it real quick.
I brought up a couple of situations of inappropriate things kids do at school, like moon people, like get into fights, like curse in school, okay? Like
Look,
talk
mooning
about
people's
sex when
bad.
they're not when
Cursing
they're
Who
not
fine.
here has
supposed to.
been
Depends-
married?
depends
Let's
on the
start with
reason for
that.
the
I think that
fight.
might be a good.
Yeah.
a good
See,
place.
Mooning
all-
people is relatively normal. Cursing,
No,
no one really
it's-
cares, and fighting it depends on if
it's
he's
gross.
instigating the
Yeah,
fight or
I
if he's if he's fighting back. These are
no, okay,
What do
no.
you mean,
I
no?
don't want my son to learn to be socialized into saying, oh yeah, you should have hit him harder. You should have.
Also, you
beaten
want your
his
son to be a
ass."
pussy. Got
You
it.
need to be punched
That's
in the
right.
face.
Pussy.
Yeah, you want your son to be a
Right,
pussy.
right.
I
It
don't want
really
that.
depends what
Bitch
the other
made.
Like,
guy
what are we
does.
talking? I hate when girls do
If
this
you dumb
shit.
shit, you
I
gotta
hate
punch
when
it.
girls
No.
do this. I hate when girls do this where they're like, I don't want my son to resort to listen, sometimes, especially in the male world, shit resorts to violence, especially when you're 14, 15, 16, and there's bullies
know
and
what?
there's whatever involved. Like, push comes to
I
shove,
believe-
you can't go be a
no.
tattle because that just makes your social life a lot
He's
fucking
a
worse.
bitch.
It
I don't
makes you
want my
more.
son to
Yeah,
go to
to beat
jail.
that
guys,
ass.
I
Yeah.
hate
Dad is
I,
encouraging
women.
him,
Women
like,
should not be
no.
around
No.
like allowed to raise sons. I swear to God, you guys are the
No,
worst.
okay.
You guys are the fucking worst.
Okay, no, look. I do not want my son. You want your son to go to jail? Yeah, you want him to go to jail? You want him to go
It's
to
not
jail?
about jail. I'm not in jail. None of us are in jail.
that's
I don't
what
want my
happens
son to
when
be a
you get
pussy
into
let
either.
them fight.
Jesus
Hold on. One of the reasons you
Christ.
let him
I
fight
mean-
when they're young is you teach them when to stop punching.
There's a
okay?
balance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
There is
other
a
guys on the
balance.
floor, you stop hitting them, right? Like
You don't teach them to be aggressive,
I
but
think
you don't. You
something-
also
if he goes
teach them
through his
that
life-
defense
He
is
goes
a
through his life
thing.
and he's
But
never
you
gotten
also-
into a fight. He doesn't know what the fucking limits are. He doesn't know his own strength. Then
That's why you
he's
get
gonna
into
fucking
sports.
snap and he's gonna
Sports are a
fucking kill
healthy
somebody.
way.
You gotta get that
sports are a
English.
healthy-
Hold on, you gotta get that
Yeah,
that anger out
sports.
early. You gotta teach them their limits early.
Football.
You gotta
You
teach
can
them
do
their
that in
strength
other
early.
ways. You can do that through.
Well,
You can do that through joining the wrestling
No,
team.
they need to fight.
You
Football's
can
not
do
gonna
that through
replace
boxing.
punching a guy in
They
the
need to
face.
fight like boys fight.
Sometimes you
That's
gotta
what
fight.
they do. It's
There are
part of
social
growing up.
Sometimes you
Sorry.
need to get
Sorry.
punched in the face, right? It's totally
Sometimes
fine.
you fight your best
Yeah.
friends. Like sometimes
There's
just the way
listen.
you
There are
communicate.
plenty of
No.
guys who haven't been punched in the face, and you can tell. Right, you can
See,
tell that
you
Destiny's
guys
never
are
been
all
punched in his
making
fucking
a case
face.
for why
Yes.
I
And
don't-
like, you
Yes,
know what? Some
100%.
people need to be punched in their
No.
faces. Like, it's just
See-
like
Repeatedly.
true.
Okay,
I needed to be
believe-
punched in my face when I was growing up. Like, I'm sure all of us
It's
have
healthy-
gotten
it's
a
healthy
couple
for you.
punches to the face.
Well, I
think
think we
we
can-
I never got punched in the
I
face.
think we can do a
You
never
data
fought,
collection
Corey?
right now.
I'm
Never
at
been in
the
a fight?
topic,
Do a
Dick.
data
Shut
collection.
up.
Hold
Come on,
Let's
Dick.
do a data.
Come on,
Let's do
Dick.
it.
You're
I
Canadian, that doesn't count.
No,
I just want to know.
okay?
Let's do a
Dude,
data
come on.
collection real quick.
Oh,
Y'all
come
like
on,
data?
Christ.
Let's do a
Come
real
on.
quick data collection. Who here's been punched in the face? Right?
I have.
Okay. Who here has been in a relationship longer than 7 years before?
Seven.
Okay. Who here? And that's because 7 years.
7 years
Who
is
here's
kinda
been in a
long.
relationship? Who here's been married before? Right. It's interesting that the same group of people saying this shit are the ones who've been in relationships longer than 7 years. They're the ones who have been married. Even my marriage didn't work
Well,
out.
you're
We have two
divorced.
marriages. Hold on. Even then, we have 2 marriages that have worked out, and that's also why with the 7-year itch.
Oh,
it's fine.
Ali
My
is
lasted
newly
over
married, I
7.
believe.
Sure,
Okay,
that's still
my-
2
my
people.
longer
You
There's
just
two
got to
people
get
over
punched in the
7
face,
years.
Corey.
Hold on. And then
Yeah.
you
That's
notice
what you're
all these
doing.
people
Max
are the same
Lactoid,
ones
you've
who
never
have
been in a
face,
fight?
excluding
I'm
Brian.
coming over,
I'm
Lactoid.
just
You can punch
saying.
me.
Okay, look, here's the thing.
There
Okay,
seems to be some data.
there is a
supporting
there is a balance between
Very
this, okay?
scientific, yeah.
The balance is you walk softly, but you carry a big stick. Okay, that doesn't mean that you should avoid like getting into a fight.
You can
or
tell
getting
that through their
in
sweatpants. Go ahead.
every single time. Okay. Oh Jesus Christ! Save that for the wrestling team. Okay. Jesus. Okay. All right. Look, I'm not saying that there aren't occasions for that, but those occasions should be exceedingly rare. Okay, you should not
They
be
usually
going on
are.
the playground picking a fight. Oh, I don't want. I want my son to not get into trouble. I
You
don't
just
want
said
him
it
to
right
get
there. You don't want your
trouble.
son picking fights. You don't want your son to be the aggressor. That's completely different than I don't want my son getting into fights. As in, a lot of the
How much
times it's
experience do you have with
defensive.
teenage boys that get into fights? What do they say? Why do they say that they get into fights? Have you ever talked to one that gets into
Someone
into a
said
fight?
some stupid shit about their mom.
mean,
like
he
nine
was a
times out
teenage
of
boy.
10.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Do you know
They
what that?
say-
Yeah. Do you
they-
know what that's
yeah,
indicative
they-
of? Yeah. That's indicative
They
of being
say-
harassed and bullied constantly verbally. And the idea that we're supposed to just allow these people to just consistently harass and
No.
verbally abuse people because violence is so fucking bad when it's physical. But the torment of someone day in
Correct.
and day out making fun of you or causing you torment, that means nothing. That does nothing. These people should be able to skirt by because God forbid that we lay a hand on them. These poor
Hey,
souls
notice
who are
it's not worth
bullies.
you getting a felony.
You
It's not
notice
worth
Oh my
it.
God!
Hold on,
Not,
you
you
notice
don't.
this,
You,
okay?
how
You know,
many
here's a
felonies
correlation.
do people
You
have
notice
because
we-
of fights they got into in high school? What are you talking about?
To Ali's point, you notice how when fighting in school and fighting your bullies became less and less acceptable, school shootings went up. Crazy how that worked out. I honestly, I 100% agree. I 100%. You're laughing. This is 100% the reason I think that there's more school
This
shootings.
is so
We started empathizing with the bully way too
Used to
fucking
what would
much.
happen is
raised
hold on.
at
Used
home
to
by his stay-at-home
used to
dad
you'd
so
go
they
out
could get
back.
into more
No.
fights.
Used to you'd
Yeah,
go out
I
back.
don't think
You'd
so.
get in a fight with the other guy, and then you go buy a burger for the person that lost, and then you'd have a combo. That's what you did. You whooped ass. You got it over. Now people build up this hate over months and years because they can't fight this guy. They're tormentor, and the tormentor never gains respect for the other guy because what's he going to do? This other guy's can't talk shit back. He's slower, weaker. But if he punches you in the face, the other guy respect.
Gibbs, can I talk?
Can I just okay, go for it. Yeah. So, Fair Queen, I want to ask you a simple question. I just want to kind of get an idea of like what you think is appropriate, right? So, imagine you have a son. He's at school, maybe middle school, elementary school, or something, and at lunchtime, some other kid slaps over his milk carton intentionally, just to fuck with him, right? Knocks his milk on the floor. What do you think the appropriate response is there?
The appropriate response is to get up and to go to your teacher and to say, "Hey, she
Okay.
It's beat his ass.
Wrong.
Hate women.
That's what you do.
This is what makes me hate women. This is what makes me hate women.
No, okay, absolutely not.
If that kid goes and gets a fucking teacher, he's gonna get fucked with even more by everybody.
Yeah, he's gonna get fucked with. Even I hate when
he needs to punch the kid in the face at least 3 times.
No, he does not. Okay, that's
yes,
terrible.
He does.
That's terrible advice. Are you kidding me? Absolutely not. First of all, okay, like here's a here's a piece of here's some news. Okay. We all know, okay, it's often said around here that boys need their dad, okay, and that girls need their dad, okay. Well, guess what? Okay, boys need their mom. Okay, dad is there to tell you, to teach you to how to defend yourself and like to how to like not be a coward and to like what to do.
Mom's there to teach you how to ruin your life.
Mom is there to tell you how to behave in public, and
ruin your fucking life. Go tell the teacher that the bully is making fun of you.
Mom, because if they only have dad, this is the bullshit that they're going to hear.
Fair Queen. I'll walk down that logic with you because I've done this before.
Young boys have to be
that kid's getting
wait.
Gibbs.
So
the kid goes and tells. So the kid goes. Your kid goes and tells the principal or the teacher that this kid slapped over the milk. What happens? The principal tells them they shouldn't do that anymore. Maybe they get detention, whatever it may be. Then the next day, the kid goes, hey, you're the reason I got detention, and bullies him more. And then like what? We just keep going and
or they wait until after school and they fucking jump him with their friends.
When the principal has no say, because after school at 3:15, when I see you walking off the bus or walking towards the bus, you went and you ratted on me. You told me that's literally what happens.
I
know that happens because I did it. I jumped kids after school if they.
It's happened to me. I listened to my mom once. I told the principal, and then I had to get into. Guess what? I still had to get into a fight with the kid. One way it could have just been me defending myself, but I could have saved myself the ridicule of being a tattle.
I'm going to tell you exactly what would happen. Okay, what would happen is that mom would find out. Okay, mom would get very angry.
And then we'd call my mama's boy, make fun of him.
And what mom would probably do is she would probably demand to speak to the other kid's parent, and then the other kid's parent would get mad at her son for knocking over the kid's milk carton, and then other mom yells at the kid and humiliates and hurts the kid.
And then that kid goes and beats up your son.
Yeah, and then
because he just got yelled at and punished at home for knocking over the milk carton.
Got his mom to go to my house and yell at my mom. Like that's what happens. Not only you're a fucking bitch, you're a bitch that got his mom to go fight for him. Got his mom to go fight the other guy's mom.
And you're still getting and you still have to fight the kid. And you still have to fight the kid. You went and you told your mom. Your mom went and tried to handle it. And 2 days later, you still got to fucking fight this kid.
Is supposed to do that. That's what moms are supposed to do.
Yeah, but all that does is make your life worse. That doesn't make the situation better. Because once again, you still have to fight the kid when the kid comes and approaches you after school when there isn't teachers around, and now you have to fight the kid, or the kid's fighting you with his friends. That's the issue. Is that you guys think like it's solved because
like you
said there's
gets
rules.
suspended from school and he doesn't come back.
No, he's not. Not if you fight. Not if you get into a fight after school. No, he's not.
Hold on, very
Yes,
If you
quick.
get into
yeah,
a fight
that's
after
not
school,
true.
you are
That
not
mother gets
suspended
That's
from
absolutely not
school.
true.
That mother gets
That's
upset
not-
that you showed up at her house and told her how to raise her fucking kid, and then you start fighting the fucking mother, right? Then you have two moms
Yeah,
fighting,
that's also happened.
and
That
then
happens all
then
the
you
time.
get beat up, and then now that
What?
kid's mom,
We
that
are
kid's
not
mom beat
getting
you
beat up,
and then
okay?
he beat you up.
No,
that happens
what
all
are
the
you
time.
talking about? Okay, nobody.
That
gets
was like my high school
You got a
experience.
family of
People get
bitches.
asked me all the
No,
time.
okay.
parents
Okay.
were.
Mom picks up the phone. Mom has a stern conversation with the other mom. They come to some sort of agreement.
Hey,
not
bitch,
what
don't tell me to raise my
Do
fucking
you
kid.
think this world is a
it's- yeah,
TV
exactly.
show?
That's what it is.
exactly
Don't tell me to raise
Do
my
you
fucking
think this
kid.
is
Who
a
the fuck do you think you're
sitcom?
calling me? Yeah, that didn't happen. Fuck you. My kid says something different. Blah blah blah. Like, what are you
Yeah.
talking about?
Okay,
You
well
think they're just
then
gonna
I
accept
And if
what
he
you
did
say
do it,
some
and
random
if-
ass
even
lady
if
on
it-
the
Well,
even
internet?
then
if
we
he
have a
did do it,
conversation with the
even if he did
principal,
do it,
and then
fuck
like
you.
your kid gets jumped
Like-
after school. Why do you think that kids get suspended if they get into a fight outside of school?
because it happens. I've seen it happen. Okay. It happens all the time. I'm a teacher. I can tell you it happens. Okay. When kids like harass each other on social media, when they cause fights outside of school and it becomes a thing and teachers find out about it, kids can absolutely get suspended at school. Happens all the time.
Man,
this
you
is why we
guys
have
are
to
just
do
you,
that.
you guys
100%.
really
Ah.
you're
You just
doing a
hate your
number. You
kids.
guys are
That's-
doing a number
yeah.
on young boys, and then you
That's
wonder
what it is.
why young
Secondly-
men can't
Oh,
talk to
Jesus
women
Christ.
because look at
Hey.
the lengths of shit they have to go through because they're
Nobody
being
here is
feminized to the
saying.
fucking
Nobody
This is
here.
extreme.
destroying
Nobody
men.
here. Nobody
Ali's
here. Is,
absolutely right.
nobody here is saying. At least I am not saying. Okay, that boys don't need their dad and that there isn't a value to being able to defend yourself. What I'm saying is, okay, is that there's also a value to like when somebody is being horrible to you, to straighten your back and to ignore it and to hold your tongue and to move on and to
Have
not
you ever been in
Report
a
to
fight?
the authorities.
Mary Queen, have you ever been in a
Yeah,
fight?
just
Like,
Garen.
has somebody ever tried to like fight you for no reason? Just like,
Yes.
like honestly. Okay.
Yes.
And how many times did you get punched? Did you black out? Did you did you go unconscious? Because
Did you walk away?
Did you walk away? Because I know many kids growing up that got knocked out by other kids fighting in school. They got jumped. Like this is a regular thing. And so women in general don't have to do that. They don't have to live through that experience. Men, it's kind of part of it. You would go and you would just for fun, like not even like we're fighting. You're just gonna go box in old buddy's basement and you knock
Slap
each other
boxing,
out
yeah.
just to see who's the most manly.
You know
And
what?
guess what? You
I
might
don't
get, like-
care.
and so
I don't
you
give
don't.
a
I know
fuck
you don't
about
care.
this.
I know you don't. I know you don't.
Yeah, this is something I don't know about. And I've done this too in my high school days. Boxing gloves in the basement.
But this is the problem.
Going to
Yeah,
jail is
whatever.
not worth it, okay? It's not worth it to go to jail.
No, it's not. You're not even going to go to jail.
Why do you
You're not
keep
even gonna
talking
go to
about
jail?
jail?
Hold on,
Dude,
if
juvie
we
ain't
sit
shit.
down. If we sit down in a group and we're all boxing or whatever, right? And
My
somebody
kid's
gets
not
knocked out,
going to juvie
nobody's
just because you're going to call him a bunch
nobody's
of names.
gonna
Why
get
do you
juvie
keep
for
talking
that.
about
Nobody
juvie?
will
I've
get
never been to
juvie for
jail
that.
or juvie.
No, nobody will get juvie for that. Listen, this is what I'm talking about. You've clearly
Yes,
lived
they
some
will.
kind of sheltered life.
Yes,
Hold
they
on, you
will.
clearly they won't. They won't.
Yeah,
I know
you
thousands of
shelter
kids
Yes,
who have
they
it.
will.
Listen, I'm telling you right now that you're sitting here. You push.
Mary
things
Queen's
through
the
a very
mom that sends
sheltered
kids to
view.
juvie
And
because she calls. She's like,
here's the
someone's bullying
problem.
my son and
Here's
calls the cops.
Yeah, it's literally this is the cause
Someone
of
wants
why
to
men
fight my
aren't
son,
men
calls
and
the
when people are
cops.
suffering because we're sitting here seeing people in school and these school teachers are saying, "Oh no, under no circumstances is violence ever the answer." Sometimes violence is
almost-
actually
yeah.
the question, and the
No.
answer is when.
Oh,
That's the
can I?
problem. Like,
Can I find a middle ground here? Can I try to find that?
Bro,
Right. Okay.
You try.
So one, like I absolutely agree that sometimes you you got to throw a punch, right? Like it's gonna happen, even if you're going to lose the fight, right? Because that's
Mhm.
going to be a situation too, right? Absolutely the case. But like, I still like
sometimes, especially if you're gonna lose,
with the men that are here, though. So yeah, especially
because then we don't respect you more afterwards. Like they know you
Yeah,
weren't gonna
fair.
win, and they're like,
That's
"Hey,
fair.
this
Yeah,
guy
yeah.
fought."
But still, like I'm talking like FQ, right? She's talking to a panel of men who, as far as I know, and maybe I'm incorrect, you guys can let me know, right? That now that you are growing up, right? Like you don't resort to violence, right?
I don't
Like that's
have
like
to as
really
much.
is
It
like
doesn't
the
come up as
last,
much in your 30s.
that's the last
Swift.
resort, right? Like you all, again, you let me know if I'm incorrect on this, right? You all will like use all kinds of other like conflict resolution methods, including walking away, right? Rather than
Blackwood has
actually getting
guns.
a
I'm probably not
physical-
walking away.
Blackwood does have guns, but like
I'm not giving anyone my back.
He's
And
a
he
dude
was
on
like-
site type
but-
guy.
I'm not
But
pulling on for
Blackwood-
just some kind of disagreement, okay?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
I'm not
even
walking
then
away
there's
from a
rules-
disagreement either. I'm not
there's
giving anyone
rules
my back.
as to when you can
Yeah,
pull a
that's the
weapon,
issue,
right?
Brian. Like after you become an adult, you can't go to prison. You fuck up your whole life. You got
Yeah.
too much to lose. You can't do it, unfortunately.
But
Everyone's
but
It's
but
one,
also
of the,
you-
it's
but
one,
you
of the,
have to-
one of the times I wish I was broke, actually.
yeah.
Well, sometimes in Texas we have mutual combat, but like on top of that,
But
though,
hold
it's
on.
because
Jail
you
could be an
have
upgrade,
violence,
right?
you
But you
mature.
have to start teaching boys, right? Like, hey, at some point there are other ways of like conflict resolution other than immediately resorting to violence.
Well,
I
that
think
was
that's part
Doobie's
of what
point, is
Esther's
you
trying
teach
to
them their
say
limits
here,
and you
right?
teach them
That's
when
like
to
not
use.
an unreasonable statement to say, because yes, like sure, right now when you're young, you can get away with a lot, right? But when they age, there are huge consequences, which all of us have navigated in avoiding, right? So that's a reasonable statement.
Yeah,
actually
but
to say.
self-defense is self-defense. One, two. Me and Doobie and Gibbs have also this to be like, no one's saying that your son, no one wants to raise their son to be an aggressor, right? No one wants their son to be a bully.
Oh my
This is
God,
all one
dude.
in talks of retaliation, two, bullying, and two, Doobie said this earlier. You teach them their limits, you teach them like what the fuck to do and like when shit comes into play. But that only happens when it happens. You don't really get to like tell someone, hey, when this situation is happening, go tell a teacher, because at the end of the day, like none of that
It's
shit is
also-
how it works. It doesn't work like step by step.
But it should be
Confrontation
treated
happens.
It also establishes like social hierarchy.
Wait,
That's
a
why I bring up this,
confrontation
like,
happens,
boxing
it can
thing.
escalate immediately. So sometimes there isn't time to go tell a teacher. Two, telling a teacher is not always a viable solution. It can escalate, right? It can make the situation worse. You do have to have better, you have to learn interpersonal skills and learn how to handle that situation. But sometimes, and especially when you're a young boy, when you're between like in your middle school and you're kind of like your high school age, fighting it out is kind of like, even with your friends, there are situations where like, I want my friend to go left, he wants to go right. Like we're not coming to a fucking mutual decision. The only way it's going to happen is I'm going to have to push him my way, or he's going to have to push me his way. And it's happened before. Your friend gets drunk, you guys get into a fight, whatever it may be. You have to be able to have these situations. And part of being a guy is knowing that like, hey, I should be able to get into a fight. I shouldn't be the aggressor, but I should also be able to get into fights with people and get over it afterwards. You learn these things. The only way you learn them is by doing them when you're young.
$2 for my listening library. Doobie, you can be broke if you give me your money.
No.
All right.
Okay.
Well,
You
I
have
mean,
to have
what-
these experiences when you're young. You have to make the mistakes when you're young, to
Appreciate
Doobie's point,
you.
because when you're
But
young,
you-
you can't go to jail. You're not going to lose money. So you learn that experience. And then hopefully you have a dad who's like, yeah, you don't fight for any old reason, but sometimes, yeah, you do have to fight.
Okay.
also,
However,
like,
okay,
establishes
okay.
social
I'm sorry.
hierarchy.
I'm sorry. Okay. But at the same time, okay, you have to be able to learn to ignore it when other people are snickering at you, when other people say shit or whispering in the back of the room, to not react violently every time somebody says something that you don't like or does something that you don't like. That is
Yeah.
a part of being an adult, and you
Well,
have
hold
to be
on. What-
socialized out of that. A lot of young
Yeah,
boys,
you can be-
very young,
What if
have
I
been
was
taught
to say
not
call
do
someone
that,
like the N-word?
okay?
Would I deserve an ass whooping? If I'm like, you N-word, and would I
I don't
deserve
believe
getting an
in
ass
beating
whooping?
kids.
Yeah.
Okay, so no.
Well,
I
hold
don't.
on. If I told an African, if I'm another kid, and I told
Another
another
kid in the
an
class,
African American boy, I was like, yeah, you little N-word. Would
Yeah,
I
I'd want my
deserve
kid
getting
to
ass
get his
beaten?
ass kicked for
Yeah,
that.
I would tell my kid if I was that parent, you better beat that boy bloody. Just like if someone called me a spick, I would whoop his ass. It's that simple, bro. You're
I
not
would
going to sit
never
here and tell me
tell- I
there's
would
no.
never-
I know you wouldn't because you're dumb in regards to raising kids. Like, I'm sorry, it's just the facts. Like, I love you, but you're just wrong fundamentally. Like,
Dude,
this is how
no,
men
okay.
fundamentally
A lot of
grow
kids,
as
a lot
men.
of kids ruin their lives by being impulsive, by acting violently, and by not
Some
learning
kids
to
ruin their
control it.
lives.
A lot of them do.
Yeah.
A lot of them ruin their lives by being impulsive and angry,
Some-
and they have to be trained not to react to every little thing. Violence should be a last resort. It should not
To
be something,
FQ's
True.
point,
It's
to
true.
FQ's point, like my mother was the one who told me, because the example you guys brought up previously, right? Like someone says something about your mother. Well, kids, especially when I was young, right? I guess through all of time, have like, attacked my mother, right? Like that was the insult, right? They went after my mother. It made me so angry, right? And I felt like I had to respond immediately. But my mother was the one who told me, like, well, first of all, they don't even know me, right? Like, what they called me a slut. Like, these people literally couldn't pick me out of a lineup, right? So, like, why are you like concerned with their opinions, right? Like, they're doing this just to get a rile out of you. Like, don't respond, right? It's perfectly fine. And then from there, that like it was a panacea. Like, as soon as whenever I hear that, like, I laugh it off because, like, of course not. Like, you don't know anything about my wonderful, beautiful, amazing mother. So I don't know, man. Like,
Yeah,
Yeah.
you learn
and
these social
you're
skills,
right.
but Yeah, like
Yeah,
you
but-
learn
but-
them.
but-
You have to have the experiences in order to learn them, right? There's a difference between like ignoring it and then it going away, right? Versus other people who are like consistently pestering you, right? You can ignore the person who knocks the milk off your carton, knocks the milk off your table. They do it once, you ignore it, they leave you alone, and then you're done. The issue is that a lot of the times people get picked on. They get picked on specifically, and things stick with them. People start to hyperfixate on like one individual, right? So if something's happening consistently on a day in day out, right? Sometimes the solution is, well, I mean, if you're going to consistently come up to me every day and call my mom a slut, well, you're going to get punched in the face, and then maybe you won't call my mom a slut anymore. It's really kind of how it goes.
And then it also teaches the aggressor something.
Doobie?
It teaches the aggressor, maybe don't be a bully if you get your ass beat by somebody.
what's up?
Like if you never get
you
your
wanna say
ass beat
something.
and you just keep bullying kids, guess what? Eventually you get your ass beat, you stop being a bully.
Doobie?
I feel like we have a disconnect because women don't live in the same world that men do growing up. Like with young men, a lot of things are centered around physical dominance, physical violence, aggression, right? It's like there's a competition there, right? That boys go through. I think women go through the same thing, but like more on social shit, like who your friends are, how popular you are, like how pretty you are, like shit like this, right? And I mean, I remember growing up with I have 3 sisters, right? All younger than me. The oldest one is, I think, like 3 years younger, 3 or 4 years younger than me, right? And I distinctly remember, right? Because I got in fights all the time in school and out of school, but of course I never hit a girl, right? That was one of the things. Don't ever hit a girl, no matter what, right? And I distinctly remember telling my sisters sometimes, like, they were just being really fucking annoying, right? Like, if I wanted to, I could pin you down, put my fingers in your mouth, and rip your face open. You couldn't do shit about it, right? So, like, stop fucking with me, like, seriously, like shit like that. Because women just don't understand when they're fucking with a guy.
Yeah,
what a guy's capable of,
it.
right? So, like, I just feel like that's the disconnect, right? We just live in different worlds.
They don't have any expectation of like physical violence. Like there isn't
Are
like.
you kidding me? Okay, hang on. Whoa. Time out.
That might be a little too much.
Yeah, that's way too much. Okay.
On average, like, wait,
nope. I'm talking now. Okay.
So they should
okay.
suspect an execution from fucking Street Fighter. That's what they should, that's what they should expect.
Mortal Kombat is what you mean, but yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, sure.
FQ.
Well, okay. I'm saying that there is something that women, okay, I mentioned this before at the very beginning, okay? Dads are important for boys, and they are important for their daughters. They bring something specific to kids that kids specifically need from their dad. But mothers bring a similar dyad to their sons, okay? Boys need their moms, okay? Boys need their moms to tell them how to behave appropriately, how to have good manners, not to burp at the dinner, like when you're trying to like get a raise somewhere, to like how to like to not be weird, to not say sexual crude things like when you're around other women. These are the types of things that mom has to teach, okay? You are probably not going to get that from your dad. And your dad probably will say a lot of the things probably that most of you are saying. But you also need mom to say, okay, to talk to the principal, call the police, go to the authorities.
Okay,
Use it as a last resort.
me.
This is ridiculous.
Hold on. Counterpoint, single father homes do way better than single mother homes. Crazy how that's working. I just got to say, we have way more single mother homes, crime rate way higher.
Yeah.
But when we look at statistics for single father homes, those kids do good. So it seems like we actually don't need the mother. Sounds like, once again, a big hole in your flaw. And that's the stats-based argument.
Hole in your flaw.
So actually, I can counter this a little bit, okay? So
a little bit. No, it's just
what happens when we don't do no reading?
Real world matches
okay?
the sticks. Yeah, no real. We know.
Wait, I want to
actually
touch on
think
my
that
point. I want to touch on my point. The whole like women have a less what's called. Have any of you guys ever been with a girl and like some guy in a different car does some stupid shit and she starts yelling at him as if she's gonna be the one who has to fight him? Like when a girl just like mouths off at like in random public all the time, especially when they're drunk. That's kind of what I mean by like there's no like girls don't expect that they're gonna say something and get hit. It just doesn't happen like enough for it to be like an actual expectation, which is why girls typically mouth off a lot to guys. Now, I'm not saying it happens all the time. I'm not saying there's an expectation of like or any threat of violence like that comes from guys at all. I'm just saying on average, like there's a reason why girls typically do mouth off. And it's
so do you Fairy Queen, do you know what continental style versus American style like eating is, like when you're holding the knife and the fork? I'm curious.
I don't actually. No, I don't.
Thank God. Okay, so this is you just triggered the memory of like one of the first arguments I ever had with my wife. Okay, this is when we were dating.
Okay.
We were at a dinner, I think with our friends, right? It's a fancy ass restaurant. Now I went to dinner with our friends, and apparently I was not using my knife and fork properly. Because you're supposed to cut the meat, and then set the knife down, switch hands with a fork, and then you do it, right?
Yeah.
Apparently that's written down somewhere in some fucking tablet from God, right? And if you don't do it that way, you're
that
doing it
high
wrong.
class Matt
And
user
I'm like,
manual, Doobie.
why the fuck would I do that? I already have the fork in one hand, then I have the other hand. I just fucking eat, right? Like, what are you talking about? Like, and it was like this whole thing. Oh no, you're doing it wrong. It looks a little class when you do it like that. Like, according to who? You know, we just went on and on and on for like 2 weeks, right? She sent me these fucking videos of these like gay guys on TikTok, right, talking about this is how you eat peas. You scoop it on the back of the fork.
corn on the back of the fork
Yeah,
and eat it. Fucking idiots.
Who the fuck came up with this?
Did he have a British accent?
British high
Yeah,
class
funny.
fucking
Yeah.
retards.
Some fucking idiot
Oh my god!
decided this like 200 years ago. Fuck you.
Oh.
I'll eat how I want to eat, right? So like this is like this kind of shit. It just doesn't make any sense to me, right? It just doesn't connect.
I think it's primarily about the logic, not the rule. Okay, it's about showing respect to other people. That's the whole
Fuck you.
purpose.
It's my food. I'll eat how I want to eat. Okay,
Yeah,
we respect each other by letting each other eat how we want to eat. Okay, that's it. Like if I want to eat the fucking steak with my spoon, I'm gonna do it, right? And that's
elbows on the table was a rule that I never really understood. Like why?
You can't have your elbows on the table. Like it's a whole spiel.
You can't be comfortable when you're eating
because it's not polite.
Why do I have to wipe?
If you didn't realize, if you haven't realized, it's like women are doing these things that like it's just they make no sense. They're just arbitrary rules for the sake of being arbitrary and for the sake of saying like no, this is classy and this isn't, and then you want us to like fall into it, and it's weird.
Okay, let me just put it to you this way, okay? Whether or not you think it makes any sense or whether or not you think it's good or bad, okay? You have all at least agreed with me that this is something that largely a way that women are different in comparison to men. That women do care about these things more so than men. So if you're a man and if you wish to date a woman, okay, you should consider some of these things, like when you are trying to court the opposite sex.
Agreed, like
not really. I'm not gonna lie. When you do that kind of shit, girls think you're gay. Or they think you're way too feminine when you're sitting here catering way too much to like as a guy you shouldn't know that like you shouldn't know what fork to use and switch the hands because honestly what the fuck is like the point of you knowing that
a girl doesn't see that as
a girl doesn't see it as attractive, a girl doesn't see it as polite. If anything, girls want guys to be a little bit around the rough.
I'm saying like basic forms of etiquette, like don't burp, like dress appropriately, be kind, be
girls don't care about that shit.
Compliment people about yes they do. Yes,
Dairy Queen, you don't date girls. You've never like tried to pick up women as a guy. Coming from like a guy who has spoken to a lot of women who is actually married.
You don't ask the fish how to fish.
Girls don't really care about that shit. Like they just don't.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. The women that I know, the women
that you know,
and
let her finish.
Gibbs knows some women too. Let's ask the women about him.
And I bet I know more women.
Okay, the women that I know and myself, okay, do like there are all kinds of nitpicky rules, and I'm not saying that all of them make sense or that you have to like follow every single itty bitty rule that you have to know to switch your spoon with your knife like when you're eating steak. I'm not saying you have to have an entire tabula rasa. Okay, but what I am saying is that it's more about the logic and the way that you're interacting with other people. If we're going to a party and it's full of a bunch of nice people and they're trying to be polite to you, you should try to be polite back. And one way that we're polite to other people when we're out in public is trying to fit reasonably within a set of social norms.
Are you dating a gorilla?
Hold on, wrong.
In
my listening library, this has become trauma bonding for the guys. GGFQ.
True. True.
Yeah.
I want to.
Come on, hold on, guys, come on. We got to be a bit more reasonable. All right, we got to be a bit more reasonable here. I think that FQ. Look, I've had big disagreements with FQ. Right, we had a big disagreement last night. But like that doesn't mean that I don't think my friend FQ is like bringing a lot to this conversation. I think she is right. I think what she's telling us about is like how there are rules to society, right, that like help reduce friction, right? She's saying, hey, like to reduce friction, follow these simple rules when you go to these places, right? And you guys are pretending like you don't understand these things because even though you all follow them, right? You follow
I don't
almost
follow
everything.
them, Prime.
They're
That's the thing.
basic
You don't-
logic
you
don't do
things.
the
That,
co-
no,
the
no,
fourth
no.
thing.
The
Yes,
Prime.
great,
The issue.
right?
The issue is the shit that we're talking about are basic
even
knowledge
to a point,
things.
wait a minute.
They're
But even
common sense.
the example that Doobie gave, the example that Doobie gave was about like like the procedure with the forks and bullshit, right?
Okay,
right?
apparently I
And-
was eating the
I wanna-
continental style, not the
Wait.
American style. Was a problem.
And,
Yeah,
and,
hold
wait,
on,
and the
guys,
example
guys,
that Fairy Queen just gave is going to a party and being polite to people.
Calm down. I'm gonna finish my point. Right.
Alright.
The example that Doobie gave was specifically like managing like your utensils, and rich people have fancy ways of doing that. However, if we rewind the conversation back, right, to that cancer that FQ and Corey put us through, right? FQ talked about like class class status, right? Class symbols and class values, right? And yes, Doobie is quite wealthy, but Doobie didn't grow up wealthy, right? He grew up working class. And his wife, as far as I know, grew up quite wealthy in comparison.
Way more wealthy than I was. Yeah,
far more wealthy
upper middle
than
class.
he was. Yes, right. And so like she had those values instilled in her, right? Those procedures instilled in her, right? And she was like super embarrassed that her working class but now very wealthy boyfriend didn't understand those things, right? There was a clash where like Doobie's like class background. Like
which clash? Who won? What won that clash? This is kind of
I
the point
won.
we're making.
I
Actually,
won.
Yeah,
I won.
He won. She compromised because
I'm
her values didn't matter.
If I want to dump my fucking steak into the cup and eat out of the cup, I'm gonna fucking do it. Okay,
that's goddamn right. That's right. And also, really rich guys that are alpha, like fat masculine guys, think the same way, right? And also, I want to pick up off what Ollie said. He said he just Dutch ovened his wife the other night. All right, this is a real true statement. This marriage, if you're married or you have a long-term relationship, it's not gonna work out if you can't be gross with each other, right? I know women who they like, spit in your food
in private, not in public.
No, in public. I've been at fucking Nobu, and I was at Nobu.
Sure. This is
hold on, and this girl dropped.
Let me get in after you.
Like the girl I was with dropped something in the salad that I was eating, and I was like, "Oh, I don't want that." She goes, "Oh no, you're eating that, and we're gonna be swapping foods later." And took my fork and put it in my mouth. And this is a common thing I've seen from many women are like, "Oh, you're gonna be sure that you're not gonna be grossed out by me because if you're gonna sit here and make out with me, if I accidentally have saliva on something, guess what? You're gonna eat that. Like it's not even like a kink thing. You're not gonna be embarrassed at me. Anyways, gross. It's a normal thing for you to be gross around other people.
FQ to be fair,
to be fair, I don't want to use the same straw she does for some reason.
Yeah. To be fair,
what she do? What does your wife do?
She gets offended when I don't want to use the same straw she does or drink the
exactly.
same cup
Straw.
she does.
Smaller.
Like, a lot of people don't like that shit.
I have my own fucking, a lot of people don't like that shit. What do you mean?
But what I'm saying is FQ. You're talking about like the example you were bringing up is like going to a party and not being polite, like maybe not farting or like belching. It's like, I'm not gonna lie, if you're dating a gorilla or an oaf who doesn't know what the fuck to do in just like basic society, right? Like most of us right now, the people who are telling you that like none of the consideration, I'm not gonna go to a party and just fart in public and just make a scene. Like that's just not what you do. But that's just common sense. That isn't shit that necessarily needs to be taught to you by your mother. My mom didn't teach me not to fart at parties. That was just kind of something that if you fart, people make fun of you, and then you just don't do that.
There are specific things that kids have to be taught in order to like behave well, like saying thank you, like writing a thank you note after you get a gift, for instance, from a distant relative. That is something you have to be explicitly told by your mom.
Thank you note.
Yes, a thank you note.
Wait, no, wait, hold on. That applies to a specific. Wait, my aunts gave me gifts. I said thank you right there and then.
Yeah, I said
my mom didn't teach me to say. My mom didn't have to. My mom and my dad both taught me to say thank you when you get things in order to be polite. Like I don't know where.
Crazy.
I don't know what it is that my mom had to specifically teach me to my dad didn't. If anything, growing up, my dad was the one who.
Has your aunt ever wrote you a thank you note for a gift you gave them?
Wait. Growing up for
never
me,
got a thank you note
and
for my aunt.
For a lot of people, it was my dad who taught me how to like take care of my clothes and keep them clean and so on and so forth. Like my mom taught me how to do like laundry, but my dad also knew how to do it. Like what's something specific that your mom teaches you that your dad doesn't?
Okay, so I'll give you a classic example. So my dad and my mom, like we were out, like actually we were celebrating her. She got her doctorate actually, which we're pretty excited for her. And we went out to dinner. Okay, we were out at dinner. Okay, it was a nice Italian restaurant. It was supposed to celebrate her. And my brother, he took out a phone, and it's one of those how-to basic videos where, you know, like there's some guy and he like basketball slams like a head of lettuce, you know, he like a bunch of shatters glass like on like it's basically like really dumb lowbrow humor, okay? Like if you've ever looked up a how-to
Dude,
basic
bro
video,
stuff.
yeah, it's that kind of thing.
Okay.
And he was sharing this with with dad, with my father, you know, like at the table, and they were laughing, they were making a bunch of jokes that I won't repeat here. You know, they were saying things, okay, that
Probably fun
probably
jokes.
might, you know, prevent them from running for political office one day, okay? And we're in this really nice Italian restaurant and we're celebrating my mom getting this doctorate. And in the middle of this, okay, you know, my mom was, you know, I was upset, you know, we were upset because it was disrespectful to my mom, okay?
Wait, was your
And
mom upset, or were you upset for your mom?
Dinner.
both, right? It was not okay. Like it hurt my mom's feelings because like we were in a nice restaurant and it was expensive to go there and it was supposed to specifically celebrate her. And to be honest with you, I mean, in my opinion, okay, there are many occasions like where men, I think, try to sabotage their wives on purpose or their girlfriends
Oh
on
my
purpose.
God.
Wait, is that what you think that was? That your brother was
They're just trying to
sabotaging
have
his mom by
fun.
sharing
They're
a
just
moment with
having
his dad? Like sharing a video?
I'm telling you exactly what I think. I think that in many, not in all of these cases, but at least in some of these cases, like the reason like why when you have a house party and you're inviting your boss over because you want to schmooze him at your dinner party because you want to raise, the reason like why your boyfriend comes downstairs and he's wearing, you know, like sweatpants, okay, and a shirt that says something like, I don't know, like inappropriate, like I poop in public, like when he walks downstairs, and then
Like
later on
that.
he says, well, you know what, I just
Lots
like
of
being
peas and pools,
comfortable in
though.
my I just like being comfortable in my house. Like it's my house. Like why should I have to worry about it? It's my dinner. I paid
Yeah,
for
don't
the
marry
food.
a sitcom character.
I don't want to talk. I don't want to have the conversation with a person like that to explain to them why it was bad in that moment. It's bad because it fucks me up at work. It's bad because it makes me look unprofessional to these people that I'm trying to impress.
You're at
and
home.
You fucked it up.
Hey, well, like,
okay. And
okay,
you
hold
fucked
on.
it up
If you
because
want to be
selfish.
professional with the boss, like don't invite him to your house. Like if you're
Yeah,
inviting your boss to
amen.
your house
That's crazy.
and that boss expects you to act like you're in the fucking office, like that's just not a good boss to work for. Like that's
I'm
just
not
a
saying
fucking weirdo, stick up the ass piece of shit.
I'm not saying you have to act like you're in the office. What I'm saying is that you don't come downstairs with like an inappropriate shirt. Like when somebody who you're trying to impress
Inappropriate
And you have
for
company over.
home?
Just say company, like the
No,
boss
no.
thing. You have company
Come on,
over.
people. FQ. Oh, like, oh god damn. So I was like yelling at FQ like last night, right? But now I've got to defend her, right? Defend a woman. Ugh, I hate it. But like she's being perfectly reasonable here, right? Like,
No, she's
yes, hold on.
Yeah,
There are
wrong.
absolutely men who sabotage the woman. Like they're seeing like, and this is like literally
Yeah, a small
like
percentage.
this is FQ's like entire thesis, right? About like male female relationships, right? About like how men will, when they see a woman like aspiring to be more or like achieving, right, will do little things to sabotage them, to bring them down, to put them in their place, right? And so the situation she's crafting here is like a thing that has happened. Yes, if you, this person, they did come to your house, right? Like, yes, I own this
But
house.
you're removing
right?
all
And
context from why
I
she
own
brought
this
this
house.
example up.
Hold on, I own this house, right? I like, which is me. It's in my name, and my girlfriend or my wife, right, is inviting her boss, right, and they're doing some sort of event, right? And then I know that. And then I decide I'm going to Bigfoot them. I'm going to impose upon them. I'm going to come in attire that's clearly unbecoming, and maybe say something that's unbecoming, right? Not like necessarily like attacking anyone, but something that would just be
being
awkward,
a douche and
right?
sabotaging
and
your
do
wife.
that specifically. Yes, do that specifically to put her in her place. That's the thing that men do.
Yeah,
right?
but
wait. This isn't the thing. Wait. But this conversation.
But hold on.
This conversation. This example stemmed from me asking her what's something that a mother specifically teaches to her son. Then she brought up the example of going to dinner and her brother pulling up a dude bro video and then cracking some jokes with his dad at dinner, but like the mom and her got offended because it was a fancy dinner that was supposed to be celebratory towards the mom, and she felt like maybe it was taking away from the situation. Maybe the jokes were inappropriate. Maybe she was embarrassed because they were at a nice restaurant. The waitress might have heard. I understand all of these situations, But the fact of the matter is, I have to ask, like, was your brother sabotaging your mom, or was he just?
It might not be her brother. It might not be her brother, right? It could have been.
But in this situation, I know.
Yeah, I know. I followed the situation.
I know.
Right?
I know.
The
Wait,
brother
I'm not done yet, though.
Video, but I'm just saying that it might not have been the father.
But now for us to have a conversation about these types of men,
this is your mother's moment, right? Thank you for showing me the video. We'll look at it later, right?
But
that would be what a sabotage.
When is a woman going to teach that out of a boy? Like, when is a mom going to teach that out of a boy? Like, I'm going
to tell you how. Okay, mom sets the rule and tells him what the etiquette is, and dad is the nuclear missile in the corner that enforces it. Okay, he is not going to.
That's terrible.
That's how it works.
That's terrible.
She tells him what it is, and then dad terrifies him.
Wait. Okay. So here, this is from. I'm gonna tell you from the guy's perspective what I think, what I saw happen at this. What you just explained. You guys went to dinner. You guys were at a fancy restaurant. You guys are a family who probably sees each other all the time. You're celebrating the promotion or whatever it may be. So the dad was like, "Hey, I'm going to go to a fancy restaurant. We're going to go have a family dinner." And typically in family dinners, people talk and they make jokes, whatever it may be. So the idea is that, like, you're not allowed to make jokes, or you're not allowed to watch a video and bring it up to your dad during this specific dinner. The focus should all be on your mom. I mean, yeah, sure. That just seems like very like fucking dictator like. But
I'm sorry. Like, this is the reason, like, why these standards have to be here. This is not dictator like. Okay, this is like very. I don't think this is not. This
sounds like a very unhappy experience for everybody.
Yeah,
it sounds like everybody there is extremely tense, trying to make sure they don't say the wrong thing.
They don't say the wrong thing.
Yeah, I want to.
No, fine. You're rolling your head, but this instantly became a conversation about men sabotaging their women. I don't think was your dad sabotaging your mom? Was your dad sabotaging your mom in that moment? Look, or was he just sharing a moment with his son and laughing at a video?
In a happy family, safe environment.
I mean, I don't really want to make this too personal about my family, but I would say in general, okay, that when men do these types of things, they will say, look, I was just trying to be comfortable. I was just trying to laugh. I was just trying to have a moment. But really, most of the time, often, not most of the time, but often in many of these cases, they are trying to be deliberately performatively dumb. They are pretending to be dumber.
That's just misandrist. I'm sorry. That's misandrist. I'm using the word in reverse. That's misandry.
No, hold on. I want to jump in here. I'm gonna give you an equally familiar scenario. All right, I've gone to this. I've seen this happen multiple times, and I'll be at like a party, right? And it'll be a house party, like a dinner party, and it'll be the woman hosting it because she's like a business exec or whatever. And her husband, who's like a blue collar guy, will come out and he'll come through the door and he'll be in his work uniform. And it's like, standard like mechanic or some other kind of uniform, or specifically it looked like a jumpsuit because he probably was in an oil field, right? So he's rich dude, making good money, but he's covered in grease, covered in oil, yada yada. And he comes through and he smells like oil, he smells like the refinery, and he goes to work. And like one of the women there will inevitably say, "Oh my God, how embarrassing." Right. And that they say, "Oh, yeah, he sabotaged her in this big moment. He should have just stayed away and gone to the bar or something, instead of going to the house that he pays for and going quietly and just going straight by and watching something in the other." Hold on. I've seen this happen thousands of times in my lifetime. And so when you're sitting here telling me this other scenario, maybe that scenario is true, where they actually purposely sabotaged you. But I've seen this happen way more often. So we're talking about an extremely small subset of men that purposely sabotage. And much more, hold on. And we're talking about a much larger portion of women that do this next thing that I'm about to describe, which, because this is important, is if they're willing to sit here and say, how embarrassing for this man to walk from his garage straight to his bedroom to sit here with his attire that was his work attire in the house that he pays for, and say he sabotaged his wife by simply walking from the garage to the bedroom and not saying a word otherwise, which I've seen happen thousands of times. What women do is they always do this thing they've done since Adam and Eve, where they sit here and go, "Oh, we live in the Garden of Eden, everything's wonderful. Is there something more?" Well, this guy can do everything in the world, but they're going to find something wrong with him because they want to put forth this unobtainable standard and then say that somehow men are being this. It is, because you're sitting here, no matter what he does, no matter what, no matter what he does, it's unobtainable. No matter what he does, it's unobtainable, because there's a significantly larger number of women that do my scenario than what you're saying. And in the scenario you even described to Ali, there's, like I said, he described a moment in a happy family, my family, for
ridiculous.
example,
I'm sorry,
would have been. Hold on, I'll tell you what's ridiculous. In my family, what would have been ridiculous is us not being able to share a moment, and my mom sitting there being upset. That would have been narcissistic, neurotic behavior. And thank God that she didn't do that, because we actually had a family where we enjoyed company. And mom, I can laugh in the presence of my father in a nice restaurant, like that's good. Laughing in a restaurant at a fancy one, that's something to be looked good upon. People like a happy environment. You don't go to a restaurant
I
where
will build
everybody
a
sit there
bridge.
and look
Okay,
like it's a fucking
I will.
wake.
I
don't want
build.
to go to a steakhouse and everybody be crying. I want to go to a steakhouse and
no,
laugh.
dude.
Crying.
I will. It's not
like,
crying.
Jesus
What are you
Christ,
talking
so
about?
Come on,
wild.
man.
I will build a bridge here. Okay,
What
I
is
will
she's
say
describing? She wants
there
to
are
sit there and
some-
go, yes,
Come on, dude.
pass me the potatoes, John. Oh, yes, thank you. Oh,
This
yeah,
is
Dick over
ridiculous.
there.
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
yes, Spider
Hey,
Dick
Q,
is
hold on.
great.
Let FQ,
Oh, yeah.
let FQ
Did
respond.
you see the
Okay,
winner this week?
I-
Hey, John, did you see the Patriots game last week?
FQ, let FQ.
Okay, I will build a bridge here. Okay, I'm not going to disagree. Okay, that there are some women who are way too snooty about their husband, but there are things, okay, that I don't think you should be snooty about. Like for instance, if your husband is in the military, okay, and he arrives, okay, to a wedding ceremony or to some sort of ceremonious event, like in a military uniform, right? I don't think that you should be snooty about that. I don't think that you should be snooty because like the person showed up in a military uniform. That's something that you should be proud of, right? If it has something to do with something that's immutable to you, like your heritage, like where you come from, like if somebody's being actively racist towards your partner, and your husband or to your children, if it's something like that, that's an immutable thing, okay? Or if it's something that maybe it is something other people will be snooty about, but you're proud of it, okay? Like there are going to be occasions, okay, like where you just tell other people to shut up, okay? But there are also going to be a lot of occasions, many occasions, okay, that are not going to be this extreme, okay? I don't think that you should be ashamed of your husband for working a blue collar job, okay? And for coming home being drenched in oil, okay? I think that you should be proud of your husband, like for working hard and for doing like what he's and for like trying to do his best to like be a good husband and a good father to the family. However, okay, that does not mean, okay, that this is a carte blanche to show up in every single public ceremonial situation in jeans smothered with, car oil. You have to, and I mean, and I refuse to believe that everyone, okay, is like, that most people, okay, lack the ability to change their clothes or to take a shower,
Well, most
or
people
to,
do
or to be
change
able to,
their
or to not
clothes.
drop the F slur at dinner, okay, or to avoid like making racist jokes, like when they're in public or when they're in like with company,
one.
okay. These are the types of things, okay, that you just don't do.
If I worked a
You just don't
12-hour
do these
day and I
things,
get to my
okay?
daughter's recital in the clothes, right, and it's embarrassing that I'm covered in grease, but I just had to work a 12-hour day, like, and then I'm told it's embarrassing, like that happens. Like, these are the standards, the unrealistic standards. Like, even if a man is providing,
What if
doing
your
all the
daughter
things you
was
want,
trying to get
you
a scholarship and it was dependent
good,
upon other
then
people
good that
evaluating her?
she probably will get it because they see that she comes from a hardworking family where this guy came straight
what
from
if she
work to get
doesn't?
there.
What if
Well,
it
what if
doesn't
she
impress
doesn't?
the
Well,
other
those are
people?
some uppity
And now she's lost
assholes
money.
who we don't need to take their opinion, and we should breed them out.
You should want your daughter to be able to compete with those uppity assholes. You should want her to have enough money so that she
Why?
can
They're losers. This
It's
culture is
not-
dying for a reason.
because you should want your daughter to be competitive.
I don't want my
okay?
daughter to
And you
compete
should
with him.
understand.
Doesn't sound like Doobie wants his kids to compete with him because those fucking people are awful and they should all be die
hold
off.
on.
That's a
Yeah, you
culture
shouldn't
that doesn't
enable
want to
that
be
stuff.
around.
Like honestly, you really shouldn't enable that stuff.
Yeah,
I think
it's
when you enable
awful.
it, it perpetuates it, and it's bad.
Yeah,
So,
that's what
to
it's
be clear,
true.
I agree a lot with that, right? Like in that, like, hey, like there's a lot of social mores and taboos. Like I like pushing, because like yes, I don't want to like the thing with the forks, right? Fuck that. Like I'm I'm with you, Doobie, all the way. Like I'm not like perpetuating that. I'm not like saying that she was reasonable to be asking to do that. That's like nonsense. Okay, right? Sure. But it's also not unreasonable to acknowledge that there are certain expectations that it's fair to live up to, right? Like, and the example that FQ gave, yes, it's reasonable to say that within this moment we're specifically going to a restaurant, not for anything else, right? To celebrate like the accomplishment of FQ's mother, right? That we make it about FQ's mother. Right, that we focus on her. It's not to say that like you guys like can't have fun, right? That we can't trade stories, that we can't do all that, right? But in that moment, to like, start watching a YouTube video making what sounds like crash jokes. I don't know, I wasn't there, right? With the other person, I think it's perfectly fine that the mother was upset, right? And Doobie,
She's
Doobie,
upset
look,
that they were jolly and having fun at her event. That's crazy.
Okay, Doobie, like you got a kid, right? But it's like an infant, right? So it's not a problem yet. But like later on, right? Your kid is probably not going to go to the school that my kid's going to go to, right? Like with my current income trajectory. Hopefully that'll change. But your kid probably won't go to the same school. Your kid's going to have like different social pressures, right? Your kid's going to have to like try to fit in. Like, do you want to prepare your kid to like have an easier life, like within those circles, right? Like would you like tell your kid to ignore what his mother has been telling them, right? Like, because she has a better idea of those types of schools, right? And what's expected of them. Or would you say, ignore all that, just do what I do?
Okay, honestly, I think his mother's been victimized by this conditioning that she got through like fucking princess movies in society. Okay, I think whoever the fuck taught her this fucking you got to switch the fucking fork over.
Yeah,
you get
this
to look
elegance
at the food.
lifestyle.
Or when you're drinking the wine, you have to swirl it and look at the legs and appreciate it and sniff it. Like fuck that, and then drink the fucking wine. Like if you want to drink, just fucking drink it. Okay, things like this, right? I think these are like.
Yeah. I agree. I agree.
Cultural artifacts of some long dead age that are just people are just clinging to and they don't even know why. Right. So I'm going to encourage my son to challenge things like that if he wants to challenge them. I'm not going to say, oh, you should challenge them or you have to challenge them. I'm like, hey, if you don't want to do a thing, don't do it just because everybody says that's how it's supposed to be done. If you don't feel like it should be done in that way, do it a different way. Do it your way. Fuck it. And if people don't appreciate that or don't like that, then find other people to be with. Who cares?
Your kid will be more successful.
I think we should encourage them.
Otherwise,
I think we should encourage them to say fuck that. Like actively.
Yeah, but some people like that. Or some people like wearing costumes and shit. You know, and I say costumes, I mean like if you think
some people want to be an NPC.
You think of a biker. You think of a biker guy, right? Someone who likes riding motorcycles. There's a certain costume that goes along with that, right? That people just kind of slot into. I'm a biker, so I got to wear this and this and listen to this kind of music, whatever the fuck. Things like this. People like that for some reason. I think it's silly. Whatever. So if he likes that shit, sure. But I'd encourage him to try to make his own way. Try to figure out what he likes, separate from other people's expectations, even society's expectations. So I'm not going to say, oh, your mom's wrong about everything. I'm just to say, hey, I understand this is how people typically do these things. You don't need to do it that way. If you want to do it some other way, do it some other way. And if people don't appreciate that, fuck them.
But we rank these things, right? Like you and I, we can agree. The fork thing, dumb as shit, right? Like the swirling the wine and the whole nonsense procedures, right? A lot of that, ignore it, But like there are some of these procedures that are more.
Well, I'll give you an example.
Can we name one?
Yeah. So if you're in public, speaking on your phone on speakerphone, that shit fucking drives me crazy. Okay. Things like very simple, right? It's like some people are okay with that. It irritates the fuck out of me when someone's yelling at the phone. It's fucking loud. It's so annoying. Okay. Things like this, I understand. I'm like, hey, people don't want to listen to your fucking conversation. It's really annoying. Try to be quiet. You wear fucking earbuds. Things like that. I understand, right? If you're not, but because these things bother other people, but things that are just like, oh, you need to wear this thing and put the fucking handkerchief there, like that kind of stuff is out the window.
Agreed, right? And I think there's a balance between violating social norms, right, to assert your individuality, which I'm with you, right? Like I wouldn't want my kid just to go along to get along, right? In all senses, but there are like certain, like I mean, look, like not showing up naked in public, right? Like it's a basic thing. So like we can agree on that, and I think that's what FQ is trying to say. That like, and again, I don't want to put words in her mouth; she can speak for herself. But like, it seems to me that there are these core social norms, right, that are important for society, and ones that are important for different social strata. That like. If you don't follow these, yes, you can assert yourself, but in the end, you're just going to get shown. You're not actually going to accomplish things, right? There's rules you can ignore, right? Rules you can bend, right? Yes.
Sometimes the places that are going to shun you are places you shouldn't want to be in, right?
True,
so you shouldn't want to be in this fucking hoity-toity party where they're very serious,
right.
talking about the fucking roasted carrots and shit, right? And just acting like fucking robots, cosplaying
Fuck
is
that.
like Middle Ages.
But all of that
nobility,
takes
right?
judgment. Which party don't you want to be in, right? There are going to be parties that have like ultra wealthy individuals that you want to be in, right? That you want to fit in to, and you have to figure out which one is which, right? Like you as the father, I'm sure you're going to teach your kid a lot to like figure that out, but it is a determination, right? And it does require a bit of wisdom, and I think that's what our FQ was saying. She's trying to impart that to her children.
Yeah, I understand. I'm not saying she's wrong about everything, right? It's just I think she's being too what's the word I'm looking for? And maybe we're too, right? We're being too black and white, this word phrase. It's like a dichotomy. Yeah, exactly. It's like we're treating it like it's like a false dichotomy, right? You can be a little bit of both sometimes. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I'm not saying she's totally wrong. Except on the what to do when the kid knocks over your milk carton. I think you have to.
Yeah, she's completely wrong.
She didn't know what
you're
wrong about all that.
I'm
But
sorry.
I understand the social mores. Okay.
Okay. Why don't we leave it there? Unless we'll give FQ the last word and then we'll leave it there. Sorry, I want to give you space.
Yeah, no, thank you all for your input. I did have like other stuff to say, honestly. I didn't perceive us going all the way over here, but we are here. Okay. It's been a fun conversation and I've missed talking to all of you guys. So it is genuinely very good to see all of you guys again. Hope everybody's like doing well for the holidays. Same. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Congratulations to everybody. Okay. Hope everybody's doing well. And if you want to invite me back, I'm happy to come back. Just let me know. However, the camera must stay off. Okay. Because I'm employed. Okay. And also, there's a dangerous man out there with blue hair. Okay, who I don't want. To...
You just got to get a VTube set up.
One. Yeah.
Set
up a VTube thing.
I'm afraid he'd like it a little too much. Okay.
So yeah, we would definitely love to have you back, FQ, to have these conversations, and to watch you and Corey get like super pedantic at each other, and like draw an argument for an hour. That's like completely pointless. It's okay.
Just ask simple questions that you can't.
You were just asking. You were just asking questions. You were just asking.
Can we just acknowledge the sweatpants picture? I didn't even look for it, and it was just.
Corey's hot as fuck. Okay, let's just.
He looks fucking good.
I'm happy to rehash this. I have no problem saying that I wear sweatpants, but like, what do you think that signals?
You should. No. You wear the fuck out of sweatpants, Corey.
Yeah,
I need you to acknowledge your fucking steez,
I have no problem saying that. Like, if I have middle class values, according to her, like, first of all, she's citing a book that's basically social commentary. This person is a literary historian. They have no actually expertise in this area, and there's a reason why. There's a reason why FQ has to read about high class and low class and all things, because she's not actually a part of it. Okay, I have no problem saying that I can provide the receipts. I grew up in the wealthiest neighborhood in Canada. Okay.
Did you go to private school?
My address?
Did you go to private school?
Big money, Corey.
I was
big and big wallet.
I literally I rejected. I have no problem saying that my sister went to pretty much the most expensive all-girls school. Okay, the study, you can look it up. I was
talk your shit,
and I was looking to go into Selwyn House. I actively rejected it because I preferred a public school. And Selwyn House, you can look it up.
Public school builds character. Okay, I encourage
rejected norms. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so what he's saying is get wrecked. That's what just happened right
now. No, I don't think so. I think that these sweatpants. I just think it's so funny looking at the sweatpants.
No.
Like I think it's hilarious.
Because
here's the reason why I said
there's an
it,
element of truth. There's an element of truth in terms of like
FQ. We call that flustered.
I do not appreciate
when you're laughing when you're looking at a picture of a great-looking guy that's being.
I'm looking at the picture of a person who felt insecure about his sweatpants, and that's why he made a swipe at a girl who feels bad about herself in Brooklyn. That's
no. What exactly am I insecure?
Or maybe he was hoping more people would check out his sweatpants.
If I grew up wealthy,
I'm not gonna lie, that gym looks fucking fancy.
About my background.
Corey, what's the gym that you go to that has all this foliage around the fucking windows, brother?
You know what? It's a private gym. I was the only.
Yeah, I was about to say this ain't no LA Fitness.
Yeah, Sarah wouldn't be invited to that gym. Yeah,
Sarah couldn't get in. How's she gonna hate from outside of the gym? She couldn't even get in.
What I would bet my money on is that FQ is more insecure about her status, her class, because she's probably middle class and she's desperate to be upper class.
Well,
Look
first
up
of
that
all,
Silo Fit
first of
membership,
all, I'll
baby.
say it loud and I'll say it proud. I mean, my family does come from middle class roots. Okay, that's why I know about like what it looks like to be middle class. But I mean, I don't have any shame in saying that. My dad, okay, he's a doctor, but his dad, he was a carpenter in New York, and my mom, even though like she's very successful today, she was a waitress, okay, before she met my dad, and they worked for every single thing that they had, even though currently they are very wealthy and very well off. It is not something that they inherited or that they took for granted. They had to work for every single penny that they had. And I, okay, went to private school. Okay. I went to private school because
Hey,
of
me
them.
too.
Okay. And
I
so
was a rich kid.
guess what? Okay. So I grew up in military, but I didn't grow into that. Like I grew up on Air Force bases most of my life. I only like went to private school, like really like towards like the end of my like high school education, like the last like 3 years. All of the rest of my time, all the rest of my life, I spent it growing up, moving every 2 to 3 years and living on base housing on Air Force bases. So most of my friends and most of my experience like was around like other people like from middle class backgrounds. So yeah, I do know something about it, and I'm not embarrassed to say that. I'll say it like very clearly, and
Yeah,
that's
just
why
like-
that's why I can tell you with full confidence, Corey, that the values that are expressed when you show a progress pic of you
Yes,
trying to strive,
I
those
have-
are middle class values. Okay,
I'm not
That is a
necessarily disputing that,
middle-class thing.
at least
You
based
are
off of the book.
dressed-
But then, what am I insecure about? If I grew up wealthy, what am I insecure about?
It could be the case that like you have experienced a status decrease as in recent years. It could be
But
the
that's
case.
that's intentional. I actively reject those values.
Maybe
don't
he
think
just
that
wants to be comfortable, and this is how he's comfortable. Right?
No,
Like, it's not,
I don't-
it's
I
not
don't
that
think
deep.
so.
What's
No.
that- what's that line from the
I have
Seven
no- I
Where
have
they
no-
send him to
about that,
cigarette
there
I have
would
no
be a
problem
progress
saying.
picture.
I have
There's
no
a
problem
progress- the
saying.
fact that there is a
I have
progress
no
picture that
problem
has been
saying that
posted-
I'm the black sheep of my family because I
There-
reject those values.
No,
Chad.
okay.
Yeah,
no,
exactly.
No, you didn't.
Exactly.
No, you
It doesn't
okay.
fit her narrative.
You okay?
I
Look,
mean, how are you not going to show off your gains? That's a better question. Like,
No,
if you're doing
if
fucking-
I grew
yeah,
if I
not
grew up
supposed
wealthy,
to.
if I grew up in the wealthiest neighborhood in Canada, what am I insecure about in my class?
I don't think that you probably are currently wealthy. I don't know that, but that would be my guess.
Yeah, you're
okay?
right. I am.
My
You
guess.
are absolutely. I am not currently, but I absolutely
Yep.
come from a wealthy background, and I grew
use
up
the
wealthy.
poll
And
around.
I
Yeah.
absolutely,
Yeah, okay.
I absolutely have a
okay,
built-in
very
social
careful.
safety net in my family.
Okay, you went to public school. That is a big distinction, okay, between people.
Yes, that was
who
an
are
act.
upper
That was
middle class
an active choice on my part.
Doesn't
because
matter. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Okay.
If I'm
Public
rejecting
school versus
private
private
school
is a
for
big-
public school, so I'm
No,
choosing
nope,
to be insecure.
No, okay. The place that like where you went to school, what school you went to, the type of like the way that you present yourself, the way that you carry yourself, the way that you talk to other people, this is what denotes your values, okay? And the way that you present yourself, the way that you behave towards other people, the signaling, the talk, even talking, okay, talking about being a vegan, okay? That's an example. That's an example of trying to signal like to the virtue in order to try to signal to boost your status, okay? Just to be honest.
Or
with
maybe
you,
he
okay?
just genuinely
That's an
believes
example.
that
That's a trend thing, okay?
veganism is the most ethical thing.
Well,
and
she
wants to
wouldn't know anything
promote
about
that.
principles. So.
Maybe that's just like what he
Wouldn't
believes. He thinks, hey, this is
Oh,
what
fuck
people
you.
should be doing. I want to promote this thing, so I'm going to show it off. Like, there's nothing. I don't know why you
I
assume
don't-
that this.
I-
he
I-
wants to, he wants
Well,
to
all
virtue
this
signal
I
demonstrates
don't
that
think-
FQ
I don't
has
think-
no
I don't
understanding of
think-
basic human psychology.
I
If-
don't think that there is anything wrong necessarily with having a set of values. I do think that there's something wrong, okay, with picking on somebody who is just making a crass throwaway comment because he's insecure about the fact that he
No,
wears
but then
baggy Hanes in the
connected.
gym.
I have
think
no
that's
problem
weird.
saying. I
think
have
that's
no
gross.
problem
And I
saying.
think it is
I
because
have no.
middle class.
I have no
That's what I
problem
think,
saying
okay?
that I adopt and intentionally cultivate middle class values according to you. But then what makes me insecure about that if I grew up wealthy?
What makes you if you weren't insecure? Well, I'm going to tell you why I think you're insecure about it. I think you're insecure about it because you responded to that girl. And if you weren't insecure about
Oh,
it,
it has nothing to do exactly. It has nothing to do with class. She's changing it.
I'm not changing it. I am saying based off of your behavior.
Oh, no, I'm not opening
You
it
can't
up for this
reply to anyone
conversation.
on
I'm getting
Twitter
out of here.
without
I'll
being
be
middle
here.
or low
Thank you.
class.
Not according to FQ.
Like him replying to that girl on Twitter, which is literally like a forum of hate and shit talking,
Oh,
like
you
makes him
people-
lower middle
Wait,
class.
wait.
You
If
people
responding-
literally defend
wait.
being inappropriate in public.
I'm just
not
curious. I'm
tolerating
just
this.
curious.
This
If
is fucking
responding on
ridiculous,
Twitter, if
okay?
responding on Twitter is a hallmark of insecurity, what is writing treatises and Bibles on Twitter? Is there a spectrum there? Are you more insecure the more you write on Twitter? Because we can go down that road.
Oh my god, dude. Okay, look, it's very simple.
Yeah,
okay,
exactly.
You responded.
It's very
you,
simple.
You quote tweeted a girl that was like a crass throwaway comment. It was something she probably didn't even think about, and she doesn't. And she's and
Yeah,
it is
but he
a
saw
clear
it.
and it is a clear punch down on somebody else who is trying to be something, and that's wrong. You
Wait,
shouldn't
how is
do
it a
that.
punch down if we're both middle class?
It's a punch down because she's trying not to be, okay? And she's clearly like feeling badly about herself. I would never have said this, by the way, about your sweatpants if you hadn't behaved this way. If you hadn't behaved
I don't
this
care.
way, I
You
would never.
can comment anything that you want, but
I've
you're
never
clearly
said this, okay?
incorrect in your assessment. As
I'm
someone
not
who hides behind
incorrect.
a veil
I'm
of
absolutely not. Nope.
anonymity.
No,
okay?
I'm not.
Like I'm here.
Absolutely not.
I use my
Absolutely
name.
not.
Like I'll
That
post
wasn't
any
my
receipts
goal.
that you want.
I am not.
Hey, to be fair, I couldn't use my name because no one could pronounce it. So
That's fair.
Use Ellie.
But this all harkens
swear
back
your
to
name is
everything that
Ellie.
I've said all along.
your name
is
is
my
that
last
you-
name.
Okay.
She has a
Yeah,
poor
I
assessment
assume
of
it's
confidence.
Muhammad
I
something. No, Muhammad Omar is Ellie something. Aladdin.
No, it's
You're
Sagir.
Ali, happy to
Sagir.
see Ali Baba. Sorry. that-
Okay.
I wish, but also
sorry.
the there are too many Ollie's on the fucking internet. You know, you can't really claim a username, a clean username that's Ali anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
That's bad.
I'm gonna rate out. This was a thing. I'm
Yes.
gonna rate out to a friend of mine who is streaming. I haven't gotten a chance to rate her for a long time. She doesn't stream at this point in time. But I love her and I've known her for years. So be kind to her, right? And be back here in the future and we do more stuff. It'll be great. You'll enjoy it. Just wasting time until the raid goes through. And any second now, go.
Ready, set, go. Okay.
Yeah. All right, they're gone. But thanks, fellas and ladies.